The story begins with a young man, Woon, sitting alone at a table, absorbed in reading a book. He is the seventh son of the heavenly demon divine cult leader. His quiet moment is interrupted when his brother-in-law unexpectedly enters his home. Woon looks up and asks, "Brother-in-law, what brings you here?" Lee Sungwon, standing at the door, responds, "I have a gift from the cult leader." Woon, surprised, exclaims, "The cult leader is sending me a gift?" Lee nods, confirming it. Curiosity piqued, Woon inquires, "What kind of gift?" Lee reaches into his cloak, pulls out a bottle, and places it in front of Woon on the table. "A fine booze brewed by a master from Fuzhou," he explains. Woon eyes the bottle suspiciously and remarks, "It's not booze, it's poison." His mind races as he reflects. "It's been 7 years since I moved to this remote village. I've made it clear I have no desire to rise to power, yet they won't leave me alone." Lee smirks and says, "One sip, and you'll die without pain." Woon, calmly closing his book, asks, "How many men did you bring?" 32 men of the Haisha Corps. "The truth is, I should be enough, but what ifs exist in this world?" Lee replies. Woon places the book down and says, "You've made a grave mistake, brother-in-law." Lee, puzzled, thinks a mistake? But before Lee can react, a surge of bloodlust emanates from Woon, startling him. The table splits in half, and the book is sliced cleanly. For a moment, Lee stands speechless before muttering, "You've been hiding your claws all this time." A fierce battle ensues between Lee and Woon, their blades clashing in a deadly dance, ki radiating around them. After a while, a member of the Haisha Corps turns to another and says, "The fight's been going on for some time." The second responds, "It's taking the commander longer than expected. Despite what people say about him, he's still the former cult leader's son. He's putting up a fight. Could there be something he's hiding?" The first man sighs and says, "If that's not the case, I'm disappointed." Suddenly, the vice captain of the Haisha Corps shouts, "Stop chatting and be on guard. If he escapes, none of you will see another sunrise." The Haisha Corps members immediately bow and reply, "Yes, sir." The vice captain thinks to himself, has he really been hiding his skills? But even if that's true, it won't matter. Only someone of the highest level could withstand a sword strike from a captain. There's no way he could be that strong. The captain's renowned swordsmanship is legendary. He's taking his time for the young sir's pride, I suppose. His thoughts are interrupted by the smell of blood. The fight must be over, he thinks. Moments later, a figure emerges from the house surrounded by the Haisha Corps. "The captain is coming out!" someone shouts. As the figure steps into the light, the vice captain shouts, "Wait! That's not the captain! Draw your swords!" The Haisha Corps members murmur in surprise. Was the seventh son of the cult leader this strong? Woon, standing tall, calmly declares, "Haisha Corps, this is your chance to run. Your time starts now." When no one moves, Woon sighs and says, "Not a single one of you ran, not bad for one of the demon cult's representative forces," before enveloping his sword with ki. "Now, don't blame me for what happens next." With swift precision, Woon begins to eliminate his enemies. The vice captain watches stunned. He's strong. That crimson light on his sword, its sword ki, was hiding in this remote village just a cover for his swordsmanship training? The vice captain realizes the situation is dire. Retreating would mean death. He curses silently before charging at Woon. There's no going back now. As he gets closer, the air is filled with floating swords. The vice captain is taken aback. Sword ki isn't the only problem. Is this why the cult leader wanted him dead? The vice captain tries to dodge one of the phantom swords, but it's a feint. Woon appears behind him in an instant, his sword moving with lightning speed, severing the vice captain's head in a single stroke. In his final moments, the vice captain thinks his defeat of the captain wasn't a fluke. The mission has failed. Woon, exhausted from the battle, presses a hand to his stomach, feeling the wound. "My ki is nearly spent, and this wound worries me. But it's not fatal." He thinks, "I need to focus on escaping." Just then, a piercing attack strikes him from behind, creating a hole in his stomach. The attacker is none other than mangacap, the current cult leader and Woon's brother. "I knew this would happen," mangacap says coldly. "Phantom blades are far beyond your skill. It's a good thing I tagged along." Woon turns to face mangacap, weak but defiant. Mangacap adds, "This is Heavenly Demon God Arts, Endpoint 13, Heavenly Demon Ray. This is only the second time I've used it." Woon's thoughts swirl. Is he telling me to be proud that it was used on me? Damn it, I didn't expect MANGACAP to be here. I have no chance of surviving now. He asks. Brother, I want to ask you one last question. MANGACAP raises an eyebrow. Go ahead. I'll gladly hear my little brother's last words. Woon, struggling to remain conscious, says, I never wanted to take father's seat, but why do you go to such lengths? MANGACAP's eyes narrow. Little brother, didn't I tell you before? The winner takes everything. The one who becomes the cult leader gains everything, and those who lose, lose everything. That's the law of the heavenly demon god cult. Woon responds. Just because of that? MANGACAP sneers. Are you questioning the cult's law and order? I don't care about it. Woon replies defiantly, before collapsing to his knees from the pain. MANGACAP turns to leave, but before he does, he asks, Anything else you'd like to say? Woon, coughing up blood, thinks, I've reached my limit. I can't even stand anymore. MANGACAP continues walking away, saying, I'll bury you where the sun will shine on your grave nicely. Woon summons his remaining strength and shouts, MANGACAP! MANGACAP turns around, and for a moment their eyes meet. Woon, with a small smile, collapses, finally succumbing to his wounds. As he loses consciousness, he curses, Is this the end? I couldn't even respond to his words. Then, a voice calls to him. Do you regret it? Woon's mind is clouded, but he replies, I'd be lying if I said I didn't. I should have never run away that day. The voice responds, Do you wish to fight again? If it's possible. Woon says with a faint smile, I'll fight with all my might. The voice says, That's good. Woon, as he lies dying, thinks it hurts. I can't breathe. Have I fallen into the water hell that the heavenly demon god cult talks about? If so, I can't call it justice. If I've sinned, it's for fighting to survive. MANGACAP, and those brothers who let this family feud rage on, they're the ones who should go to hell. Not me. As silence settled like mist in the air, a clear, urgent voice suddenly cut through it. Young sir, can you hear me? Breathe. That's it, breathe. Woon blinked, his senses slowly returning. He looked around, confusion knitting his brow. This place, if I'm not mistaken, this is Demyang Palace, he thought. The residence of the cult leader, and the other key figures of the heavenly demon cult. Before he could gather his thoughts, another voice, rough, familiar, and deeply annoying, called out behind him. You idiot! How's that for a wake-up call? Woon turned sharply. His eyes narrowed as he took in the chubby figure standing with a smug grin. That face, don't tell me. MANGACAP? My sixth brother? His expression twisted with disbelief. This must be some nightmare. There's no way. No way I've been thrown into the same hell as that glutton again. How did I end up stuck with him? A servant at his side quickly whispered. Young sir, please, don't speak that way. Flushed with embarrassment and fury, MANGACAP barked. What the hell did you just say, you damn mongrel? Woon spun around, rage flaring in his eyes. Say that again, you pig! In the blink of an eye, the two lunged at each other, grabbing each other by the collar. You think I won't? You dirty mongrel bastard! MANGACAP shouted, his face red. Servants rushed in, attempting to pull them apart, but before they could intervene, MANGACAP shoved Woon hard. With a splash, Woon crashed into a shallow pond behind him. He emerged dripping wet, gasping, and staring down into the rippling surface of the water. His eyes widened in shock. That face. The reflection staring back was not the man he had become. It was his face at 11 years old. Wait a second, this face. This is from when I was 11. Before he could fully comprehend it, MANGACAP sneered, lifting his leg to kick. Go drown, you damn bastard! Woon dodged the kick with a quick sidestep. You slippery brat! MANGACAP snarled and charged. But before the scuffle could escalate, a figure stepped between them with swift precision, halting both boys. Woon's eyes widened in surprise. That face, no way. Jong-moon? The name slipped out before he could stop himself. He stood frozen. Jong-moon, he shouldn't be here. He was once a member of the Black Tortoise Corps, eventually rising to become its captain. A self-made warrior who reached the peak of martial arts. The Jong-moon I knew was a veteran in his 50s, but the one standing here now is in his 20s. Come to think of it, MANGACAP looks younger too. That means... Jong-moon glanced at him with a puzzled look. How does the seventh sir know my name? We've never met. Still, he stepped forward, fist to palm, and bowed. I am Jong Moon, 17th Captain of the Black Tortoise Corps. I greet the 7th young master. A flustered voice immediately cut in. Hey! Don't you know your place? I outrank him! Mangacap stomped forward, pointing at Jong Moon with indignation. Without hesitation, Jong Moon turned, bowed, and said respectfully, My apologies, 6th young master. Please forgive my tardy greeting. Mangacap scoffed. If you want to serve in Demyang Palace, you'd better learn who's who. Jong Moon bowed again. I offer my sincerest apologies to both young masters. As you are well aware, a small quarrel in this palace could spiral into a bloodbath. I humbly ask both of you to exercise caution. Woon raised his hand. Understood. I was just playing with my little brother. Mangacap grinned and turned to leave. I'm off. As he walked away, Woon's eyes returned to the pond. I remember this clearly. 27 years ago, my 6th brother pushed me into a pond. I couldn't swim back then. I nearly drowned and was bedridden for over 10 days with a fever. Then this really is the past. I've come back. Normally, I think I'm dreaming. But a dead man can't dream. That voice in the abyss, whoever it was, they gave me another chance. I don't know who you are, but this time, I'll fight with everything I've got. I'll keep my promise. I'll defeat Mangacap. And the first step is securing Jong Moon. Meanwhile, Jong Moon stood silently, watching the two boys. A fight between young masters. What a tiresome affair, he thought. Woon stepped forward and placed a hand on his arm. You're Jong Moon, right? Jong Moon turned. That is correct, young sir. I was raised to repay those who helped me, Woon said solemnly. Jong Moon looked uneasy. There's no need for that, sir. I only did what was right. He thinks this is a trivial act, unworthy of reward? Woon thought, narrowing his eyes. Nonsense, he said firmly. I'll see that you're rewarded. Jong Moon began sweating. No, this is bad. If I'm seen receiving a reward from the 7th young master, others might think I've taken sides. In Demyang Palace, that could be fatal. He quickly dropped to one knee. Young sir, please, there's no need for any reward. Woon smirked inwardly. That's the Jong Moon I remember. He's always one step ahead. He raised a brow. Captain Jong, are you saying I should go against what father taught me? Jong Moon froze. The heavenly demon, the cult's leader, was the most feared man in the world. If I say yes, I'm done for. He bowed deeply. How could I dare? Please forgive this mistake. Woon stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. There's no need for forgiveness. I'm merely doing what my father taught me. And marking the man who'll become one of the greatest swordsmen the demon cult has ever known. That's something I won't hesitate to do, he thought. Jong Moon exhaled and spoke solemnly. Hi Jong Moon, we'll follow your wishes, young sir. A little while later, as Woon returned to his quarters, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the stone corridor. One of the servants, dressed in the formal black and blue uniform of the West Quarters, caught sight of Woon's dripping figure and immediately rushed over, alarm flashing in his eyes. Young sir! What happened? He asked nervously, eyes darting to the soaked garments clinging to Woon's frame. It's nothing, Woon replied with a calm shrug. Just a bit of water. But as he observed the man, a flicker of recognition passed through his mind. Kang Han, head manager of the West Quarters. If I remember correctly, he always resented his appointment here. He wanted to serve in the North Quarters, under my 5th brother. His family background is decent enough, and his ambition isn't lacking either. Han, keeping a stiff posture, quickly turned to one of the young maidservants who had accompanied Woon back. You there, bring something to dry the young sir off, he ordered. He didn't get the position he wanted, so they placed him here instead. Maybe that's why he eventually became bitter and apathetic, Woon thinks. As the maid rushed off, Han turned his attention to the remaining girl. His voice grew cold and inquisitive. What exactly happened out there? The girl fidgeted under his intense gaze, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, head manager. It was a conflict between the 6th young master and the 7th. I couldn't intervene. Just as Han opened his mouth to rebuke her, Woon cut him off sharply. That's enough. If you've got time to scold maids, use it to prepare my bath. Surprised, Han blinked. Bathwater, sir? Are you going to take responsibility if I catch a cold? Woon snapped, brushing past him. No, sir. I'll see to it right away. Han bowed and scurried off. 27 years ago, Woon thought, I caught a terrible cold just from falling into that same pond. I've protected my body now using a breathing technique, so I should be fine, but better not to risk it. As he walked on, he caught Han glancing back at him, a puzzled look crossing the manager's face. That tone, the way he speaks now, it's different from before, Han thought. Woon's mind drifted back to memories from his previous life. Calm Han. I remember how your diligence gradually faded, replaced by arrogance and laziness when you realized you wouldn't rise through the ranks. You ignored me when I needed you most. Not this time. I won't show weakness before you again. Just then, a maid appeared and bowed. The bathwater is ready, young sir. Without delay, Woon turned and made his way toward the bath chamber. Ensure no one enters while I'm bathing. Yes, young sir, she answered, bowing once more. From behind, Han furrowed his brows. Was his voice always this loud? He wondered. Noticing the silence, Woon paused and turned, his expression stern. Head manager Kong Han. I gave you an order. Where's your answer? Startled, Han snapped out of his daze. Me? I'll say it again, Woon said firmly. Make sure no one enters. Han lowered his head in a respectful bow. Understood, young sir. The seventh young master, Myung Woon, resided in the sector closest to the western gate, hence the name, the West Quarters. Though he ranked lowest among his brothers, he was still a blood-born son of the cult leader, and that alone gave him the potential to someday ascend to the throne of the heavenly demon cult. Here, his servants, maids, and even Kang Han, the head manager, had no choice but to cater to him. Inside the steaming bath chamber, Woon sank slowly into the hot water. A long exhale escaped his lips. This really does feel good, he murmured. I'm turning into an old man, saying things like this. He chuckled to himself softly. Before I died, I was nearing 40. Too young to be old, too old to be called young. Let's just call it, experienced. His gaze shifted down to his body, thin and bony beneath the water. This is bad. No wonder my master sighed when he first saw me. I was skin and bones. If memory serves me right, I met him 3 years from now, when I turned 15. That's when father assigned Master Wang Jun, the Phantom Sword Arts Master, to train me. Until then, I'll have to train on my own. He narrowed his eyes. I've already mastered everything there is to the Phantom Sword Arts. The issue is the Phantom Blades themselves. While I can't compare to my master, I've already resolved many of the art's hidden flaws. Still, I was no match for Mangacap. He wielded the heavenly demon god arts, the greatest martial art passed down from the first cult leader, Cheon Ma, the divine. That art, it's said that whoever perfects it can transcend human limits and become absolute. The rumors were true. Among all the martial arts I know, nothing compares to it. Not even the Great Key Transformation, developed by Myung Jin, the third leader, or the Infinite Great Mountain Divine Arts, Shaolin Zijing Jing, Manhwa's Violet Cloud Divine Technique, Wudong's Tai Chi Sword Arts. None of them can stand against the heavenly demon god arts. In fact, there's only one thing you can do when faced with it: deflect. He fell silent. The steam from the bath swirled around him like drifting clouds. Then, with a sudden spark of clarity, his eyes opened wide. I'm an idiot, he muttered aloud. I've been wasting my time looking for a martial art that surpasses it. But I don't need to do that. A fierce resolve took hold in his chest. I just need to become the cult leader. The scene shifted to a back alley of the West Quarters, where Kang Han stood, arms folded, his sharp eyes fixed on the trembling maid before him. So what you're saying is, the young sir fell into the pond and got into a fight with the sixth young master? He asked, his voice low, almost disbelieving. The maid bowed her head deeply. Yes, head manager. The fight was escalating, but before anything serious happened, someone from the Black Tortoise Corps intervened. Han's brow furrowed. Someone from the Black Tortoise Corps? Yes, sir. It was the 17th captain, Jong Moon. A flicker of surprise passed through Han's eyes. Jong Moon. The 17th captain himself? Someone of his rank intervening in a scuffle between two young masters? He narrowed his gaze, mind racing. Is the Black Tortoise Corps suddenly looking out for the 7th young master? That shouldn't be possible. The Corps has always had close ties to the 4th, sir, unless something's changed. His eyes darted back to the maid. Anything else to report? She shook her head. No, sir. That is all. That's strange, Han thought, suspicion growing. There has to be more to this. That child never caused ripples in the past. But now, the Black Tortoise Corps suddenly intervenes on his behalf? Just then, another maid hurried over. She bowed quickly. Head manager. The 7th young master is requesting your presence. Now? Han asked with a raised brow, tone clipped. Yes, sir. He said he wants to see you immediately. A pause. Did he say that himself? Yes, head manager. He was very firm. Han frowned, visibly unsettled. Why now? What is this sudden urgency? But as he looked toward the corridor leading to the young master's chambers, he sighed internally. If he gives an order with that tone, I can't ignore it. Very well. I'll go now. A short while later, after composing himself, Han arrived at Woon's room. He rapped lightly on the door before stepping inside. Young sir, he greeted with restrained courtesy. Woon turned from the window, robes draped elegantly over his shoulders. You're here. Suppressing the irritation rising in his chest, Han replied. Yes. I heard you called for me. He doesn't like being summoned, Woon thought, catching the subtle strain in his voice. It's nothing serious, Woon said calmly. I'd simply like to sell the books in my study. Han blinked, caught off guard. A bookworm asking to sell his own library? He thought. What kind of nonsense is this? May I ask the reason? He said cautiously. I need money, Woon replied plainly. I plan to use it. If you're short on pocket money, I can have some arranged for you, young sir. I need 1,000 liang. Han's composure cracked. His eyes widened as he stared at Woon, struggling to keep his voice steady. Young sir, 1,000 liang? Surely you're joking. Woon leaned back, expression unchanging. I'm starting a business. Isn't 1,000 liang a small price for that? There was a pause, then a disbelieving laugh escaped Han. A business? He said with incredulous amusement. You're saying you want to start a business? Woon remained silent, simply meeting his gaze. Without a maternal family to support you, without a martial arts teacher, without influence, just the lowest-ranked young master of the cult, you really think you can begin something like that? He's not just angry at me, Woon thought. He's speaking to himself, voicing his own frustrations. This place, the West Quarters, it's too narrow a cage for a man like him. If he was once appointed general, he must have had the skills. Maybe his retirement wasn't due to failure, but due to circumstance. Should I bring that talent back to life? General Kong, Woon said suddenly. If I had a teacher to guide me and a family willing to back me, would it be possible then? Is there really such a family? Han asked cautiously. There is. Han's eyes narrowed. May I ask which family? You may not, Woon replied, tone firm. I don't trust you enough yet. Han was momentarily speechless. He's never been one to bluff or lie. If someone like him says there's a family, there must be. Any more questions? Woon asked. I have a mountain of them, Han muttered. But you don't seem like you'll answer any of them properly. Very well. I'll respect your decision. Woon stood, the shift in his presence now undeniable. Then, General Kong, prepare a military uniform for me. Use the highest quality silk available, and base the design on the attire of the Black Tortoise Corps. You're referring to Captain Jong Moon's uniform, aren't you? Han asked slowly. Woon nodded once. Then rest assured, Han said, straightening his posture. I will ensure it fits you perfectly. Look at this transformation, Woon mused. All it took was a little ambition, and he's changed already. How soon can it be prepared? Woon asked. Give me a date, Han said, confidence returning to his voice. Tomorrow. Han hesitated only a moment before answering. I'll pull an all-nighter if I must. Woon smiled faintly. That won't be necessary. You're not the one sewing it. Don't overwork the attendants. Just have it ready in 3 days. That simple act of consideration startled Han more than anything else. This isn't just a change in tone. It's a change in bearing. He gives orders as if it were second nature. Has he been hiding this sharpness all along? Someone is behind him. There's no other explanation. Not the cult leader, nor the official heir. But someone. And yet, the 7th young master has no maternal family. Who is it, backing him now? 3 days later, Kang Han stepped briskly into the courtyard of the West Quarters, holding a folded military uniform draped carefully across his arms. The fabric shimmered slightly under the daylight. Clearly, it was of the finest quality. This is the military uniform you requested, he announced as he approached Woon. It was crafted to match the official specifications of the Black Tortoise Corps, down to the smallest detail. Woon took the uniform and examined it with a keen eye. The material was soft yet durable, and the stitching precise. He held it up against his body briefly. He even got the sizing exactly right, Woon thought, quietly impressed. Does that mean talent truly manifests differently depending on who wields it? Without warning, he tossed the uniform back toward Han. Get ready. I'm going to the Black Tortoise Corps right now. Han blinked. You're going yourself? Woon shot him a sidelong glance. Why? Is that strange? Han quickly followed after him, walking half a step behind. To be frank, yes. It feels excessive. And why is that? Woon asked, tone light but probing. Han cleared his throat. Captain Jong-moon is the leader of the 17th Division, but his rank is quite low within the Corps. The real power lies with the leaders of the 10 Wings, the single-digit captains who form the core of the Black Tortoise Corps' strength. Compared to them, Jong-moon isn't as distinguished. I'm not sure it warrants your personal attention. Woon stopped briefly, turning his head just enough for his voice to carry. You're right. It isn't enough to reward him myself. Then, with a calm smile and a sharp glint in his eyes, he added, That's exactly why I'm going. Han's expression tensed. Don't tell me. Are you trying to provoke the fourth Sir's envy? Envy? From fourth brother? Woon replied, tilting his head slightly. What makes you think that? Han sighed. The fourth Sir is a jealous man. He has a tendency to mistrust those around him, especially if someone appears to gain favor. If one of the Black Tortoise Corps captains aligns with you, he'll take notice. And likely, take offense. You saw right through it, Woon said with a faint smirk. Jong-moon won't be of much use to him, so he'll discard him. When he does, all we need to do is pick him up. Han stopped walking for a second, staring at the young boy in disbelief. This is a 12-year-old's plan? This strategy? His voice slipped out. You're a truly frightening person. Did you predict all of this from the start? Woon glanced at him curiously. All the way? Is there something I missed? Then he said, General Kong, I'd like to compare thoughts. Tell me what you've concluded. Han nodded. Before the uniform was finished, I did a little digging. Jong-moon is known to be a sincere man. While his martial prowess isn't on the level of a true master, his background is unique. Go on. His father is a minor martial artist, skilled, but without fame or renown. But his mother was different. She was born into one of the 8 great families of the Great Mountain, the Suk clan of Guizhou. The Suk clan, so his maternal family is the Guizhou Suk clan, Woon thought. Then, his appointment under the 4 protection laws wasn't based solely on his merit. If we win over Jong-moon, Han continued, we gain a potential link to the Guizhou Suk clan. And if we gain their influence, it'll greatly benefit the business you're planning. Woon nodded. But to gain their support, I'll have to prove myself worthy first. In that case, he smiled. Let's go earn our first badge of recognition. A little while later, inside one of the maidservants' quarters, a young woman handed Woon a small, neatly packed box. Without opening it, Woon turned and passed it directly to Han. Carry this with the uniform. What is it? Han asked, eyeing the box curiously. You'll find out soon enough. Let's go. Soon after, the pair arrived at the main gates of the Black Tortoise Corps' superintendents. 2 guards in heavy uniforms stood sentinel at the entrance. Han stepped forward without hesitation, voice loud and firm. The 7th Sir of the West Quarters has come to pay a visit to the Black Tortoise Corps. The guards stiffened. One immediately stepped forward to greet Woon with a bow, while the other turned on his heel and dashed inside to alert his superiors. Inside the complex, in a large chamber filled with scrolls, maps, and martial records, a guard approached the Vice Corps leader and bowed. The 7th young master is here, sir. He's at the main gate with attendants. The Vice Corps leader paused, brows furrowing. The 7th, sir? Yes, sir. He leaned back in his chair, a pensive look overtaking his face. The 7th? He's never shown interest in military matters before. What's going on now? It seems something unexpected is unfolding, he muttered. The subordinate asked. Should we escort him in? The vice leader folded his arms. There's no need to rush. Let's not get involved unless we have to. Send for Captain Guan Take. Have him greet the seventh sir. Not long after, Gwon-taek arrived at the front gate of the Black Tortoise Corps. As he caught sight of the boy standing calmly in front of the entrance, flanked by attendants, his eyes narrowed slightly. So the seventh sir really did come here in person, and brought his attendants too, he thought. Whatever the reason, I just hope it's not something that ends in bloodshed. Putting those concerns aside, Gwon-taek respectfully stepped forward, forming a martial salute with a clenched fist and open palm. I am the first team leader of the Black Tortoise Corps, Gwon-taek. What brings the young sir to our gates today? Woon stepped forward with a measured, courteous tone. I came because I recently received help from a warrior of the Black Tortoise Squad. I'm here to reward him. Gwon-taek blinked, then let out a subtle sigh of relief. So it wasn't a grudge or a complaint. That's good. I can handle this sort of formality a dozen times over. Still, his wariness remained. Though, in the heavenly demon cult, people often say one thing and mean another. Words twist like serpents, even when the tone is peaceful. But, he glanced at the boy. The seventh sir doesn't seem like that kind of person. The thought brought him back to something Vice Leader Yahello had said with a laugh. You'll figure out where to stand soon enough. Thanks to you, I get to sit back and relax. Compared to Yahello, the seventh sir is far more polite, Gwon-taek mused. Even if he only shows his gratitude with words. He turned back to Woon. May I ask, young sir, who is the warrior you wish to reward? The 17th team leader, Jong-moon. Hearing that, Gwon-taek furrowed his brows slightly. If I may, could I ask what kind of assistance team leader Jong provided? A short while later, after listening to Woon's explanation in detail, Gwon-taek gave a small nod. In other words, he distinguished himself in a time of need. That's right, Woon confirmed. Nearby, Han was listening and thought, isn't that a little too generous? The version Woon just gave felt far more flattering than the chaotic incident that had actually occurred. Woon continued, reaching inside his sleeve and retrieving a neatly wrapped bundle. And so, I have come to offer this reward. I ask that you deliver it to Team Leader Jong. Gwon-taek accepted the bundle, wrapped tightly in cloth. If it's silver ingots or something similar, it shouldn't be an issue, he reasoned. Would young sir not prefer to deliver it to him personally? Han flinched slightly. That's right, didn't he insist on rewarding Jong-moon personally? Woon shook his head. It's fine. I'd rather not cause him any trouble. As long as my intention is conveyed, that is enough. I understand, Gwon-taek said, bowing slightly. Then I shall see that it reaches Team Leader Jong. As Woon turned to leave, he spoke with a calm formality. Please see to it, Team Leader Gwon. Please take care, young sir. Once Woon and his attendants departed, Gwon-taek made his way toward the main hall, where Vice Leader Yahello was waiting. Gently, he set the wrapped bundle down on the table and peeled the cloth away, revealing a military uniform and a lacquered wooden box. Yahello narrowed his eyes. Open the box too. Gwon-taek hesitated. Should we really open it? The significance of this visit depends entirely on what's inside that box. Yahello said, expression unreadable. This isn't something we can leave to chance. Is there something hidden in this reward? Gwon-taek wondered as he undid the latch. As the lid opened, both men froze at the sight. Yahello's voice was low and troubled. What, a troublesome gift! Meanwhile, Woon and Han were already halfway back to the west quarters. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the stone path. Han, walking a step behind, furrowed his brows deep in thought. What was in that box? Could it have been something like a hidden blade, or perhaps a secret letter? Woon glanced back. Why the long face? It's not a sad face. Han muttered. There's just something I haven't quite figured out yet. That item you placed in the box, was it silver ingots? Where would I get silver ingots from? Woon replied without pause. Right, we've never once given him silver, Han realized. Then, his eyes widened. What was in the box then? The Converging Clouds Heart Arts Manual. Woon said simply. Han stopped in his tracks. You mean, the Converging Clouds Heart Arts? Why? Is that something I can't give? Han's face went pale. His voice trembled. Young sir, that manual is the most treasured of all the martial arts texts in our collection. It's not something that should be given away so easily. We can still go back to retrieve it, there's still time. But Woon only smiled faintly. Then let's go back, and make another one. What? Han blinked. Make another one? I've memorized the entire thing, Woon said. Every word, every diagram, from beginning to end. If I write it all out again, wouldn't that create another copy? You really memorized the entire manual? Woon gave a small nod. How could I forget something that I had to memorize while being punished, lashed across the calves for every mistake? To prove it, he began reciting from memory. The converging clouds technique is founded on the harmony between conflicting forces. It is divided into 3 stages: passing, combining, and connecting, each representing a step in synchronizing disharmony. Han's heart skipped a beat. The opening verse. It's truly the heart arts. A high-level inner key cultivation technique, leagues beyond the average breathing method. And he recites it, this easily. This child is not someone I can measure by ordinary standards. The scene shifted back to the stronghold of the Black Tortoise Core. Within one of its private chambers, Gwon-taek stood over the open wooden box, staring at its contents in disbelief. Nestled within was none other than the Converging Clouds Heart Arts Manual. What in the world is this doing here? He asked, voice tight with disbelief. Vice Leader Il-hoon, who stood beside him, answered with a composed tone. Isn't it as you said? A reward sent by the 7th Sir to Team Leader Jong-moon. Gwon-taek frowned deeply. This is far too valuable to be called a simple reward. Il-hoon's gaze sharpened. If word of this spreads, the 4th Sir will not take it lightly. A Black Tortoise squad captain receiving such a gift from another of the young Sirs, he'll be choking on suspicion. He'll likely have Jong-moon thrown out before the day ends. Should we return the reward then? Gwon asked. Il-hoon shook his head. We've already accepted it. If we return it now, it won't just reflect poorly on us, it will put the 7th Sir in a politically vulnerable position. Then what are we supposed to do? Gwon asked, voice low with tension. Il-hoon paused in thought, then said, We'll handle it like this. He leaned in and quietly shared his plan. After hearing it, Gwon's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded. What a clever stratagem. Il-hoon gave a dry chuckle. Not clever. Just a temporary patch, something to buy us time. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, at the gate of the west quarters, Han spotted a figure standing in the dim light. Team Leader Jong? What are you doing here so early? Jong-moon, still catching his breath, offered a nervous smile. I've come to request an audience with the young sir. If you tell me your reason, Han replied, I'll relay it to him. That I cannot do, Jong said, his expression troubled. Then you cannot meet him, Han answered curtly. Jong lowered his head slightly, struggling with the formality. Sir Director, please, that's enough, Han interrupted. I serve the young sir. I cannot lead someone to him without even knowing whether he here. Turning away, Han began walking back toward the gate. Then return to your squad, Team Leader Jong. But Jong rushed forward, desperation taking over. I cannot do that. Please, I beg of you. And with that, he dropped to his knees on the cold ground. Han stopped and turned. Team Leader Jong, must you go this far? Bowing deeply, Jong said. It is that important. Han stared at the man kneeling before him and sighed. To think you'd go this far. It can't be helped then. Wait here. Thank you. Han walked inside and entered Woon's quarters. As soon as he stepped in, Woon asked, Jong-moon is here, isn't he? That is correct, Han said. If he's come this early, I can guess why, Woon said calmly. He's trying to return the Converging Clouds Heart Arts. Is that really the reason? What other reason could there be? Han frowned. But that's not a good move, is it? For us it might be, Woon replied with a hint of amusement. But inwardly, he grew more serious. Has Fourth Brother's jealousy already reached this far? Or did pressure come from within the Black Tortoise squad itself? Turning back to Han, he said, I think it's better to meet him than to turn him away. But young sir, Han argued, if we take the manual back now, it won't look good. People will talk. Woon tilted his head. Then we simply don't take it back. But he came here to return it. Woon was silent for a moment. Then he said, Director Han, don't worry about it. Let him in. A little while later, Han escorted Jong-moon into Woon's room. Jong bowed deeply in respect the moment he entered. Since young sir allowed him in, he must have something in mind, Han thought, watching quietly. You've come to the library at dawn, Woon said. Is there something urgent? Without hesitation, Jong reached inside his robes and picked out the manual. Young sir, I have received a gift I cannot accept. I know it is improper to return a gift, but I believe this is not something I can keep. With that, he presented the manual, his posture deferential. Woon gave him a calm look. So you do understand manners? Has someone else seen the manual? Jong blinked, surprised. No, sir. I am the only one who has seen it. You came running over before dawn, clutching a gift no one else has even seen, Woon said coldly. That's far too hasty, Team Leader Jong. You do realize by doing so, it gives the impression that we're close. Too close. And the Black Tortoise squad leans toward my fourth brother. If rumors spread that we share a special bond, do you think he'll sit quietly? Jong's shoulders trembled. I didn't consider it so deeply, I'll ask once more, Woon said, his voice sharp. Are you certain no one else saw the book? Jong's mind drifted to the moment yesterday when Won-taek handed him the box, his voice serious. Jong, accept this as if you never received the Converging Clouds heart arts. That's the only way everyone stays safe. Was he telling me to return it discreetly? Jong wondered. Meanwhile, Woon watched him closely. There's no way no one saw it. Coming here like this, and trying to hand it back so quickly, just like Director Han said, a terrible move. He's clearly been pressured. Which means, someone wants this covered up. I believe, Woon said at last, that it's better if you keep the Converging Clouds heart arts. Jong looked up sharply. I must return it. Woon's voice rose. Jong Moon! The room went still. After a beat, Woon exhaled slowly and regained his composure. Are you playing the role of a self-righteous noble all the way to the end? A noble? Jong echoed. I would never presume. If you're overly modest, you become exactly like them, Woon said. Team Leader Jong, tell me, what is the justice that the true cult pursues? Jong answered immediately. Strength, sir. Exactly, Woon said. Relentless pursuit of strength. That's why the heavenly demon god cult stands in opposition to the Murin Union. They train for justice, we train for power. The Converging Clouds heart arts will elevate your ki far beyond its current state, and yet you turn it away out of misplaced modesty. That's not following the true cult's teachings. That's weakness. Jong dropped his forehead to the ground. Your subordinate was not thoughtful enough. Then return and reflect, Woon said coolly. Think carefully about what the true cult's teachings truly are. Jong lifted his head, his voice reverent. Your subordinate will engrave the young sir's words into his heart. And silently he thought, at such a young age, his understanding runs this deep. Truly, the blood of the heavenly demon is different. The next morning, in the Black Tortoise Corps' training arena, Jong stood overseeing the training of his squad, barking orders as he observed their lackluster performance. Faster! Your swords are too slow! He shouted. From a distance, Woon watched them and remarked. They don't seem particularly eager about this. The great mountain sword arts they're practicing is a fundamental technique of the heavenly demon divine cult. The Black Tortoise Corps focuses on mastering the Black Tortoise 42nd sword, a key aspect of this art. Woon continued. But it almost feels as though they're implying they can't show me sword techniques that aren't part of the great mountain sword arts. Han, standing beside him, answered with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't that obvious? Woon, intrigued, asked. What's your take on it? Han observed. They've mastered the basics, but their martial skills still lack refinement. Though, when compared to the White Tiger Corps or Vermilion Bird Corps, they are far from the strongest. Woon processed this for a moment. So, even the Black Tortoise Corps' elite teams aren't exceptional? The 17th team doesn't stand out right now. Their captain, Jong, should be similar. But I'm looking toward the future with him, so I'm not too concerned. He then added, almost to himself. At this rate, even fourth brother won't stay silent for long, right? Han answered. He won't have much of a choice. Woon's thoughts grew heavy. I came here once more, hoping for a reaction from fourth brother, Myeongjun. If there's still no change after all of this, maybe I've misjudged him. He started moving away, thinking over the situation. Noticing Woon's departure, Han called out. Where are you headed? Woon answered. I have something I need to do. Keep me updated on Jong and relay any news you hear. As you wish, Han responded. Later that evening, Woon sat alone in a room in the West Quarter, reflecting on his training. He thought to himself, this is the basics of the breathing technique. It's different from the 9-sex lotus position. I place my hands on my knees, not on my ki center. He focused on his breath, pulling air deep into his body through his nose and releasing it slowly through his mouth. The start is promising. The foundation of inner key heart arts is the empty heart concept, a state where no satisfaction is allowed. I must focus to the point where time loses its meaning. Hours passed, and the sound of 2 strikes from a wooden bell broke his concentration. It's 2 in the morning, Woon thought. Let's finish for today. He stood up, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. This is deep sweat stage. The speed at which I'm advancing is incomparable to before, Woon realized, but then an unsettling thought crossed his mind. This is troubling, getting so excited over just reaching the deep sweat stage. The people I need to catch up to are already in the ranks of first-rate martial artists. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor. I'm weak. I've reached the deep sweat stage without even having a true key center. Pathetic. I'm still far behind my first brother, Myeongcheon. I have an 18-year head start, but I'm still nowhere near him in terms of martial arts or experience. Even Myeongwon, my third brother, is an expert now. He's already leading the first line. If I want to close this gap, I can't afford to fall here. Despite his frustration, Woon struggled to stand but couldn't manage it. I need to build my stamina first. I'll do it properly from tomorrow. Later, Han overheard someone breathing deeply and mumbled to himself, I think I hear someone sleeping. The next morning, Han hurried to Woon's side, calling out his name as he approached. What is it? Woon asked as he turned to face Han. Han reported. Jong has been relegated. He's been sent to the garrison at the Great Mountain entrance, Chonghungha Peak. Woon pondered the news for a moment. A relegation instead of an expulsion, it's not ideal, but it's the next best option. He then said. So, we won't be able to bring him here right away? Han replied. It seems so, but it looks like he can join us soon. Woon nodded. Then I'll leave the rest to you, Director Han. Han immediately kneeled before him. As you wish, young sir. A month later, Woon reflected on his training as he continued to practice the Taigong key cultivation technique. It's already been a month since I started. I finally have a key center, though it's only the size of a fingertip. But it's progress. I've passed the first hurdle. He smiled inwardly. The high sky heart arts are ideal for expanding the key center, especially the lower one. Now I just need to steadily accumulate ki and convert it into inner strength. As he continued, he thought, the amount of ki I've gathered is not insignificant. Is this the result of reaching the deep sweat stage so quickly? If I keep going at this pace, I should be able to open my middle key center in 3 years. As the scene transitioned into the gentle hush of early morning, the soft light of dawn spilled into Woon's room. The silence was broken by the quiet footsteps of his personal maid, who entered with measured grace. Young master, she called gently. It is time to wake. Woon stirred beneath the covers, eyes barely open as he murmured. What time is it? It's just past 5 in the morning, the maid replied. Woon frowned slightly, his voice groggy but inquisitive. And what pressing matter could possibly bring you here at such an early hour? The maid bowed respectfully. Today is the appointed day, young master, the day you are to meet the cult leader. Woon blinked, slowly sitting up as the weight of her words settled in. So it's today. The day I meet the cult leader, my father. Later, after preparing himself, Woon made his way through the grand corridors of the heavenly demon cult's inner palace. Awaiting him outside the central hall was Suk Bayan, the poised and elegant head maid of the Grand Flower Palace, and also his father's trusted secretary. Woon regarded her silently. She's known for both her martial prowess and her refined beauty. One of father's closest aides. Then he added to himself, yet, no matter how close she is, she's still forbidden from becoming his mistress. Now that I think about it, wasn't she from the Guizhou Suk clan as well? Why do I keep running into people from that clan? Without exchanging pleasantries, Bayan offered a courteous nod. I shall guide you from here, 7th young master, she said, her voice composed. She gestured to a spot nearby and added, It would be best for Director Han to wait here. Han bowed deeply to Woon. Your subordinate shall remain outside, young master. With that, Bayan turned and said simply, Then please this way. Shortly after, Woon entered the waiting room and took his seat. Bayan offered a small smile. Once again, the young master has arrived before everyone else. Woon replied calmly. Isn't it only natural for the youngest to come early? Bayan arched a brow. And why would that be obvious? I believe it's unreasonable to make my father or my elder brothers wait, Woon said, his tone even. Bai Yun's eyes glimmered with approval. A good answer. You've clearly learned much from your reading. She paused, observing him quietly. His gaze is clearer, his voice more composed, even the way he carries himself is softer, more measured. Something about him has changed. Woon smiled faintly. I have been learning a lot from books, but not everything can be found within them. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of his sixth brother, Tak, who entered with his usual boisterous tone. Guidance, please! Bai Yun turned and quickly led him to his seat. Spotting Woon already seated, Tak frowned in surprise. You came from the western quarters, didn't you? How'd you get here before me? I left early, Woon replied evenly. Tak narrowed his eyes. Not because you were up to something sneaky? I had no such thoughts. I was simply in a hurry. Really? As the two brothers exchanged words, Bai Yun watched quietly. I see now, what's changed in him. He's gained composure. He didn't have that before. When did that shift happen? What changed his heart like this? Her musings were cut short by another arrival, Woon's fifth brother, Myung-jong, who entered with a flourish. It seems you two were in a rush this morning. It's a problem if I'm late, brother, Tak responded. Woon studied Jong with calm eyes. The loud voice, the exaggerated mannerisms. I wouldn't have noticed before, but now I see it clearly. He's putting on an act to hide his true thoughts. Jong embraced Tak briefly. How have you been? Good, but brother, give me a moment. Tak stepped aside as Jong turned his attention to Woon. And how are you, Woon? Woon rose respectfully. It's been a while, brother. I've spent most of my time reading. Reading? Jong said, raising an eyebrow. Still wrapped up in Confucius this, Mencius that? I've been reading the holy scriptures of the divine cult as well. Woon's inner voice added, he's trying to rattle me. Not this time. At that moment, Bai Yun stepped forward. The great cult leader is arriving. All eyes turned toward the heavy door. He's finally here, Woon thought. The grand door opened, and a powerful presence entered the room, Myung-jong, the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, and Woon's father. It's been a while, sons, he said, his voice commanding yet composed. How long are you going to keep standing? Sit down. All three brothers answered respectfully and took their seats. Myung-jong's gaze settled on Jong. Your training seems to have progressed. Jong gave a modest bow. It's still far from enough. He's bluffing again, Woon observed. Even Jong is nervous. If you continue with diligence, the day will come when your aspirations will be realized, Myung-jong said. Thank you, father. He turned to Tak. And you, have you chosen your path? I have, Tak replied. I wish to walk the path of the four great protection laws. So you place your focus on martial arts. I will devote myself to it, starting now. Watching Tak's trembling hands, Woon mused, even Tak is this tense. Was meeting father always so burdensome? Then, Myung-jong turned to Woon. I've heard rumors that you've had an enlightenment. Woon blinked. He didn't say change, but enlightenment? He answered humbly. It's nothing worthy of such a term. No need to hide it from your father, Myung-jong said. Enlightenment isn't only about martial arts. A shift in the heart, a renewed will to learn, a new way of living, those are all forms of enlightenment. I've simply been living each day with purpose, Woon replied quietly. Bai Yun's thoughts stirred again. To remain that composed before the cult leader, even his brothers falter. Could the youngest truly be a worthy candidate for succession? Tak leaned toward Jong and whispered. I answered well, right? Jong gave him a side glance. That's just like Tak. But was Woon always like this? Then, Myung-jong addressed them all. Do you have anything you desire? Jong, you go first. I lack nothing, thanks to the support around me. And you, Tak? I would like a double-edged sword. If you prove your progress in martial arts, I shall gift you one. Thank you, father. Finally, his gaze turned to Woon. And you? Last again, Woon thought. If I answer well here, it might go smoothly. He bowed slightly. I don't know what you'll think of this, but I would like silver ingots. Silver ingots? To buy more books? No, then what for? Woon hesitated briefly, then answered with care. Until now, I've focused only on my own studies and neglected those under my care. A few days ago, I went to inspect their lodgings, and the conditions were worse than I expected. So the silver is for them? Myung-jong asked. I believe a man who cannot care for those around him is no better than a pretender in noble robes, Woon said, inwardly hoping his words would land well. Please, let this work. A low chuckle escaped the cult leader. I cannot allow my youngest son to become a pretender. I will provide the silver ingots. A short while after his private meeting with the cult leader, Woon stepped out of the pavilion. Waiting nearby, Han approached him with concern. Young master, may I ask what happened inside? He inquired. Woon raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I heard laughter, loud enough to echo from the pavilion all the way here. Han explained. Woon paused, surprised. Was it really loud enough to be heard from here? He wondered, then answered casually. It was nothing. I just asked father for some silver ingots. Wait, silver ingots? Han blinked in disbelief. Young master, did you ask for silver instead of martial arts instruction? Is that so strange? Woon replied with a faint smile. It's very strange, Han said firmly. You gave up a rare opportunity to learn martial arts. Who knows when a chance like that will come again? Forget about that, Woon said, waving it off. Just make sure the drill hall is prepared when we return. At that, Han's eyes widened. A drill hall? Who's going to use it? And for what? Woon shot him a look. You asked too many questions. Of course, I'll be the one using it, to train my martial arts. Han blinked in disbelief. Have you learned martial arts before? Or are you planning to hire a teacher with the silver you received from the cult leader? Woon sighed. What are you going on about now? I'm not using the money for that. I'm not using the money for that. Then, have you already decided how to use it? Han asked. I have, Woon said as he handed him a scroll. There's something I need you to take care of. Recruit the people listed here. I figured it's about time I had my own guards at the western quarters. Han unrolled the scroll and skimmed through the names. Are these people trustworthy? They are, Woon said with certainty. At least, that's what I believe. As Han read further, he thought to himself, the young master has never stepped foot outside the western quarters. That means these names must have been recommended by someone backing him. It's worth a try. He gave a nod. Understood. Leave it to me. There's one more thing, Woon added. Improve the lodging and meals for the servants staying in the western quarters. And if anyone's struggling with problems at home, make sure they get help. Is that really necessary? Han asked, a bit skeptical. It seems excessive. That's exactly why I asked father for the money, Woon explained. I told him I wanted to treat the people under me better. So I'll only use 200 liang. That should be enough. Meanwhile, back at the pavilion, cult leader Jung remained seated with Yun at his side. What do you think? Jung asked. You're speaking of Woon, aren't you? Yun responded. Jung nodded. Why would he ask for silver ingots when what he truly needs is martial training? Yun replied thoughtfully. Perhaps it's because he's not looking upward, but downward. He's lived too far at the bottom to concern himself with climbing higher. Maybe it's natural for him to look at those beneath him rather than aim above. And honestly, isn't that a wise way to see the world? Jung leaned back, deep in thought. I think quite the opposite. What if, just maybe, he's already recognized that he's standing at the top? That there are people below him, and he's acknowledged them? Then the shift in his behavior, his recent choices, they all make sense. Yun mused. He understands exactly who he is and the position he's in, Jung said quietly. That's a trait a true ruler must possess. But cult leader, could that not be a cruel burden for Woon to bear? She asked gently. Jung's gaze grew distant. It would be, if he were a boy overflowing with ambition. But if he's not, then perhaps a new path will open before him. Yun hesitated, then asked. Are you considering becoming his support, his backing? Jung shook his head. I don't believe I can. But what about him? She asked softly. The scene cut back to Woon, who stood in the center of the drill hall. Suddenly, he sneezed and rubbed his nose, muttering to himself. Is someone talking about me? He looked around the space, a nostalgic expression settling over his face. It's been a long time since I've held a sword. Picking up a wooden practice sword, he exhaled slowly. All right, let's begin. He began to swing the sword around at a steady rhythm. I'll let myself look a little clumsy. If there's a spy hiding nearby, they'll report what they see, a talentless prince with no skill. Let them underestimate me. From a distance, one of the maids observed his movements closely. That's the great mountain sword arts, she thought, eyes narrowing. Who taught him? Perhaps General Han? His stance is flawless, but there's no force behind it. He lacks internal energy. He wouldn't last in a real battle. Maybe this is his way of telling others not to bother with him. But just then, Woon's movements shifted subtly. Without realizing it, he executed a technique that didn't belong to the Great Mountain style. Wait, that wasn't part of that form, the maid thought, her eyes widening. That technique, it's not from the Great Mountain sword arts at all. Woon blinked in alarm. Damn. I went too far. That was close. I almost revealed the Phantom Blade technique. Hopefully, no one noticed. A quiet chuckle caught him off guard. Startled, Woon turned. Who's there? A maid stepped forward, bowing her head low. Forgive me, young master. I've committed a great offense. Woon's expression softened. Lift your head. I won't punish you. What is your name? I am Jaeyoung, she answered respectfully. Do you know martial arts? He asked. I've trained a little, before entering this household, she replied honestly. It's not unusual, Woon thought. Many servants here have some background in martial arts. In that case, from now on, you're responsible for maintaining and cleaning this drill hall. I understand, young master, Jaeyoung said, bowing once more. I shall carry out your orders faithfully. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Vermilion Bird Squad. Within a sturdy, candlelit room, the vice leader of the squad sat across from Han, his expression tinged with suspicion. Is this really the kind of request you want to bring to us? The vice leader asked, voice low and measured. Han nodded. It's not my request. The young master chose it personally. The vice leader raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He trailed off, eyes narrowing as his thoughts wandered. Zhou Kuang. That name rings no bells. If he were a martial artist of any renown, I would have at least heard of him. Could he be hiding his abilities, concealing his internal arts all this time? To test the waters, the vice leader quietly released a wave of his ki. The invisible pressure filled the surrounding like a sudden drop in air, pressing down on Han's shoulders. If there's anything you know, the vice leader said coldly, now would be a good time to speak, General Han. Under the crushing force of the ki, Han fought to maintain composure. Is this the rumored trill arts? He thought, startled. I didn't expect the vice leader to possess such refined internal energy. He's not even the group leader, and yet, he's making it clear, my status as a general from the western quarters means little to him. Still, Han stood firm. The young master simply wants a guard for personal protection. A guard? The vice leader repeated, his suspicion not abating. Yes, Han explained. The living conditions at the western quarters have improved lately. We finally have enough means to hire a proper guard. That may be so, the vice leader said slowly. But my question remains, why Zhou Kuang specifically? Han hesitated, then said plainly. While conditions have improved, we're still not in a position to invite any well-known martial masters. We're doing what we can with what little we have. So, the vice leader said, a bit of condescension creeping into his tone. You're saying you're hiring a nameless martial artist simply because you can't afford better? Han gave a dry smile. I won't deny it. It's a little embarrassing to say aloud, but yes. The vice leader leaned back, arms crossed. I understand your situation, but that still doesn't fully answer my concern. I really don't know more than what I've already said, Han admitted. After a pause, the vice leader turned and started walking toward the interior of the base. Very well. I'll review the young master's request. Han gave a respectful bow. On behalf of the young master, I thank you. As the vice leader disappeared inside, Han let out a slow breath. Trill arts. That pressure. It shaved 10 years off my life. If there are 4 more people like him to deal with, how many years will I have left? Later that night, Han rushed back to the western quarters, visibly flustered. His voice was urgent as he approached Woon. Young master! We need to cut ties immediately with the person who gave you that list. Woon looked at him, puzzled. Why? What's happened? I was the one who made that list, he thought silently. There's not a single decent person on it, Han said, throwing up his hands. Not one. Is it really that bad? Woon asked. It's worse than bad, Han replied with exasperation. Every person on the list is either incompetent, dangerous, or completely unreliable. If you go through with this, the western quarters will become a den of misfits. Woon considered this. They may not be experts now, but as far as I remember, Most of them are at least on par with Hai Shakur's vice captain, Quan Wook. Han continued, clearly frustrated. Zhou Quan of the Vermilion Bird Squad might just be an unknown, which is tolerable. But Peng Hieching from the White Tiger Squad? He's a drunkard. A lazy, belligerent drunkard with minimal martial ability. Woon's eyes widened slightly. Hieching? Was he really like that? And that's not even the worst of it. Han went on. Quan Hume from the Red Wind Squad, he's in the underground prison for mutiny. That innocent boy, imprisoned? Woon thought, startled. And the rest are just as bad, Han exclaimed. One's a notorious thief, and another spent so much time in brothels they practically lived there. Young master, please think this over carefully. Why in the world do you want people like this as your guards? Woon's gaze lowered, thoughtful. 2 of them were promoted to squad leaders, and the other 3 eventually became vice squad leaders. He looked up and said calmly, So what? Even if we hire them and they turn out to be failures, it's not like we'll lose anything. Han stared at him, confused. What do you mean by that? They may be unknowns now, but that doesn't make them bad people. Woon replied. If they cause problems, we can always dismiss them later. They're a bit different from the versions I knew, Woon admitted silently, but people change, and they have potential. Han rubbed the back of his head. Well, you make a fair point. With this kind of track record, even if we kick them out later, no one will blame the Western Quarters. It won't hurt our reputation. He brightened suddenly and said, Then how about we test them first? Put them through trials before making anything official. Woon smiled. That's a good idea. Let's do it. The morning sun poured through the slanted windows of the Western Quarters drill hall, casting long shadows over the polished wooden floor. The atmosphere was already tense. 2 of the contestants, brought in for Woon's personal guard selection, had abandoned civility and were now locked in a fierce sparring match. Nearby, a man with a calm demeanor in greenish robes, Zhou Quan, stepped forward, attempting to intervene and separate the fighters. His hand reached out, voice steady. That's enough, both of you. From his seat on the raised platform, Woon observed the escalating brawl with mild surprise. Did they start fighting on their own? He asked. They've got issues, Han replied with a sigh, folding his arms. Plenty of them. Woon didn't seem perturbed. Instead, he leaned back slightly and gestured casually. Since they've already started, we might as well watch. Let's see what kind of skills they're hiding. The clash continued. One of the fighters, a thick-set man with a muscular build and bare arms, charged forward, throwing a heavy punch toward his opponent, a tall, pale-skinned man with golden hair who moved with fluid grace. That one, Han said, gesturing to the golden-haired man, is Zhang Yang's. He's nimble, deceptively fast, and has good technique. Woon nodded slowly as he watched Yang's twist his body and evade the blow with an elegant footwork maneuver, almost dancing across the floor. So he's the improviser I heard about, Woon thought, studying the smooth synergy between Yang's hands and feet. The rumors weren't wrong. What about his opponent? Woon asked, pointing to the muscular fighter who now launched another aggressive flurry of punches. Quan Hume, Han answered. Former member of the Red Wind Squad. He prefers overwhelming his opponents with brute strength. Woon's gaze lingered on the fight a moment longer. They're both skilled, he noted. But letting this drag on would be a waste of time. He turned slightly. It doesn't look like this will end anytime soon. Break them up. At your command, Han said with a nod. Just as Han prepared to move, Quan Hume growled. You rat bastard! And charged again, eyes burning. Yang smoothly sidestepped him, reappearing behind the larger man in a blink. If I'm a rat, then you're a pig bastard, he said with a smirk. My turn. With a sudden leap, Yang soared into the air and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. His fists peppered Quan Hume's shoulders and chest with blinding speed. Quan Hume grunted, momentarily stunned. He's fast, but these punches, light as feathers. With a growl, he roared, I'll end you now! And swung his meaty fist toward Yang's chest. Yang didn't flinch. That's what I'd like to say, he countered, stepping in for another exchange. But before either could land another blow, a powerful force surged between them. Han stepped forward and raised his hand, and in an instant both fighters were flung backward by the force of his ki. Enough, Han said sharply, standing at the center of the ring like a wall of calm authority. Zhang Yang groaned as he slid to a halt and blinked toward the man who had interrupted the fight. Who was that? He muttered under his breath. He's no ordinary man, he's a master. I am General Kang Han of the Western Quarters, Han announced. Now everyone, pay your respects to the young master. At that, the 5 gathered contestants turned toward the platform. Woon rose from his seat and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. The group consisted of Zhou Kuang in greenish attire, Ha Human in a black and white outfit, Peng Hianchun with a plump figure in brown robes, and the 2 earlier combatants, Zhang Yangs and Quan Hume. Woon's voice rang out calmly. You've all been summoned here today as candidates to become warrior guards of the Western Quarters. The moment he spoke those words, the air seemed to shift. Some of the men exchanged glances, their interest clearly waning. Yangs looked away, clearly unimpressed. Warrior guards of the West Quarters. Who would even recognize us for such a title? Human stifled a yawn and thought lazily, let's get this over with. I need a drink. Han noticed a shift in their attitudes. They're clearly looking down on us, he thought, jaw tightening slightly. But Woon noticed too, and unlike Han, he smiled. So they're underestimating the West Quarters, he thought. Good. Then, with a tone that was far too casual to match the gravity of his next words, Woon added, I suggest you take this seriously. Those who aren't selected today will be sent immediately to Mount Baowei. The effect was instantaneous. All 5 contestants froze, the color draining from their faces. Mount Baowei. They thought in unison. Isn't that the place where corpses come down more often than survivors? The frontmost line of the heavenly demon divine cult? He's sending us there just for failing a simple guard exam? Woon, suppressing a smirk, turned away and walked toward the rack of practice weapons. Now then, he said, his voice carrying, loosen up your bodies. Let's begin. At the Guizhou Suk clan, the clan patriarch, Myung Jung Suk, inquired about the great cult leader. In response, the 7th Sir, Bai Yun, advised, Sir Patriarch, I believe it would be unwise to place too much importance on the cult leader's words. It seems the great cult leader is merely curious about the changes shown by the 7th young lord. There's no reason to risk the fate of the entire clan over a passing interest. Internally, she thought, Woon does not belong in the successor competition, a battlefield drenched in blood and schemes. Myung Jung calmly stated, Our former great cult leader once told me, no ship can sail without the wind. Bai Yun respectfully replied, There is only the slightest chance of the 7th young lord winning the successor competition. Myung Jung answered, I am not expecting the 7th young lord to accomplish great feats. I simply intend to use him as weight, to tip the balance. Bai Yun hesitated and then said, Sir Patriarch, regarding the 7th young lord, I fear this may be too cruel a path. Myung Jung asked, What do you mean by too cruel? Bai Yun explained, Isn't being forgotten as the powerless youngest even crueler? The scene shifted to the training ground, where all the participants appeared exhausted. Human thought, how long are we supposed to keep this up? Is he testing our limits? John Yans grumbled internally, damn it. Who would have thought this would turn into day and night, non-stop, rotating sparring matches? Quan Hume thought with frustration, if we slack off, we'll just end up getting dragged to Mount Baowei, won't we? Noticing their fatigue, Kang Han announced, That's enough for today's exam. Everyone, return to your quarters and rest. Woon asked, So, what do you think, Director Kang? Aren't they quite promising, now that you've seen them? Kang Han responded, They're more than just promising. He thought to himself, this boy isn't just good-looking. Who are these people behind him to discover such talents? Then he said to Woon, If they are properly trained by an exceptional expert, they could easily surpass the average team captain. Woon smiled. Then I must find someone to teach them. At that, Kang Han wondered, is the force behind this young man finally going to make a move? Woon added, Though there's one condition from their side. Kang Han asked, What kind of condition? Woon explained, They want the bodyguards to be trained in an underground training hall, and they require that no one sees each other's faces during the sessions. Kang Han frowned. Can someone even teach properly without seeing their students' faces? Woon thought, isn't that the only way? If I'm going to be the one teaching them. The next morning, at the training field, Zhou Kuang said, Doesn't look like he's here yet. Quan Hume added, Seems that way. Zhang Yangs asked, I wonder what kind of test we'll be facing today. Quan Hume glanced at him. Hey, you good? Zhang Yang shrugged. There's no reason for me to end up in Mount Baowei. No need to be worried. Peng Hianchun approached and asked, You're Zhou Kuang, right? Yes, Zhou Kuang answered. Peng Hianchung smirked. You'll probably survive. Surprised, Zhou Kuang asked. I will? Peng Hianchung explained. Young sir seems to have a particular interest in you. At the very least, you won't be dragged off to Mount Baowei. Humun overheard and laughed. You're not actually believing that nicely packaged lie, are you? At that moment, Kang Han called out. Attention! Is everyone ready? They all replied in unison. We're ready! Kang Han smiled. Good to hear those loud voices. Now gather around. Yes, sir, they responded. Quan Hiam thought, I don't really care for this bodyguard business, but there's no way I'm getting dragged into Mount Baowei. Zhang Yang's thought, working for the kid is 100 times better than going to Mount Baowei. Seeing the group, Kang Han exchanged a quick glance with Woon, who gave a slight smile. Kang Han then made the announcement. Young sir has decided to grant you all mercy. All 5 of you have passed. Show your gratitude. Surprised, they all bowed and said, Thank you, young sir. Woon added, But there are some conditions. Peng Hianchun quickly asked. Yes, young sir? Woon said. From today, no more drinking. Peng Hianchun looked confused. What do you mean no drinking? Woon explained. The reason you've fallen behind in your training is because of alcohol. Peng Hianchun defended himself. Young sir, I admit I've skipped some training, but it's not because of alcohol. Please trust me. Woon smiled. Very well. I'll give you a chance to prove it. In 10 days, if you can beat Zhou Kuang in a spar, I'll believe you. Zhou Kuang's face stiffened with shock. Peng Hianchun grinned. Understood. In 10 days, I'll defeat Zhou Kuang and drink to my heart's content. Woon then turned to Quan Hiam. I've heard you enjoy fighting. Quan Hiam replied. It's not that I enjoy it. There are just too many people who pick fights with me. Woon said. And why do you think that is? It's because you're the one who always starts the fights. From now on, I forbid you from fighting without cause. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself in 5 days. Quan Hiam asked. Will I be sparring with Zhou Kuang? Woon confirmed. That's right. He then turned to Human. I've heard you have sticky fingers. If you cause any trouble here, I will cut off your hands and feet. Startled, Human quickly pleaded. Young sir! I'll fix my habits. Please, no such harsh punishment. Woon nodded. Good. Then you'll have your chance too. In half a month, if you can beat Zhou Kuang in a spar, I'll consider the matter settled. Watching all of this, Zhang Yang's thought, even so, cutting off limbs is way too extreme. He knew his turn was next. Before Woon could say anything, Zhang Yang spoke up. If I lose, I'll keep away from women. No, if I lose, I won't even hold a woman's hand. Woon smirked. Very well. You'll spar in 1 month. Until then, no women. Zhang Yang agreed. As you wish. All 4 of them thought, there's no way we'll lose to that bookworm. Woon concluded. That's all. You may return. Zhou Kuang thought, what is the 7th young lord planning by putting all this on me? Just then, Woon called out. As for you, follow me. Later, in the underground training hall at the western quarters, Woon explained. An expert I've invited will be teaching you martial arts here. Zhou Kuang asked. I will be learning martial arts here? Yes. Woon confirmed. If you train under him, you'll be able to handle those 4 without difficulty. Just then, sensing someone's presence nearby, Woon added. We'll need to clean up this training room first. Zhou Kuang asked eagerly. When can I start learning? I would like to begin before my match with Quan Hiam. Woon asked. Are you saying you can't win against him now? Zhou Kuang answered honestly. I'm ashamed, but yes, that's correct. Woon laughed. You're too honest. A man should have some bluff. Zhou Kuang thought, is he an old man trapped in a young body or what? Woon continued. Remember, if your spirit is defeated, you won't be able to show your skills, no matter how talented you are. You need to loosen up. Training will begin in 2 days. Determined, Zhou Kuang thought, I will break out of this ordinary shell. This time, I will definitely become strong. Woon finished. You can go back up now. I have some things to handle here. Zhou Kuang respectfully replied. As you wish. And turned to leave. As he leaves, Woon said. You can come out now. She said. I am sorry. Woon said. It's fine, never mind that. Did you say you're learning martial arts? And he thought, knowing someone's origin is an important thing here. He said. I would like to see the martial arts you've learned. And he thought, would this child be a tiger's cub? She said. Young sir, with these clothes. Woon replied. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to see what level you are. She said. Understood. Woon thought, become a loyal disciple. I'm excited. A little later, as she started showing her martial art, seeing that, Woon thought, isn't that black wolf leopard fists? How does she know that fist technique? There aren't a lot of places that use black wolf leopard fists in the heavenly demon divine cult. This is troublesome. She's not from the Great Mountain No, is she? The Great Mountain No clan is connected to fourth brother. Woon said. Stop. She said. I am sorry to show lacking form to your sir. Woon said. You've learned the black wolf leopard fists. Who did you learn it from? She replied. I have learned it from my uncle. Woon asked about her uncle. She said. Yes, his name is Jiang Chio. He works as the 12th team captain of the White Tiger Corps. Woon said. I can trust him if he's the White Tiger Corps. How about sword techniques? She said. I can deploy the Great Mountain Sword technique. Woon said. How long has it been since you've come to the Western Quarters? She said. It's been 3 years. Woon thought, if it's 3 years, she's been here for a while. Why don't I remember her face? He picked out something from his pocket and said, Eat this first. Seeing that, she became shocked. 5 days later, at the training field, Human asked Peng Hianchung. Who's going to win? Peng Hianchung said. I'm sorry for Zhou Kuang, but Quan Hume will probably win. Human pointed out that Zhou Kuang wasn't showing his face lately. Peng Hianchung replied. Could he be learning some weird moves from somewhere? At that moment, Zhou Kuang, Woon, and Kang Han arrived at the training ground. Woon said. You were already here. Quan Hume replied. Your subordinate has finished all preparations and has been waiting for young sir. Woon asked. Is Zhou Kuang ready as well? Zhou Kuang replied. Yes, sir. Seeing him, Jiang Yans became a little tense and thought, what's this? I don't see emotions on his face. His looks changed too. Quan Hume's not going to lose, is he? Woon said. Let's begin immediately. Kang Han announced. Draw your swords. The two of you here will face off with real swords. If the match is not concluded within an hour, I will decide the result. Begin. Quan Hume thought, an hour? I will end you within 10 forms. Seeing dodges, he thought, it seems his foundations are quite good at least. He said. If that's the case, here I go. This will be the end. He recalled the memory of 3 days ago, Western Quarters basement training room. Zhou Kuang thought, when I was young I heard compliments that I had excellent martial talents many times. But however much I flail around, I'm just a single martial artist in here. This training is the chance given to me by the heavens. I will grow into a first-rate martial artist. He said. Young sir, Zhou Kuang is here. She said. Please come in. You've arrived. Zhou Kuang thought, this young woman, is she going to teach me? He said. Do you happen to be my teacher? She said. I am not. Please come this way. Woon said from behind a cloth separation. You've come. He bowed down respectfully and said. I, Zhou Kuang, greet my teacher. And he thought, this voice, it's difficult to guess even the gender alone. Woon said. I have heard that you use a sword. Zhou Kuang said. At the Vermilion Bird Corps, I have learned the Great Mountain Sword Technique and Chilean Sword Technique. Woon said. Chilean Sword Technique. As your opponent is from the Red Wind Corps, he will use the Autumn Wind Sword Technique. Zhou Kuang said. Yes. Woon said. The forms of the Autumn Wind Sword Technique are 32 in total, and among them, the third form is called Autumn Spirit Setting Moon. Jiang-un, please demonstrate. Zhou Kuang, seeing her, thought she was a girl that practiced martial arts. Jiang-un then showed him a clean sword movement. Woon said. Most certainly, your opponent will use this fourth form within 3 forms. Can you draw your sword and repeat this form now? Zhou Kuang said. I will try. Zhou Kuang started doing that sword move. Woon asked Jiang-un. How is Zhou Kuang's form? She replied. His steps are improper. Zhou Kuang said. No way, please give me a moment. Woon thought, as expected, not a genius. His talents are average. Zhou Kuang observed himself for a moment, and then said. I now understand what was wrong there. Woon said. Good. Then try deploying that form towards Jiang-un. Zhou Kuang asked. But I am holding a real sword right now. She could get hurt if anything goes wrong. Woon said. I know that. Please go ahead. Zhou Kuang said. Here I go. At present, Quan Hume said. Here I go. This will be the end. And used the same sword movement to attack Zhou Kuang. Then Zhou Kuang used the sword technique that was taught by Woon and that he practiced with the girl for the last 3 days, and placed his sword at Quan Hume's neck. Seeing that, Kang Han announced, "The winner of the spar is Zhou Kuang." Pullman became surprised and asked, "It's already over? Who was next again?" Peng Hianqing said, "It's me. I'll have to prepare well then." Seeing the spar, Zhang Yang's thought, "That move, I'm sure, won by you. He has perfectly deconstructed Quan Hume's autumn spirit setting moon. If this was a real fight, Quan Hume would have lost his life. In 1 month, I have to surpass that guy." Woon announced, "I forbid Quan Hume from needless fights for 3 years from now. If you can fight and win against Zhou Kuang after 3 years, I will release your restriction." Both said, "As you wish," Woon said. "This is it for today's spar. You're released," Kang Han said. "Woon, I didn't think you would take him down within 3 forms. It seems like someone who's far better than I expected is teaching him," Woon said. "Right. And thought, that's me, you know me," Kang Han said. "Is it actually the Guzhou Suk clan?" Woon said. "That would be great, but not at the moment." "Never mind that. What about the news from the Qing Xia Hill?" Kang Han asked about Zhang Moon. "According to the person who works with him, he is practicing martial arts day in and day out. Maybe because of that, when I went out looking for him a few days ago, I couldn't even see him." Hearing that, Woon thought, did he fall into the Converging Cloud's hard arts, or is he focusing to forget the fact he was relegated? Well, doesn't matter either way, so long as he can get stronger. That evening, Woon asked Zhou Kuang, "Why do you look saddened even though you have won?" Zhou Kuang replied, "Could I ask a question?" Woon said, "I will allow it." Zhou Kuang said, "How did you know the fact that Quan Hume would use the autumn spirit setting moon within 3 forms?" Woon asked. "Why did you become curious now all of a sudden?" Zhou Kuang said, "I wasn't fully sure at the beginning, but after experiencing it, I got curious." Woon replied, "I have seen you face each other the other day. As Quan Hume's personality is violent and impatient, I thought that he would try to decide the match immediately." Zhou Kuang thought, so 7th Sir having us spar each other on the first day was for teacher to figure out our strengths and weaknesses. Does that mean calling us 5 was all according to plan? Certainly, an expert's thoughts are broader than ours. But that reason is within what I can guess myself. And so, I too would have been able to find a countermeasure. Certainly, I wouldn't have been confident of victory like I am this time though. Seeing him, Woon stated, "You don't seem comfortable even after hearing the answer," Zhou Kuang said. "I truly am sorry." Woon asked, "Do you think that you've won through my abilities?" Zhou Kuang said, "That is correct. I don't believe that I am that much stronger than him to finish the match within 3 forms." Woon smiled and asked, "Do you know the difference between those who learned martial arts and those who didn't?" Zhou Kuang asked. "Do you mean the difference in strength?" Woon replied, "It's the difference in knowledge. Those who learn martial arts learn about how to win against their opponent. You've learned how to win from me. Do you still not get it?" Zhou Kuang said. "My heart isn't moving. I am unable to accept it." Woon said, "Then there will be no other training today. Well, meditate by yourself until you gain the answer to that here." As Woon and Jiang-un stood out looking at the sky, Woon said, "The wind is cold," she said. "It's winter soon." Woon asked, "What do you think?" she said. "I thought that it was a teaching that if you already know what forms the opponents would use, you can easily respond and win against them." Woon replied, "Still far away. Think about it more," she said. "Understood." She thought, however, what I am truly curious about is you, young sir, and she recalled a memory when Woon picked out something from his pocket and said, "Eat this first," she said. "Young sir, this is restriction. My apologies, please forgive me. I do not know what I did wrong, but I cannot eat this." Hearing that, Woon let out a sigh and said, "Seems like there's a misunderstanding. What I've given you is one of the pills known as the 7-star pills. If you take one of the 7-star pills every year, you can earn 30 years of inner ki. I will give you 1 pill every year so that you don't think otherwise. However, if you miss even 1 from the 7, you will lose all of your inner strength, and all of your hair will fall out, rendering you unable to live as a woman." She thought, even if it isn't a lethal poison, the principle is the same. It's still a restriction in the end. Is it an unavoidable fate as long as I've become a divine cult member? Her thought continued, "I will follow young sir, but I want to know just one thing, why me? However much he was born of a noble clan, when he's only a 12-year-old boy, His mind is already as broad and deep as this night sky. Young sir, what kind of a person are you truly? The next day, Woon said, I would like to hear the answer to my question. Since you're still in the middle of wall meditation, just answer without turning around. Zhou Kuang said, Know your enemy, know yourself. No losses shall follow in 100 battles. There will be no perilousness if I know myself and my opponent. By knowing my opponent, by knowing their personality, preferences, and everything beyond all that, one can truly say that they know. And knowing the opponent is the foundation of a victory. The process of acting upon the knowledge itself is already the beginning of a fight, meaning you must already be fighting before your fight. That is what I was thinking of as the teaching you have given me. Woon said, As I thought. Good. Then try winning your next spar on your own. 4 days later, Kang Han informed. The meeting this time has been cancelled. Woon said, Really? Looks like father is very busy. Kang Han said, It seems that the movement from Kunlun looked unusual. Woon thought in the future the Kunlun sect will fight the divine cult 3 times and lose twice. Among those, the time Kunlun sect won the fight was only in the year I turned 20. He said, If the opponents are Kunlun, it's not something to be that worried about. Kang Han thought, this relaxedness, even if he's young, the blood of a noble clan is different, I suppose. Woon thought, from what I've heard, it seems that in the last 5 days the 4, excluding Zhou Kuang, have come up with a plan after putting their heads together. Of course they should. Kang Han asked. Are they ready? They replied. Yes, sir. Woon thought, if they do not do at least that, what shall I punish that foolishness with? The problem is whether Zhou Kuang can go beyond their schemes. Quan Hume wasn't difficult, as he is simple-minded, but the other 3 are not the case. I can guess how Peng Hianchun would act, but the issue still ends with Zhou Kuang. This time, there were no other orders aside from the wall meditation. Truly, was he able to acquire some sort of enlightenment? Kang Han announced. Then begin the spar. Peng Hianchun immediately swung his sword attacks at Zhou Kuang, who was pushed back while blocking the chain attacks. Seeing this, Kang Han became surprised. Woon asked, What's wrong? Kang Han said, Peng Hianchun is deploying the Red Wind Sword technique of the Red Wind Squadron. Wasn't Peng Hianchun from the White Tiger Squadron though? Woon said, That is correct. Peng Hianchun, gritting his teeth in frustration, thought, he isn't counterattacking. Damn it, is he planning on just defending? Don't tell me he didn't plan to attack from the beginning? Meanwhile, Woon, seeing the fight, thought, the winner is already settled. I'm truly foolish. Can't be this full of doubts. Who could you ever trust if you can't trust a martial artist who has obtained enlightenment? 5 days ago, as the 4 of them gathered at the training ground to discuss and make a plan to defeat Zhou Kuang, Peng Hianchun said, Zhou Kuang deceived us. He is at least 2 levels ahead of us. Quan Hume shouted. Underhanded bastard. Human stated. A loss is a loss. Quan Hume said, Instead of doing all this, how about putting our heads together? Peng Hianchun added. Right, even an empty paper is better stacked together. Zhang Yang said. Quan Hume is not an empty paper, just an idiot. Quan Hume said. What? Oh, it's gonna be your day today. Zhang Yang asked. Do you really want to go to Mount Baowei? Peng Hianchun said. If it's a strong opponent, there is no other option but to go all out as early as possible. Human stated. I disagree. If we hurry like Quan Hume, you will end up revealing an opening. Zhang Yang said. I've got an idea for that, but... Peng Hianchun asked. What is it? Zhang Yang said. Why should I tell you? What am I supposed to do in a month then? Quan Hume, angered by that, said. I'm really gonna get this pretty boy. Peng Hianchun said. We will help you. Then I shall make a vow. If I win with your help, I will pay back this debt one day. In the present, Woon thought, it looks like the 4 accepted their difference in skill with Zhou Kuang and have prepared a strategy to switch their martial arts around so he makes wrong predictions. As the spar continued, Human, observing the fight, muttered, He's got one more move left. Quan Hume added, I think he came already knowing all of our strategies. Woon watched calmly, thinking, they've likely only exchanged 4 or 5 techniques among themselves, but even so, it's commendable that they're willing to share martial arts with each other. However, Zhou Kuang has already predicted this much. Right now, he's devoting nearly 90% of his strength to defense. Kang Han asked with concern. But won't he eventually lose if all he does is defend? Woon shook his head slightly. That won't happen. Up to this point, Zhou Kuang has completely dominated the spar. If two fighters are evenly matched in skill, there's no way to defeat someone who can defend against 90% of your attacks. Peng Hianchun, growing desperate, swung his sword with everything he had, but Zhou Kuang quickly stepped back, causing Peng Hianchun to stumble and expose an opening. In that moment, Zhou Kuang launched a decisive counterattack that landed cleanly. Zhang Yang, startled by the move, exclaimed, "That's the Red Wind Squadron's Autumn Soul of Setting Moon technique!" Woon, unfazed, calmly declared, "Zhou Kuang wins. As promised, Peng Hianchun is now forbidden from drinking. At this rate, I think the outcome of the spar with Human is already obvious." Kang Han commented, "Human uses a spear. No matter what, the spear has the advantage of reach." But inwardly, he wasn't entirely convinced. Will that really make a difference? 5 days later, Zhou Kuang faced Human and emerged victorious once again. Woon announced, "Zhou Kuang has won." Kang Han admitted, "It seems I've underestimated Zhou Kuang." Zhang Yang, watching carefully, thought, normally, in a fight between a spear and a sword, distance is everything. I believed Human could win if Zhou Kuang failed to close the gap. But it seems he knew that all along and purposely never shortened the distance. Just how far ahead is this guy thinking? Kang Han remarked. The spear has the advantage in reach, but it's also heavier. We can see this spar as Zhou Kuang skillfully dragging the fight into a battle of endurance. But Woon saw deeper. That's not the only reason. Human lost because he believed from the start that if Zhou Kuang got close, he would lose. That fear drove him to keep Zhou Kuang at bay, swinging his spear continuously to maintain distance. Zhou Kuang saw through that fear, exploited it, and deliberately managed the distance to exhaust him. The real reason for Human's defeat was that he had already lost the psychological battle before the fight even began. That night, while cultivating alone in his room, Woon reflected on his progress. It had already been 50 days since he'd entered the deep sweat stage. His inner core had now grown larger than the width of a finger. The high sky heart arts revolves around moving the inner core with the lower chi center as its base. It allows for rapid progress in the early stages. However, every gain comes with a loss. Those who focus their training on the lower chi core often struggle to open the middle chi core later on. That's why the 9 great schools dismiss this path, calling it a road too difficult to achieve true greatness. But in the end, what truly matters is reaching the stage of enlightenment, the opening of the upper chi center. In his previous life, Woon had already reached that stage. It's a path I've already walked once. This time, I will surpass even that step. The following morning, Woon asked, "What brings Director Kang here so early?" Kang Han reported, "It seems there will be a major battle at Kunlun soon. They said Second Sir is leading the conquest army." Woon was momentarily surprised. "Mangacap is going? He's already stepping onto the front lines," he asked. "Is the Soul Sword Squadron going as well?" Kang Han confirmed. "Yes. They say Second Sir's Soul Sword Squadron will be at the vanguard, with the White Tiger Squadron supporting them from the rear. I thought that perhaps, on the day of Second Sir's deployment, you might want to go to the castle gates to see him off." Woon considered it silently. "Me? Cheering for Mangacap? You mean I should go cheer for the man who killed me? Of course, Mangacap will win. Standing on the winner's side isn't a bad move, but still," he said. "Director Kang, I won't be following your suggestion this time." Kang Han asked. "May I know why?" Woon replied. "Second brother is deeply suspicious. It would be fine if he were merely cautious, but if he begins to notice me, things will become complicated. Right now, we need to focus on building our strength and waiting for the right opportunity." Kang Han nodded. "Understood, young sir." Woon added. "There's something else I'd like you to do." Kang Han asked. "What is it?" Woon instructed. "Go to the White Tiger Squadron and buy the NAK-san mansion from them." Later, in the underground training room of the West Quarters, Zhou Kuang was diligently practicing his sword techniques. Jiang-un observed him quietly for a while before heading to Woon's room. Woon asked, "How is he progressing?" She replied, "He's focusing solely on his training again today." Woon said, "Good. Soon, there won't be many more days of me personally teaching Zhou Kuang." She added, "But the other 4 still need more instruction." Woon agreed. "Yes, they'll require more time." She remembered a recent conversation with Zhou Kuang, when he had sincerely thanked her. She had told him, "It seems like you've completely changed from who you used to be." Zhou Kuang had simply replied, Is that so? Perhaps it's because I've had a small realization. Realization? She thought. What could that be? Zhou Kuang had continued. Even though I haven't interacted with him much, teacher's words gave me that realization. Teacher? There aren't many masters who can spark a realization with just a few words, she thought. Determined, she said to Woon. Young sir, please grant me teaching as well. Woon asked. Teaching? She nodded. Yes. Even something small. I was born the daughter of a simple farming family, but I was fortunate to catch the attention of my uncle, a martial artist, and was able to learn the basics from a young age. But when I wanted to go further, I hit a wall. There was no one left to guide me. If you would grant me even the smallest lesson, I am willing to devote myself to mastering even a single phrase. Woon asked. Why are you asking me this so suddenly? She lowered her gaze. Forgive me, but I simply wish to become strong, just like Zhou Kuang. Woon warned. It won't be easy. Are you truly prepared? Without hesitation, she said. Of course, sir. Woon instructed. Then kneel on one knee and raise your head. In the divine cult, when requesting to become a disciple, one kneels on one leg. If the teacher places their hand on the student's head, they are accepted. If not, they are rejected. This is the disciple acceptance rite of the divine cult. She asked. Young sir, isn't this the formal disciple ceremony? I've only. Woon interrupted. So I ask you now, Yahello, may I accept you as my first disciple? She blinked in surprise. How could that be? Isn't Zhou Kuang your first disciple? Woon answered. He hasn't completed the rite yet. But never mind that. I'm waiting for your answer. Without hesitation, she said. I shall serve you as my master until the day I die. Woon smiled. I'll be counting on you. A few days later, Woon asked. So, did he really refuse to sell in the end? Kang Han reported. I made a fair offer, but White Tiger Corps Commander Zhou Jiagian said, Are you seriously asking us to hand over Anicap Mansion? Kang Han pressed his offer, saying, Commander, we're not asking you to simply hand it over. How about 1,000 niang of silver? He reasoned, for such a small mansion, that's more than a fair price. He continued, 7th Sir desires it greatly. Please consider the wishes of the young lord who carries the blood of the esteemed Mayon clan. Commander Jiagian slammed his hand down in frustration. If he wants it so badly, why didn't that youngster come in person? I cannot approve this. Director Kang, you may leave. Woon, upon hearing that Commander Jiagian had personally refused the offer, made his decision. Director Kang, summon the bodyguards. Immediately. Kang blinked in confusion. What? Why would you need them for this? Woon gave a faint smile. Isn't it obvious what a warrior must do? Shortly after, Woon gathered his group. I'm about to give you your first mission. All 5 responded in unison. Yes, sir. We're heading to the White Tiger Squadron right now. Prepare yourselves quickly. Peng Hianchung's eyes widened. The White Tiger Squadron? Zhang Yang's frowned. Something feels strange about this. Woon simply said. If we can't buy it, we'll have to provoke them. Peng Hianchung asked nervously. You're not planning to cause trouble, right? Woon chuckled. Of course not. Don't be silly. Some time later, a servant ran into Commander Jiajin's residence, shouting. 7th Sir has come in person this time. Jiagian clicked his tongue. Seems like he really wants this Anicap mansion. Should I just turn him away? Seated across from him was Ming Wan, the 3rd son of the heavenly demon divine cult's leader. Ming calmly advised. Since Woon has come to see you, it's only right to receive him. Jiagian hesitated. Is that truly acceptable? Ming nodded. It is. I'll listen from behind the scenes. Internally, he thought, I'm curious to see what Woon has planned. Jiagian eventually agreed. If that's 3rd young sir's wish, bring 7th Sir inside. While waiting, Ming's subordinate quietly reported. 7th Sir's recent actions have been unusual. Ming asked. Do you mean the fact that he's gathered those 5 troublemakers from each squadron? The subordinate added. It's not just that. There's a rumor he's also made contact with the Black Tortoise Squadron connected to his maternal Guzhou Shi family. Ming raised an eyebrow. Black Tortoise Squadron? You're underestimating June. Ming thought to himself, my 4th brother is consumed by jealousy. He's never been one to share power. I'm not much different, but right now, it's all I can do to keep up with the 2 ahead of me. Just then, the gate servant announced. Seventh Sir is entering. As Woon stepped in, he politely greeted Commander Jagyeon. Jagyeon asked directly, "What brings you all the way here, young lord?" Woon answered. Director Kong returned empty-handed from his negotiations. Jaejin's expression tightened. "Ah, so you're here about the NAK-san mansion. Please, have a seat. You may not realize this, but the NAK-san mansion is a key base for the White Tiger Squadron. Losing that mansion would be like the squadron losing an entire arm." Woon listened calmly but thought, NAK-san mansion is as important as losing an arm? He's talking as if I know nothing about the world. He's underestimating me. Feigning curiosity, Woon asked, "Really? NAK-san mansion is that important?" Jagyeon nodded. "Yes. The White Tiger Squadron forges all our weapons using iron or mine from NAK-san mansion. Without it..." Before he could finish, Woon interrupted smoothly. "Then I'll offer to supply the White Tiger Squadron with all the iron ore from NAK-san mansion for free. The White Tiger Squadron fights to protect our divine cult. It's only right that we provide support." Kong Han was shocked. "Young sir!" he blurted out, but Woon quickly whispered, "Kong, I'm talking." "Hold your tongue," Kong whispered back anxiously. "For free? Not even at half price?" Seeing their exchange, Jagyeon smirked inwardly. He's burning up inside while this boy is rambling on as if he knows nothing. Still, it's not a bad offer. But even though he's just a child, he's still the cult leader's son. Having him hanging around would only bring unnecessary headaches. Jagyeon replied, "Thank you for your generosity, but the White Tiger Squadron has over 500 members and commands 32 citadels. What would people say if we started relying on support from the Western quarters? Please, I must ask you to let this one go." Woon firmly shook his head. "No, I can't do that." Jagyeon raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you propose?" Woon answered confidently. "Let's settle this with a bet." "A bet?" Jagyeon echoed, intrigued. "Yes. 5 members from the White Tiger Squadron will face my 5 bodyguard warriors. The first side to win 3 matches will claim victory. If I win, NAK-san mansion will become the property of the Western quarters. If I lose, I will quietly back off without complaint." Kong Han paled, thinking, from the White Tiger Squadron's perspective, this is a pointless gamble. If they win, they gain nothing. But if they lose, it's a tremendous humiliation. Ming, listening quietly, sneered to himself. He's betting with those 5 idiots? Ridiculous. After laying out his proposal, Woon stepped outside to give Jagyeon time to consider the offer. Ming stepped into the room and said with a slight grin, "Woon has made quite an amusing proposal." Jagyeon scoffed. "Amusing? Hardly. He's underestimating us, thinking he can challenge the White Tiger Squadron after taking in 5 wandering drifters." Ming calmly asked, "But what if he's actually confident in their abilities?" Without answering, Jagyeon turned to his attendant. "Summon the 7 unit immediately." Some time later, at the White Tiger Squadron's training grounds, Kong Han spoke in disbelief. "I didn't expect Commander Jagyeon to accept the bet." Woon responded. "Jagyeon is normally composed and level-headed, but in the end, he's still a martial artist. He would have wanted to resolve this through strength." Kong thought to himself, did this 12-year-old really just see through the nature of a veteran commander? "But still," Kong added, "this time you've gone too far." Woon glanced at him. "Too far? In what way?" Kong sighed. "The difference in skill is overwhelming." "Do you really believe that?" Woon asked. Kong explained. "The White Tiger Squadron, along with the Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise Squadrons, form the Divine Cult's 4 guardians. Among them, the White Tiger Squadron is known for having the most real battle experience. They are no easy opponent." Woon tilted his head and calmly asked, "Wasn't Peng Hianchung a former member of the White Tiger Squadron?" "Well, yes, that's true," Kong admitted. "And between Peng Hianchung a month ago and Peng Hianchung now, who is stronger?" Woon pressed. "Of course, he's much stronger now." "Not just him," Woon said firmly. "All 5 of them have been relentlessly pushing themselves to surpass one another. Unless a squadron unit leader is sent out, this won't be as one-sided as you think." Kong paused. He might have a point. Their growth over the past month has been remarkable. "Director Kong," Woon continued, "have you heard of Sun Bin?" Kong nodded. "The strategist? Descendant of Sun Tzu. He's famous for the 3-horse racing strategy." Kong recited the tactic. You divide horses into 3 classes: top, middle, and lower tiers. You deliberately pair your lower tier horse against their top tier horse, accepting a loss. Then you match your top tier horse against their middle tier horse and your middle tier horse against their lower tier horse, securing 2 wins. It's a calculated way to win 2 out of 3 races. Are you planning to apply that strategy here? Khan asked. Something similar, Woon replied. But unlike the traditional 3-horse strategy, we can't afford to lose even the first match. I intend to end this in just 3 fights. A short while later, Khan gathered Woon's 5 bodyguards. They quickly assembled, standing respectfully but visibly tense. Khan studied their faces. They're filled with fear. Do you think your opponents are that strong? He asked. Peng Hianchung admitted. If we face anyone from the top 5 units of the White Tiger Squadron, we won't stand a chance. Zhang Yang sneered. Stop being such a coward. Shut your mouth, Zhang. Quan Hume barked back, his nerves evident. From a distance, Woon observed the scene. Director Kang, your role is crucial here. These 5 won't fully trust the words of a 12-year-old boy. But they will believe you, the greatest martial expert of the Western Quarters. Khan, picking up on Woon's intent, stepped forward with a calm but powerful voice. Yes, the White Tiger Squadron is undeniably strong. But none of you are the same people you were a month ago. You've each become obsessed with victory, and that obsession has driven your growth. Do you really think I would send you to your deaths without reason? Khan looked at each of them, his conviction unwavering. Let me be clear. I have no doubt we will win. As Khan finished speaking, Woon noticed a shift in their spirits. Their confidence is returning. As expected of Director Khan. Khan then addressed the group. The first fighter representing our Western Quarters will be. His mind briefly flashed back to the private conversation he had with Woon. Back then, Woon had said, our first fighter will be Zhang Human. Kang had been surprised. Wouldn't Human be considered a middle-tier fighter? That's different from the 3-horse strategy one know. Woon calmly explained. The core of the 3-horse strategy isn't just about rankings, it's about knowing the enemy and knowing yourself. The White Tiger Squadron will not send out their best fighter first. They're certain of their own victory. Khan had realized then, even I expected us to lose the first fight. Woon had continued. We have no margin for error in the first match. Human must give it everything he's got, and he is strong enough to win. Now, in the present, Khan pointed at Human. The first to fight for the Western Quarters will be Zhang Human. Human's eyes widened in disbelief. Sensing his hesitation, Khan added firmly. I chose you because I believe you are the strongest. You got a problem with my decision? Human let out a nervous laugh and said, No, not at all, sir. Khan gave him a firm nod. Don't doubt yourself. If you give it your all, you can win, no matter who they send out. I'll make sure to win. Human replied, his voice gaining a bit of steadiness. Just then, someone announced from the entrance. The opposing team has arrived. Kang's eyes narrowed as he spotted the incoming group. That's the White Tiger Squadron's 7th unit. And leading them is the Zhongjul. I didn't think they'd bring out Team 7, the strongest unit under the White Tiger banner. Woon calmly responded. It's typical. When a commander wagers something in a match, they usually send out the standard units. The referee soon stepped forward and addressed both sides. We will now begin this sparring match, he declared, then proceeded to explain the rules. There is no time limit. Victory is achieved either by landing a decisive strike or by forcing your opponent out of the designated ring. First representatives step forward. Human stepped into the arena and introduced himself. I am Human, representing the Western Quarters. His opponent, stepping up with confidence, said, I'm Zhu Pio from the 7th unit of the White Tiger Squadron. High above, Ming sat on the balcony with one of his subordinates and casually remarked, Shall we place a bet of our own? His subordinate shook his head. There's no point betting on something so obviously one-sided. Oh? Ming raised an eyebrow. Are you that sure of the outcome? The referee's voice cut through the air. Begin! At once, Human lunged forward, aggressively thrusting his spear toward Zhu Pio. Zhu Pio observed the speed of Human's strikes for a brief moment, then swiftly closed the distance. Kid! Zhu Pio sneered. Let me show you how a real spear fight works. He's fast. Human realized. If I retreat, I'll lose my momentum. With that thought, he delivered a quick thrust, forcing Zhu Pio to step back. From the balcony, Ming watched with interest. That kid's not retreating. And he's not letting Zhu Piao get any closer either. His subordinate frowned. Do you really think he can keep that up? Ming's eyes glimmered. Only time will tell. In the arena, Human continued to block and parry, holding his ground. From the sidelines, Jagyan shouted impatiently. Zhu Piao! You can't even break through that flimsy defense? What are you doing? End this now. Observing Human's movements, Wen commented. He's using the modified spear techniques I taught him. Khan nodded. He's pacing himself well, only expending extra energy when necessary. He's conserving his stamina carefully. Zhu Piao gritted his teeth. I've already used over 30 attacks against this rookie. This isn't looking good. He growled. Fine. I'll show you something you'll regret ever seeing, the flying hermit mark. He leaped into the air, launching a high-speed technique. Recognizing the move, Khan immediately warned. That's the flying hermit mark. It's a top-tier movement technique, rarely taught even within the White Tiger Squadron. Zhu Piao struck fiercely from above, forcing Human to step back. Zhu Piao smirked. Now you're backing down. You've put up a decent fight, but this is the end. He charged in with renewed aggression, pressing the attack. Khan watched closely. Human's spear can't keep up with Zhu Piao's speed. But Wen calmly said. He's choosing not to intercept it. Khan turned to him, confused. What do you mean, sir? Wen smiled faintly. Don't you think he's biding his time, waiting for the right opportunity? As the fight continued, Zhu Piao relied heavily on the flying hermit mark, but Human kept retreating, maintaining his distance with precision. Zhu Piao began to panic. Wait, is he letting me burn through my stamina? If this keeps up, I'll lose. Frustrated, Zhu Piao threw caution aside and charged recklessly toward Human. Li Zhongjil, the unit captain, called out. Don't rush and so blindly! But it was too late. Zhu Piao had already committed to the attack. Setting moon strike! Zhu Piao roared, swinging his blade with all his might. But Human stood firm. He gathered his chi around his spear, took a solid stance, and shouted. I won't retreat any further! His spear shot forward with explosive speed, piercing Zhu Piao's guard and landing cleanly. Zhu Piao spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. Kong stared, stunned. That last spear technique, it's the Azure Dragon Squadron's hidden spear art. Wen nodded. He focused all his remaining inner strength into a single, decisive strike to boost his speed. Kong muttered. I never imagined Human was capable of mastering something like that. Wen simply smiled. A few days prior, Wen had instructed. There's something I need you to handle. Go to the White Tiger Squadron and try to buy NAK-san Mansion. 1,000 niang should be sufficient. At that time, Khan had been skeptical. That small mansion? Why that place? We still have so many properties in disrepair, and we only have about 1,210 niang left. Wen explained. We need a secluded space where we can fully devote ourselves to martial arts training. The Western quarters aren't suited for training in body lightning or stealth techniques. The entire reason I requested funds from Father was to secure NAK-san Mansion. Khan had warned. You're not ready to train in body lightning yet. Even so, what's the harm in securing it in advance? But the land's infertile, you can't even farm there. Since it's connected to a mine, you can't grow crops or even produce hay for horses. If you really need a training ground, we can search for another. Wen's eyes had sharpened. No. They told me to buy NAK-san Mansion specifically. It'll become a great asset to us. In my past life, gold veins were discovered near NAK-san Mansion. It eventually became a huge advantage for the White Tiger Squadron. If I'm to grow my own power, I need to start securing funds now. Khan had finally relented. Fine. I'll go check it out. Wen had smiled faintly. When did you become so obedient? Back in the present, the referee declared. The first round goes to the Western quarters. Wen looked at Human and said quietly. You've grown. Human, still catching his breath, replied. I only did my best. Khan turned to the next fighter. John Yangs, you're up next. Are you confident? John Yang smirked. I'll know once I get in there and try. Quan Hume glanced over at John Yangs, noticing the slight stiffness in his expression. Is he nervous too? He wondered. Kang Han spoke calmly. It's certain that the next opponent will be even stronger than Zhu Piao. John Yang's face tensed at those words. Zhu Piao was already a formidable fighter, and now someone even stronger is coming? The thought made his mood sink. Seeing this, Kang encouraged him. Relax. Young Sir Woon said that if you win this duel, you'll be exempt from sparring with Zhou Kuang from now on. Startled, Zhang Yangs asked quickly. Is that true? Kang nodded. Forget about winning or losing for now, just focus on the opponent in front of you. You have the skill. You just need to trust it. Hearing those words, Zhang Yan's eyes lit up with determination. I will win this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhu Piao lay on the ground, tears of frustration streaming down his face as he apologized repeatedly to his captain, Zhongjul. But Zhongjul urgently called for a stretcher, cutting him off. Stop talking, or you'll start bleeding more. Watching the match unfold, Jaejin's expression darkened. Losing the first round, just one mistake was enough to cost us. Kneeling in front of him, Captain Zhongjul lowered his head. There won't be a second mistake. I'll send in Ding Guang. The referee's voice rang out again. Next representatives stepped forward. Zhang Yangs introduced himself. Zhang Yangs, Western Quarters. His opponent stepped forward. Ding Guang of the White Tiger Squadron's 7th Unit. Watching from the sidelines, Kang said, Looks like they've stopped underestimating us. They're serious now. Woon nodded. They should be. The Nik-san mansion is riding on this fight. Kang blinked. But there are still 3 rounds left after this. Woon shook his head. No, we need to settle this now. Peng Hianchung and Quan Hyum aren't ready to take on the 7th Unit. If we want to secure victory, Zhang Yangs has to win this round. The question is, has he overcome his fear of losing? The referee called. Begin. The 2 fighters immediately clashed, their swords striking each other with sharp, ringing clashes that echoed across the field. Zhang Yang smirked. The so-called White Tiger Squadron's elite isn't so special up close. Ding Guang ignored the provocation, steadying his breathing. I'm not falling for that. Commander Jagian told me, your defeat is the White Tiger Squadron's defeat. Stay calm. Hold your ground. Wait for your opening. From the balcony, Ming watched with mild amusement. Both of them seemed too focused on not losing. It's like they're both too cautious to make a real move. His subordinate agreed. Won't one of them eventually try to break through? Maybe. Ming replied, yawning. Or maybe this'll just drag on. Suddenly, Zhang Yangs managed to push Ding Guang back, exposing a gap in his guard. Seizing the chance, Zhang Yang swung and slashed a wound across his opponent's side. I missed by half an inch, he thought, but he grinned. Get ready. I won't miss again. He pressed his attack relentlessly. Ming's eyes glimmered. Looks like someone finally broke the deadlock. Chai Ju, observing from nearby, commented. The Western Quarters really have some skilled fighters. Ming asked curiously. Woon, was it Kang who trained them? Of course. Director Kang is probably the one behind this. Watching closely, Woon whispered. Seems like I chose the right order for the matches. Get ready to move for the next. But Kang cautioned. It's still too soon to celebrate. Woon answered confidently. Zhang Yangs wants this victory more than anyone else. It's not just about what I see, it's something I can feel. Zhang Yangs laughed as he closed in, forcing Ding Guang into a corner. With a faint movement, he faked an overhead slash. Ding Guang raised his guard instinctively, but Zhang Yangs swiftly redirected his blade, slashing Ding Guang's sword arm. His opponent's sword clattered to the ground as he fell backward, defeated. The winner of the second match, Western Quarters. The referee declared. Furious, Jagian yelled at Zhongjul. Ding Guang didn't even show half his ability. Can they really not handle this much pressure? Zhongjul, his head still bowed, answered quietly. I have no excuse. From the balcony, Ming thought, it's true the White Tiger fighters failed to perform under pressure, but those last 3 moves, splitting forms, feints, and misdirections, were expertly executed. I can't dismiss Woon just because he's the youngest, not as long as Kang is guiding him. Kang smiled. Well done, Zhang Yangs. Thank you. Zhang Yangs replied, his tone humble. Peng Hianchung, watching from the sidelines, asked, You won, so why do you look so down? Human, standing beside him, understood without asking. Just like me, Zhang Yangs probably fought with everything he had, and realized how much he still lacks. His mind must be occupied with his own shortcomings, not his victory. Kang spoke up. Now that they've lost twice, the White Tiger Squadron will likely send out their strongest fighter next. But you didn't give Zhou Kuang any specific orders? Woon calmly replied. Even if they send out a unit captain, there's nothing I need to tell him. He's already someone who's grasped martial enlightenment. He's our strongest card. This is his battle to fight and his burden to carry. The referee's voice rang out again. Third match representatives, please step forward. Zhou Kuang walked confidently into the arena. Zhou Kuang, Western Quarters. His opponent, Kang Yak of the White Tiger Squadron's 7th Unit, announced, I will fight with the honor of the White Tiger Squadron and my life on the line. Noticing the jagged edge of Kang Yak's sword, Zhou Kuang narrowed his eyes. That weapon, is it designed to break the opponent's blade? From the balcony, Ming noted. This one from the White Tiger Squadron carries a deadly aura. Chai Ju muttered. The Western Quarters fighter doesn't look like much. Really? Ming smirked. Woon is still young, so this strategy must have been planned by Kang. I wonder what he's aiming for. The referee announced. Begin the match. Kang Yak launched a chain of rapid, aggressive strikes. Zhou Kuang expertly deflected or slipped past each one with smooth, calculated movements. Chai Ju watched carefully. He's dropping his sword. That's not something you can do unless you've completely read the trajectory and speed of each strike. Kang muttered. It seems Zhou Kuang has broken through to another level. Woon nodded slightly. He already showed glimpses of this when he fought Quan Him. But that was against a familiar opponent. This is different. Kang pointed out. Today, he's facing someone, and a weapon, he's seeing for the first time, yet he's already figured him out. Zhou Kuang's true talent is his eye for battle. He's not as flexible or adaptive as Zhang Yang's, but his ability to analyze his opponents is exceptional. Maybe this talent was destined to blossom eventually. Even so, Kang noticed something. But he's retreating too much. He's being too passive. Perhaps, Woon said. But don't you think he has a reason for that? Chai Ju scoffed. He seems to be enjoying himself, but there's nowhere left for him to fall back. Is that really the case? Ming wondered. It's like trying to see through fog, even I can't fully grasp his intentions. He's definitely getting pushed back, but he's not losing in spirit. Is this all a trap? You've gathered quite the entertaining bunch, Kang. On the field, Kang Yak grinned as he continued his barrage of strikes. Why does this feel so effortless, like I'm cutting through tofu? In fact, it almost feels like he's the one deliberately walking into my blade. Well, if I just push him one more step, the White Tiger Squadron will take this match. Shouting confidently, Kang Yak unleashed his signature technique. Now I'll shatter your sword to pieces. Shattering Heavenly Sword. As his blade surged with destructive force, he declared, This is a sword-breaking technique. If you clash with me, your weapon will shatter. But to his shock, Zhou Kuang suddenly tossed his sword aside. Kang Yak's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you really think such a cheap trick will work on me? He raised his sword to strike again, only to realize Zhou Kuang had vanished. Where is he? Before Kang Yak could react, Zhou Kuang appeared behind him and delivered a powerful kick to the back of his head, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Zhou Kuang bowed respectfully. Thank you for the match. The referee raised his hand. The Western Quarters are victorious. Some time later, the scene shifted to a serene mountain peak where the heavenly demon divine cult's left general, Yang Daiqing, sat playing a game of Go with the cult's leader, Myung Jung. As he placed his stone, Myung Jung remarked casually, I've told you time and time again, you can't make your home at the star point. It's an easy trap. His tone then shifted slightly, as if remembering something. By the way, I've heard some rather interesting news. Daiqing glanced at the board. Is this game at checkmate? Jung shook his head. No. Look carefully. Is it about Mount Kunlun? Daiqing asked. Kunlun? Jung scoffed softly. What sort of amusement would they provide me? Daiqing hesitated. Then, is it about Woon? I've heard his swordsmanship has improved significantly as of late. Jung gave him a sideways look. Don't act like you don't know. I truly don't, sir. Daiqing replied sincerely. Is Song Jianju moving that aggressively? Jung pressed. Is that so? Daiqing muttered, his brow furrowing. It seems they've been plotting something behind my back. Jung sighed. Looks like you've changed, Daiqing. You're not quite the same as you used to be. Daiqing gave a faint smile. I have no need to wield the sword anymore. Would you pick it up again if the chance arose? Will such a day ever come again in my lifetime? Jung's expression softened. I just wanted to talk about my youngest. I heard he's been gathering a bunch of nobodies at the Western Quarters. Daiqing commented. Jung's smile deepened. And yet, those so-called nobodies just crushed the White Tiger Squadron's 7th unit. He stood from his seat. Looks like I've won this match. Surprised, Daiching looked at the board. Pardon? Jung calmly repeated. Looks like I've won. It seems my youngest is planning to turn stones into gold. Is such a thing even possible? Daiching asked. Do you think it is? Jung mused. But if he really can pull it off, then perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad thing to let him succeed me. The scene then shifted to the onset of winter. Snow blanketed the heavenly demon divine cult's western quarters, coating the rooftops and training grounds in white. Standing in the cold wind, Kang remarked, The wind's biting today, young sir. Winter is supposed to be cold. Woon replied, brushing snow from his sleeve. It will be dawn soon, Kang said. Woon looked up at the pale sky. Then I'll be turning 13. I keep forgetting. He talks like an old man, Kang thought with mild amusement. Fifth Sir will complete his phase by the end of this year. Time passes quickly. Woon silently recalled a family tradition. In the Myeong clan, all siblings must become independent by the age of 18. He asked, What has fifth brother decided to do? I heard he's heading to the Daeon region. Woon nodded thoughtfully. The Daeon region, it borders Mongolia at the northernmost part of the cult's territory. It's not known to be particularly dangerous. Kang added, It seems the Red Wind Corps commander's influence paved the way for him. Fifth Sir has long been tied to the Red Wind Corps. So, he's solidifying his power base through his connections. I should find a foundation of my own soon, too. Is that what you're hinting at? Woon thought. Kang said, Young sir, it's time for you to choose your own path. You mean the Guizhou Suk clan? Woon asked. That's where I would place my bet, Kang said firmly. Is Jong Moon still refusing to meet anyone? I'll keep trying. Also, documents have arrived from the White Tiger Corps. Woon's eyes lit up slightly. So, Commander Jagyeon kept his promise. I wanted to ask, are you planning to move to Anicap Manor immediately? That's the plan, Woon confirmed. We can't remain under the suffocating shadow of the damning palace forever. One day, we'll need to stand on our own. Consider this the first step toward that independence. Then please grant me until spring, Kang requested. Anicap Manor still needs repairs. Also, it would be good to survey the mines nearby, Woon added. As you wish. Later, Woon walked into the private training room of the western quarters, deep in thought. If I divide a month into 3, that gives me 10 days per cycle. 5 of those days are spent teaching the 4 bodyguards and Jaeongneun. That only leaves me 5 days to focus on my own training. Even so, my body feels lighter, and my ki has grown considerably in just a few months. Incredible progress, but my inner ki reserves are still lacking. I've long since understood the core principles of the Phantom Sword. When fully mastered, the tip of the sword seems to flicker on its own, beyond the reach of human will. When it's executed properly, the true strike becomes indistinguishable from the feints. Master called this sword mirror. I'm still far from complete. It's embarrassing how little ki I have, but even so, the feeling is exhilarating. Manifesting several phantom swords with his ki, Woon directed them at a distant wall. The impact scattered dust throughout the room. Drawing his sword, he began moving out, thinking, Myung Gal should be returning soon after crushing the Murim Union. There's supposed to be a grand victory celebration. I have no interest in attending. Just then, Kang called out to him from outside. Is it already morning? Woon wondered. I'll be out in a moment, Woon replied. As Woon stepped outside, Kang bowed slightly. There's something I need to report, Woon asked. Is it about the victory celebration? I was already planning, it's been cancelled, Kang interrupted. Why? Second Sir requested a quiet return. He said he wanted to pay his respects to the subordinates who died in battle. So, the bloodthirsty beast is hiding his claws well, Woon thought. The subordinates must be deeply touched by that. They are, Kang agreed. But I also heard that the higher-ups are furious. Compassion and sentiment are not the values of our cult. It's more important to maintain appearances and appeal to those in power. You've become quite skilled in politics, Woon said with a smirk. Kang shrugged. Isn't that the way of the world? To win the succession battle, I'll need the backing of those higher-ups too, Woon mused. But securing a powerful supporting clan won't be easy. Whoever they side with is staking their future on that successor. Their fate is tied to their choice. Interrupting his thoughts, Kang continued. Also, news just came in. Jong Moon submitted his resignation and returned to his maternal family, the Suk clan. So, the Guzhou clan is finally making their move, Woon thought. My apologies, young sir. It seems I was a step too late. Kang added. No, I think this is for the best, Woon replied. A message should arrive soon. He then said aloud. Come to think of it, my schedule for today is now wide open. Kang smiled. How about visiting the market then? Woon asked about the purpose of visiting the market. Kang explained. Since we've won the war, the slave market is opening today. I understand. Woon nodded. I'll get ready shortly. An hour later, Woon and Kang arrived at the bustling market, weaving their way through the noisy, crowded streets. Woon glanced around at the lively scene, his expression unreadable. Unlike the Murimunion, the heavenly demon divine cult openly auctions prisoners of war to sell them as slaves. This is truly a sight that suits the divine cult, Woon thought. Director Kang probably wanted me to come here to observe the people buying slaves, not the slaves themselves. As they continued walking, an auctioneer's voice rang out nearby, loud and eager. Here! This one's a different breed. He's tall, sturdy, and full of strength. We're starting at 10 liang. 10 liang! Anyone willing to bid higher? Woon watched the auction, his gaze cold. What a scene fitting of the divine cult. Just then, Kang leaned in and whispered, House Secretary Song is here. Woon's eyes narrowed as he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Song John-hyum of the Jasham House, the one who oversees all affairs within the Daming Palace. He's practically the cult's prime minister. Why would someone like him show up at a slave market? Woon smirked slightly. I can more or less guess why. His gaze shifted to a plump man rising from the crowd. Who's that? Kang responded. That's Apothecary Mangak. Rumor has it he supplies cheap medicine to the Black Tortoise Corps. So he's connected to Fourth Brother, Woon noted. And that man? That's Commander Wu Hyung of the Red Wind Corps. He's from the Fuzhou One clan. The Fuzhou One clan. Their Fifth Brother's faction. It's no coincidence Secretary Song paid attention to these men. Their people Secretary Song is watching closely. Remember their faces. Woon ordered. Kang looked at him in surprise. How did you figure out why Secretary Song is here? Before Woon could answer, his attention shifted to another auction nearby. A young child, looking frightened and malnourished, was being paraded as a slave. Director Kang, can you win that child for me? Woon asked. You may bid up to 100 liang. Unless Secretary Song intervenes, I intend to take that child. Kang hesitated. 100 liang is a hefty sum. If you simply need a servant, there are plenty of others. But it's not so much that we can't afford it, Woon said firmly. Trust me. That child, she has something. Kang caught the seriousness in Woon's tone. Nodding, he raised his hand. 50 liang! 50 liang! We have 50 liang! The auctioneer called. Anyone higher? From the other side of the crowd, a figure in a red and black uniform, wearing a mask, called out. 70 liang! 70 liang! Do I hear more? Annoyed but fired up, Kang called. 80 liang! Who the hell is making me this competitive over a child? The masked bidder coolly raised it to 90 liang. Kang immediately countered. 100 liang! Without hesitation, the bidder raised it to 120 liang. Kang was about to increase the bid again, but Woon gently stopped him. Secretary Song has just arrived. And he's watching us. Let's leave now. Sometime later, as they walked through a quiet alley, Kang asked, Why would someone like Secretary Song come to the slave market himself? Woon calmly explained. He's probably here to monitor those with questionable sources of wealth. After all, people like that could pose a threat to the true cult. But we're safe, aren't we? We've received approval directly from the great cult leader. Woon smiled faintly. Secretary Song doesn't know that, does he? His thoroughness isn't something to underestimate. Kang asked. So who ended up winning the auction? I think it was someone from the Red Flying Corps. Kang replied, recalling the bidder's uniform. Red Flying Corps? Woon repeated, as he sensed someone tailing them. He turned around. Was it him? Kang quickly placed his hand on his sword, suddenly realizing the man's presence. When did he get this close? I didn't even sense him, and I'd had young sir by my side the entire time. How careless of me. Who are you? State your name, Kang demanded. The masked man removed his face covering and bowed politely. Sukju of the Red Flying Corps, greetings to 7th Sir. Sukju, aren't you the Flying Foul Sword? Woon asked, eyes sharp. I'm honored that you know my humble title. Sukju replied respectfully. Kong whispered. Do you know him, young sir? No, Woon answered plainly. I just know the name because of what's supposed to happen in 10 years or so. If the Flying Foul Sword went out of his way to find me, I assume you have a reason? I have a proposal for young sir, Sukju said. And what would that be? If you agree to meet with someone, I'll hand over the child I purchased. The meeting won't bring you harm. A chilling aura burst from Woon, his voice low and dangerous. How strange. What makes you so certain? What is this pressure? Sukju wondered, trying to remain composed. The person in question is not someone one can meet easily. Woon's eyes narrowed further. And you're implying that I am someone anyone can casually meet? Sukju thought. I assumed Kong Halwon was the one in charge. I was wrong. This boy, even at his age, the blood of the heavenly demon is unmistakable. Well then, Flying Foul Sword. Woon gestured for Kong to step back. Director Kong, give us some space. Kong hesitated. What if something happens to you? If he intends to harm me, you wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Reluctantly, Kong stepped aside. I understand. Without hesitation, Sukju struck the child on the back of the neck, rendering her unconscious. As she collapsed, Sukju said, Thank you for understanding. Now, before anything else, go ahead, Woon said unbothered. Let's hear just how extraordinary this person who wants to meet me really is. A short while later, Kong hurried back after seeing Sukju leave the alley. Woon was there, quietly holding the unconscious child in his arms. Please take care of this child, Woon said, handing her over. Which means you've agreed to the meeting? That's right. You're not even asking who they are? That's not something I should know just yet. When the time comes, I'll tell you first. Because right now, you are the one I can trust most, Director Kong. As Kong carefully carried the child on his back, he thought, I don't know who's supporting young sir behind the scenes, but Sukju, the Flying Foul Sword, is a renowned expert even within the true cult. If he went all out, I wouldn't last 10 exchanges against him. Young sir, how do you know these things? How can you face him so calmly? Have you truly come this far relying only on your own strength? Then what have I been doing all this time as your director? Kong broke the silence. I have a question. Ask. How did you fool everyone for this long? Because there was no other way. Then why now? Why did you think this was the right time? Because if not now, it would be too late. If I want to rewrite fate, if I want to shape destiny on my own terms, waiting any longer would have sealed my path. The scene shifted to Shi Junmyung's residence, in his reception hall. How was he? Shi Junmyung asked, pouring tea. He's much more impressive than I expected, Sukju answered. Kong Halwon must be an exceptional teacher. It's not Kong Halwon, Sukju said. The brain behind the Western Quarters is the 7th young lord himself. Really? The 7th young lord? He's not flawless, but I'd say I'm more than 90% certain. He has a natural ability to attract people to his side. That's the quality of a monarch, Junmyung thought. Is he truly that capable? But the mountains he must climb are too high. Have some tea, Junmyung offered. Sukju continued. Everyone who meets him seems to favor him. According to Basian, although he only recently began practicing swordsmanship, his form shows no weaknesses. Is Kong Halwon his instructor? I couldn't confirm that. Also, the escort guards he personally trains. I couldn't identify their teacher either. Look into whether anyone else has approached him before us, Junmyung ordered, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Surely it's not the Yangzhou Qian family. Understood. Happy New Year to you, sir. You as well. At the time, in the study of the West Quarters, Jiang-un arrived at the entrance to Woon's room, carefully escorting the slave child. She announced from outside. My lord, I brought the child. Come in, Woon called from inside. As they entered, Jiang-un respectfully said, I will take my leave now. But as Woon's gaze fell upon the child's worn and ragged attire, he sighed inwardly. That clothing, it seems there's been a misunderstanding. He shook his head. No. Stay here. Just wait quietly to the side. Jiang-un silently moved aside. Woon studied the child carefully. It's right on the tip of my tongue. This child barely has any will to live. The human hunts within the divine cult are merciless. For a child, this life must have been unbearable. He asked gently. How old are you? The girl answered. I am 12. And your family? Woon asked, his voice steady. They're dead. Without hesitation, the girl suddenly pulled out a large hairpin, closer to a dagger in size, and lunged at him, fury blazing in her eyes. You people killed them! Woon easily avoided the strike, but as her attack failed, the girl immediately turned the weapon on herself, trying to end her own life. Woon swiftly seized her wrist, stopping her. Your family won't return just because you throw your life away, Woon said calmly. Don't give up so easily. I could end this right now by striking your meridian, but I won't. Why not? She demanded, her voice shaking. Because I want you to decide the course of your own life. If you don't choose for yourself, you'll always be looking for a reason to throw it away. His voice softened. I hope you can find a path here and survive. I'll help you with whatever you need to do that. Lies! She shouted. I've heard all about the people of the divine cult. You trick others and use them as playthings. Isn't that what you'll do to me? I'm not that kind of person, Woon said firmly. And not everyone here is like that. Are all people outside the divine cult good? The world isn't that simple. People are the same, no matter where you go. He gave her a moment to breathe. If you've calmed down, I'd like to hear your story. The girl lowered her guard just slightly and said, My name is Choi. I lived in a small village in Qinghu. People from the divine cult came, asking if we had cooperated with Mount Kunlun. They killed everyone, but those strangers just asked for food. That's all. I wonder what happened to Choha? Woon asked. Is that your sibling? If you came here together, they shouldn't be too hard to find. Choi shook her head. No. Choha was dragged somewhere else. Woon turned to Jaehyun. Inform Director Kang. We need to search for Choha immediately. Yes, my lord. Jaehyun replied without hesitation. Choi's eyes filled with desperate hope. Really? If you can find Choha, I'll give you everything. No, I'll devote my entire life to you, my lord. There's no need for that. Woon said with a faint smile, though a quiet thought passed through his mind. Someday, I might have to ask you for something after all. I can feel it. Jaehyun, Woon continued. I'm entrusting this child to you. Think of her as your little sister and take care of her. I will follow your command. Jaehyun answered with a small bow. Later, Woon sat in contemplation. I'd planned for Elder Shu's connection to the Shu family to occur eventually, but the timing is too soon, and the person involved is not who I expected. Shu Jumyeong, one of the 10 elders and a martial artist respected even within the divine cult. His outward appearance is gentle, but within, he's a monster among monsters. If I make even one wrong step, I'll be devoured. I can't afford to become one of their pawns. I have to stand as an equal. A few days later, Woon and Jo Kwang set out for the arranged meeting place. As they rode, Woon observed the horse beneath him. This isn't an ordinary steed. It moves smartly, carefully avoiding danger. We've arrived, Jo Kwang informed him. Let's dismount here, Woon said, sliding off his horse. He walked up and knocked on the door. Is anyone inside? A voice from behind the door responded. State your business. 1 gun of Northern Bark and 2 gun of Dijon, Woon answered, giving the password. The door creaked open. The wind is cold today. Please come in. As Woon entered, he glanced around. Looks like they've set up a proper base here. Jo Kwang tensed as the door shut behind them. My lord, this feels dangerous. It's not a trap, Woon said confidently. Let's keep going. Following the path, they soon came upon a small hut built at the center of a pond. A pond in the middle of all this, remarkable, Jo Kwang murmured. Wait here, Woon said. I'll accompany you inside, Jo Kwang offered. No, Woon declined. You wouldn't stand a chance against him anyway. Even if I recovered all the martial arts from my previous life, I couldn't beat him. He even insisted I come without Director Kang as a condition of this secret meeting. He's testing me. Woon stepped into the hut. Inside, Shu Jumyeong was waiting. You've come. When someone of your stature calls, how could I refuse? Woon said coolly. Jumyeong smiled faintly. What power could an old man like me possibly have? Please sit. If someone like Elder Shu Jumyeong claims to have no power, who else would? Woon countered. The divine cult lord holds true power. Really? Not the Myung family or the 8 Mount Tai families. He's not lying, but his words aren't the whole truth either. The divine cult lord would be saddened to hear you say that, Jumyoung said. A divine cult lord must have the courage to face the truth, Woon replied. At that, Jumyoung suddenly released his oppressive ki. That's a dangerous thing to say, my lord. Is this the 1,000 sound strands? But I've trained in the heavenly demon's cultivation art. I must let his ki pressure pass through me rather than resist it. Jumyoung noted with interest. He's not using internal energy to fight back? The 1,000 sound strands become even more painful when one tries to resist it with ki. How disappointing, Woon said calmly. Disappointed in this old man's martial arts? Jumyoung asked. No. I'm disappointed that you didn't approach me with trust. Regardless of status, anyone who insults the cult lord must be punished. That may be true inside the Daming Palace. Jumyoung's eyes narrowed. What are you implying? Even now, hypocrites in the Central Plains openly curse the divine cult and the cult lord. Yet you all engage in power struggles within the palace instead of punishing them. Isn't that more disgraceful? Jumyoung slowly withdrew his pressure. He endured it. Pouring tea, Jumyoung asked. Young lord, are you not afraid of death? For someone without achievements, how could I not be? Woon answered. Then you plan to accomplish great things? Isn't that why we have books in this world? He's 13 on the outside, but far older within, Jumyoung thought. Mount Heng's floral tea is said to rival Yunnan's in fragrance, Jumyoung remarked. Then it should fetch the same price. But Yunnan tea tends to be far more expensive, Woon replied. Jumyoung laughed. No wonder I feel your blade is still pointed at me. Would you be happy if someone suddenly attacked you? Please forgive me. But mocking the divine cult lord is not something I can overlook. You didn't call me here just to issue a warning, did you? Jumyoung's gaze sharpened. I wanted to make you a proposal. If it's I'll lend you my power, so become my card, then I'll have to decline. Jumyoung smiled and lowered his head slightly. How could I make such an impudent offer? The Guizhoushi family simply wishes to support you. If I'm careless, I'll get caught in this web. May I ask why? Later, when Woon returned to the West Quarters, Kang greeted him with a bright smile. I've decided to form an alliance with the Guizhoushi family, Woon said. That's excellent news, Kang exclaimed. Yes, but it's too soon to celebrate. As they walked, Woon recalled his earlier conversation. May I ask why? Woon had asked. First, because you currently lack any true supporters. Second, because I believe you are extraordinary, Jumyoung had said. Woon had answered carefully. Those are kind words, but I've had no backing since birth. I haven't achieved anything yet. Even if I have the potential to become the next successor, I've shown nothing concrete. If the Shi family supports me now, wouldn't I be a fool to accept without suspicion? Besides, if my brothers, Yunnan's tea, praise me too easily, I'll lose value in the successor competition. The cult isn't simply looking for martial strength. They want a ruler with achievements. He's truly impressive. If only he were the third or fourth young lord, Jumyoung had thought. The 8 Maotai families each support different candidates. If I want to pull them to my side, I'll need to draw in my brothers and expand my own power base. Elder, I hope you won't hide anything further. You've seen through it well. We simply wish to support the right person. They say Mount Heng's floral tea is still Mount Heng's floral tea from the moment it blooms. Who does the Guizhoushi family see as the right person? There is no one yet. Is that so? Do you think this old man would lie about that? I will accept your offer on one condition. What is it? When the time comes to choose the right person, I want my opinion to be heard. Back in the present, Kang asked. But won't the decision-making still rest with them? What do we gain from this? We just have to make sure their plans go off track. I will use their power to become that right person myself. If I don't climb to the cult lord's seat, it's death anyway. I'll fight with everything I have. I have no intention of playing anyone's pawn. That aside, Woon continued. I told Jiang-un to pass on a message. Kang quickly interrupted. You mean about Choi's sibling? I've already looked into it. It seems the child was bought by the Red Dragon Squadron. The Red Dragon Squadron? Woon's voice tightened. Did you try negotiating with them? Yes. But even when we offered them double the price, they refused. It seems they plan to train the child as an assassin. The Red Dragon Squadron occasionally raises battlefield survivors like that. I see. Choi will be heartbroken. Just then, Woon's memories from his past life resurfaced. Now I remember, Ghost hands Jang Young. I'll handle this myself, Woon said, his resolve firm. Summon Zhou Kuang and Zhang Yangs. Kang hurried after him. My lord, are you planning to go there personally? Woon glanced over his shoulder. Isn't this something that must be resolved eventually? As they moved towards the Red Dragon Squadron, Woon thinks Ghost Han Jianyong Zhang Yang was the foster daughter of the famed Dr. Zhang Ji. I don't know how she ended up as his foster daughter, but even beyond the divine cult, no one dared to recreate the way her hand moved marvelously across the central plains. However, she would not have been able to save someone who had met their fate. The last time I saw her was during father's funeral. For the reason of not having fulfilled her duties as the palace doctor, she was executed by the junior cult leader, Mangacap. Her look, staring down Mangacap without a word, was she feeling unfairness or rage? Father's death was certainly too sudden. It was in the middle of the deep night, and he didn't even leave a will. At the moment they arrived at the Red Dragon Squadron, Woon unmounted the horse and continued his thought. Anyways, she is at the western quarters right now, and making connections with the famed doctor is the same as gaining another life. To at least gain her heart, I have to bring Choha with me. At the moment, Zhou Kuang announced to the guards at the gate. 7th Sir wishes to meet the Red Dragon Commander. A little later, a guard rushed into Red Dragon Commander Ha Chonggye, panting, but hearing his voice disturbed him. Chonggye asked, "What's so urgent you're making all this fuss?" The guard replied. 7th Sir of the Western Quarters is here. Chonggye asked. 7th Sir? Why did he come here? The guard replied. I'm not so sure about that. Chonggye ordered. Bring him inside for now. And he thought, a few days ago, I heard that he smashed the White Tiger Squadron. Is it our turn now? As Woon entered his room, he respectfully greeted Chonggye. Woon also greeted the commander respectfully, thinking, his attitude is completely different from the White Tiger commander, but never let my guard down. Chonggye said, Please sit for now. I didn't think you would come all the way to this shabby place all of a sudden. Woon replied. Shabby? No way. This place is not shabby at all. I happen to like paintings very much and thought I spent my last life buried in paintings. Chonggye chuckled and said. Is that so? Ben asked. Though your business here is. Woon replied. I've heard that you've brought in a girl from the slave market. Please excuse me, but the Western Quarters would like to bring in that child. I will give you 3 times the cost you bought her for. Chonggye chuckled and replied. That's a bit problematic. We have our own problems too. And he thought, it's not the issue of money. Trading with any of the young sirs could spread rumors that we are backing them. Woon thought it'll be difficult to accept nor deny my demand and said, I didn't consider it ahead of time. Then how about this, we decide it with a bet. Hearing that, Chonggye said, A bet? Sparring would be difficult. As you already know, 9 out of 10 of our martial artists are currently outside. Woon thought I would like to come out myself and break them all apart, and said, I will accept whatever the commander wishes. Hearing that, Chonggye's eyes narrowed and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He asked, Did you say whatever? Woon replied, Well, I'm the one in the position of making a request, aren't I? I will cleanly back out if I lose. Woon thought, it's a request on words alone. It's no different than daylight robbery. Then Chonggye said, All right then. Since you said you like paintings, what if I present a painting as the wager? Woon replied, That's great to hear. Chonggye said, What a relief. Then please wait for a second. A few moments ago, before Woon and his guard entered the Red Dragon Squadron building, Woon had asked Zhang Yangs, What kind of a person is the Red Dragon commander? You're from the Red Dragon Squadron. Zhang Yangs replied, Since assassination and infiltration is the core of the Red Dragon Squadron, I've heard that the commander too hides his thoughts well and is skilled at reading minds. Also, I heard that he uncharacteristically likes paintings. Woon said, Mind reading and paintings, got it. I'll head in with Zhou Kuang. Wait here. Zhang Yangs replied. Understood, sir. Meanwhile in the present, Chonggye showed Woon a painting, saying, You just have to guess the painter of this drawing. Woon immediately recognized who had drawn the painting. Chonggye continued, You can answer after thinking about it as much as you can. And thought, however much you live surrounded by books, a little child won't be able to figure it out. That drawing is mixed with multiple styles and is a work whose release was forbidden to the public. Woon said, It seems that I have lost. It looks like an ink wash painting that was influenced by that Tang era's ink release technique. Chonggye chuckled and said, You mean that you can't tell whose it is? Woon replied. It's just that I've seen quite the precious drawing, thanks to the commander. It shall be just to give you my thoughts as thanks. Ink release means to spray the ink, and you can call it a technique that expresses not through lines, but through spreading, by spraying the ink and spreading with your hands, feet, even hair, and also drawing directly with the ink itself, etc. Compared to the line-centered technique, you can think of it as being much more unconventional and free. A long time ago, a painter named Yushu had presented the emperor with a single drawing. However, one day later down the line, Yushu visited the emperor for the second time and told the people that the painting in the palace is not his. As he couldn't know what had happened in the middle, but still, he had never once drawn the exact same pine tree next to each other. As that news was relayed, the emperor was in a towering rage and ordered them to bring Yushu to him. But when his servants went looking for him, he had already left this world. To think I did see this precious painting here. If what Yushu had said was true, this would be a forged piece and not his. And if I guess wrong, I would be disgracing the commander's precious painting. So, I suppose I have lost the bet, Commander. Meanwhile, Commander Chonggyu was shocked by all this. Some time later, Woon, Jo Kwang, and Choha came out of the Red Dragon Squadron. Seeing them, Zhang Yang said, "Seems like everything went well." Woon replied, "It's all thanks to you." Zhang Yang thought, "I didn't really help with much though." Woon asked, "Is her name Choha?" She replied, "Yes, sir," Woon said. "Forget about everything that happened until now. You will live with your sister from now on." Jo Kwang asked. "Although, young sir, was that painting truly the emperor's?" Woon replied. "Most likely not, since the angered emperor immediately burned it down." Jo Kwang asked. "Then what was that painting the commander had?" Woon replied. "Well, were there only one or two fakes in the world? Let's head back now." Then the scene shifted to the meeting place where a discussion was happening between 3rd Sir Myung Wan and 4th Sir Myung Jun. Wan asked. "It's been half a year now, hasn't it?" Jun replied. "No reason to meet you since you don't call me over," Wan said. "I've no time to look after my little brother since I'm too busy catching up to elder brother," Jun replied. "I think you've now got too much distance between you and second brother," Wan stated. "Second brother has the Sword Spirit Squadron and the Kylan Squadron too," Jun replied. "Brother, you have the White Tiger Squadron, don't you?" Hearing that, Wan thought, since the Black Tortoise Commander is a person from your maternal family, it's easy for you. I'm different from you. The White Tiger Squadron doesn't move as I wish. Jun interrupted his thoughts and asked. "So why did you want to see me today?" Wan asked. "How much do you know about youngest brother Woon?" Jun replied. "I don't know much about the youngest. Is he not just a kid who read poems or wrote every day? If you're looking at the Western quarters, shouldn't you pay attention to Director Khan?" Wan said. "I've heard news that the Guizhou Suk clan is making a move." Jun became surprised at that and asked. "Isn't it old news now? There was a time Woon went looking for Jong Moon, who used to be a Black Tortoise Squadron captain, and Jong Moon's maternal family is the Suk clan. Guizhou Suk clan are people who never make moves unless there's a guaranteed benefit. There's no way they would stand behind youngest." Wan asked. "What if that's the case?" Jun said. "Even if it is, what could the youngest even do?" Wan thought, he's not entirely wrong. However much the background flails around, there's no use if the master does not move, and he said, "Never mind that. This year's Grand Flame ceremony is important here. Once a year, everyone in the Myong clan gathers and wishes long life and peace to cult leader Myong Jung at the Grand Flame ceremony." Wan asked. "Wouldn't second brother, with his battle accomplishments, be the focus of the Grand Flame ceremony this time?" Jun replied. "Would be a problem if that happens. Not like we have any other good options," Wan said. "Right. So, brother, lend me your ear for a moment." Scene shifted to Damning Palace's Grand Flame House, where the meeting was happening between Heavenly Demon Divine Cult leader Myong Jung and other officials of the clan. Jung said, "There were rumors all around the Shirwan Great Mountain that the second had been touched by the 9 Sect 1 Guild and had been planning a revolt. What do you all think?" Divine Cult's Left General Yang Daichung replied. "It seems to be a baseless rumor someone had maliciously spread," Jung stated. "Of course, that's probably the case. The issue is why a rumor like this came up in the first place," Daichung replied. "Would it not be because Mangacap's accomplishments were too great?" Jung asked. "Then who could be the culprit? Chong, tell me what you think." Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Vice Cult Leader Yu Chong replied. "It will be difficult to easily figure it out," Divine Cult Right Master Gong Bak Jin stated. Likely it's one of three. I'm thinking of the first being the other sirs that are envious of Myeongak's accomplishment. The second is the 9-sect 1 guild. And the third, it's Gak himself. Since after the refusal of the victory celebration, Gak's battle accomplishments have faded a bit. There's a chance he planned it himself to renew this. Hearing that, Jung thought, the likelihood is very low, but as expected of Bak Jin, his moves are deep and detailed. Bak Jin continued. Firstly, we will need to thoroughly find the origin of the rumor. However, whatever the truth is, for this case we announce that it's the work of the 9-sect 1 guild, and ordering Gak to have a time to reflect would be appropriate, I believe. Jung said. Good. Then I will handle this case with the Divine Cult Right Master's opinion. Then we'll conclude today's work here. Right, Bak Jin, see me for a minute. As they all left, Bak Jin approached Jung and asked, Are there any orders you wish to give me separately? Jung asked. Do you know of Chao's youngest son, Chao Chong? Bak Jin replied. Chao Chong? Is he not the brilliant child who measured the weight of the elephants sent by Sun Quan? Jung stated. I'm not favoring Woon, but I'm only worried that Woon would follow Chao Chong's fate. Bak Jin thought, there is a theory that Chao Chong's talents were too excellent, and he ended up being assassinated by his oldest brother Chao Pai. Certainly, given his age, Woon is tall and has good looks. If he matures, he will certainly attract everyone's attention, especially if his talents are great. Also, he's giving me a difficult mission. And Bak Jin said, Whether I go or Woon calls me, the words will lead. I will use the coming Grand Flame ceremony to meet with Woon separately. Jung said, Please do. The day of the Grand Flame ceremony, Kong and Woon arrived at the gate of the Grand Flame house. Kong said, This is it for me accompanying young sir. Woon replied, I know. Don't worry too much. Is it not something that we do every year? Kong said, My dreams were stormy today. Please be careful. Someone called out to Woon, and Woon turned towards the voice. It was none other than Third Sir, with Chai Ju. Third Sir said, It's been a while. Let's head inside. Woon replied, Yes, third brother. It's been a while. Let's head inside. Chai Ju, seeing the sad expression of Kong, said, You're gonna break the earth. As they moved inside, Third Sir said, I've heard about the White Tiger Squadron and Red Dragon Squadron. It was quite excellent. Woon replied, I did as Director Kong instructed me. At that moment, Third Sir saw Myeongak and called out to him, saying, It's been a while, brother, and rushed toward him to greet. Meanwhile, Woon was shocked for a moment. Myeongak replied, It's been a while, third brother, and been a while as well, youngest. Meanwhile, Woon thinks, I can't speak. I thought I had overcome my fear, but was that not the case? But if I get scared and fall back at just this, I can never overcome him. And he said, Second brother, congratulations on your battle deeds. Myeongak thanked him and said, We can't just keep standing here and talking. Let's head inside for now. Some time later, as they entered, Daiching announced, The Grand Flame ceremony begins. The cult leader enters. Please stand up from your seats. Everyone present at the ceremony stood up and started saying, Hail! Hail! All hail! Woon thinks, Divine Cult left Master Yang Daiching, it's been a while. Has it been 15 years or so? What happened to the left master later down the line again? I'm sure he stepped down before father passed away. Was it a natural death, assassination, or just an early retirement? Well, anyway, that's not important right now. At that moment, Heavenly Demon Divine Cult leader Myung-jung arrived at the stage and said, It is fortunate that I can face everyone like this at least once a year. I would like to specially deliver a few words to my sons. Woon thinks, that voice, it's difficult to even try and estimate the depth of his ki. I'm certain he's above Myeongak from my past life. Perhaps he could have reached martial pinnacle. Jung stated, Firstly, I will talk about mistakes. Cheon, you are unable to act when you should because you pay too much attention to your surroundings. You will have to grow your heart. Cheon replied. I, your son, will reflect upon it. Jung stated. Next will be Gak. You've made accomplishments in Shanghai, but you've lost all of those accomplishments as you were arrogant. You will have to abandon arrogance. Gak replied. I, your son, will abandon arrogance. Then Jung continued to advise his children one after another. Then he arrived at Woon and said, Lastly, Woon, being weak is not a virtue. If you cannot develop your strength, you will not be considered a member of the Myung clan. Woon replied. I, your son, will train without pause. Jung stated. Good. Then I will now grant rewards to my sons who have worked hard all this time. First, he called Shion and said, Shion's meticulousness is best in terms of handling the cult's business. I will grant the Bailu manor. Shion thanked his father. Jung then called Gak and said, There is no one who would beat Gak's courageousness, and so I will praise that accomplishment with a treasured sword. Gak thanked his father as he received his sword. Then Jung continued to reward his sons one after another, and Woon thinks, just a single sword after such battle accomplishments. Second brother not having a victory celebration was the problem. Since second brother slipped, it'll be big brother's turn next. Jung then called out to Woon and said, Lastly, I grant a book to Woon, who likes to learn. Seeing that, Jun and Tak think, a fitting gift for Woon. A mud should do nothing but read. Woon sees the book closely and thinks, This, a martial arts book? This is 10 Wings 10 Martial Records. Sometime later, as the grand flame ceremony concluded, third brother said his goodbyes to Woon, and Woon replied with, Goodbye, older brother. At that moment, someone called to him. Woon turned around and saw a maid, and asked if she called him. She replied, Yes. I have something to give you. She then handed him a letter. Woon immediately opened it and found the following message. There is something I would like to talk with Seventh Sir about. The maid will lead the way. Reading that, Woon thinks, it doesn't look like she'll answer even if I ask for the reason. I guess I will have to follow her. Who could it be? Is it Suk Bayan? Now that I think about it, there hasn't been contact from the Suk clan for a while. The maid showed Woon a room door, saying, This way, young sir. Then I'll be on my way. Woon thanked her and opened the door, thinking, a formation technique, this time as well. Just who is the person that wants to meet me? At that moment, Woon saw Bak Jin sitting alone at a table and immediately recognized him. He thinks, that man is Divine Cult Right Master Gong Bak Jin. Bak Jin, seeing Woon, said, Seeing your surprised face, I seem to be not the person you were expecting. Please take a seat first. Woon replied. I didn't think Right Master would call me. Bak Jin said. I just wanted to talk with young sir. Woon asked. What would I talk with Right Master about? Is it about scripture and faith? Bak Jin replied. I would very much love to do so, but let's do that next time. Woon asked. Then what is it about? Bak Jin asked. Do you know of the story of a child weighing an elephant? Hearing that, Woon became surprised and asked. You mean Chao Chom? Bak Jin said. I've heard that young sir had been to the Red Dragon Squadron. Woon replied. I've only talked about paintings and received one child from them. Bak Jin replied. Chong Gya is not someone who gives something of his so easily. And thought, even still, no way he'd refuse when a youngster is requesting. No doubt. Woon asked. What are you trying to say? Bak Jin stated. Great cult leader is worried. As the great cult leader treasures young sir's talent. However, it is different for young sir's brothers. However much young sir works, at the moment, there are no ways for young sir to prevail over Chao Chang's destiny. And he thought, who knows, maybe after a few years, Woon thinks, it's father's order. I can see why he gave me a secret martial arts book now. And he asked, Father means I should leave the Daming Palace? Hearing that, Bak Jin thinks, he immediately figured it out. He truly is brilliant. Woon stood up from his seat and said, I shall do so. Bak Jin said, We will support you with everything. If there's anything you need. Woon said, That's fine. Thank you for your consideration. But that's something I must overcome myself, with my own strength. A while later, after returning from the Grand Flame ceremony, in the underground training center, Woon thinks, there were too many things in one day. Myung-gak, it sure has been a while since we last met. The face Myung-gak made while seeing me, that face looked like a face that knew I used inner ki. But him not reacting to it still likely means he won't even pay attention to the current me. I still have time. I need to grow my strength a bit more. If I'm going to jump past him, making a decision would be first on the line. How troublesome, didn't expect I'd receive a martial arts book from father. Should have given me a key heart technique book instead. 10 Wings 10 Martial Records. A martial arts book containing the chronicles of martial god Guak Jian Eum and the martial arts he used. This book is different from regular martial arts books. The essentials of martial arts are there, but there isn't a hint of the training methodology. I plan on reaching Zenith with Phantom Sword, but 10 Wings 10 Martial Records. Father gave me, a path I went down once before will certainly be easier, but its end could be the same as before. On the other hand, the path I haven't gone down before could have a different end. When it's difficult to easily come up with an answer, the answer is to empty it. For void is truth, and truth is void. As the 10 Wings 10 Martial Records itself is void, everything is left to me, which means there's no need to contemplate it. Only by perfectly achieving the profound principles of Phantom Sword can I go over to 10 Wings 10 Martial Records. All paths return home, for branches are bound to collect back into one. It is impossible to go down multiple paths at the same time. Choose a single path and go until the end. That itself is the path to understanding all. A month later, at Anicaps Manor, Kong pushed open the main door of the manor and said, "It has been so long since the Lichuan, but it is still cold. Let's head inside." Peng Hianchung was surprised while looking around and said, "This really is Anicaps Manor? This used to be the residence for the mine administrators." Kong, showing them around, said, "I have displayed a bit of my skills." Zhang Yang, seeing the training area, said, "This is for lightning arts, and this is for training hidden weapons." Quan Hume looked inside a strange hole and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Yang replied, "Be careful," Quan Hume said. "There's nothing in there though," Zhang Yang said. "It is a hidden weapon shooting mechanism. Want me to activate it?" Quan Hume nervously jumped back from it while saying, "You should have told me earlier!" Kong shouted, "That's enough chit-chat. Now you will stay with young sir at Anicaps Manor for a while. Devote yourselves with all your might." All the guards bowed slightly and replied, "We will put in all of our might." "We will devote ourselves," Zhou Quan asked. "Director, are you going to be staying at the western quarters?" Kong replied. "Someone has to protect it." The scene shifted to the evening of the previous day, when Kong entered Woon's room and informed him, "Young sir, Anicaps Manor construction is finally over." Woon replied, "It went as planned." "Well done." Kong handed over a scroll saying, "This is the Anicaps map that was made by surveying the Anicaps Manor area. It will be helpful in reorganizing the defenses." Woon smiled and said, "As expected of Director Kong." Kong also informed, "Apparently the 4th Sir has been appointed to the Sichuan branch. Current Black Tortoise Commander No Hyukji seems to be switched as well." Hearing that, Woon said, "Looks like the person who slandered second brother with fake rumors was 4th brother then. And he thinks I had suspicions, but as expected." Hearing that, Kong was surprised and asked, "What? Wasn't that revealed to be the workings of the Murim Union a few days ago?" Woon replied, "Must have been a stratagem by the divine cult right master, who was worried about following chaos." Kong said, "The Sichuan branch, it is the frontmost line facing the 9 Sect 1 Guild. It is very close to the headquarters of the Sichuan Tang clan. Woon thinks, looks like I would not see 4th brother for a good while. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return at all. You cannot win the competition with such shallow moves. Only honest strength survives." And he said, "In any case, we'll go to Anicaps Manor immediately tomorrow. As I've said before, please take care of the western quarters while I am there." Kong replied, "I've been preparing for that." "How long do you plan to stay?" Woon stated, "Let's see, about 3 years. I won't come back before I complete my martial arts. I'm trusting in you." "In the present," Kong said to all the guards. "Then please take care of young sir," Zhou Kwang replied. "Don't worry too much," Zhang Yang asked. "Though, where did young sir go?" Then the scene shifted to Woon, who was looking around with the help of the map given to him by Kong. Jiang-un, who was following him around, asked, "However much the Anicaps Manor is close by, would it be okay without bodyguards?" Woon replied, "I have you, don't I? It's only a neighborhood tour. I plan on appointing you as the Anicaps Manor director. You've seen and learned a lot being on my side all this time, right? You will handle the operation and management of this place, of course, the bodyguard training as well," Jiang-un said. "I receive your orders, young sir." Closely observing the map, Woon thinks, anyhow, this Anicaps map is pretty well made. I will be able to solidify its defenses. Woon saw the children who were playing with rocks and asked about them. Jiang-un replied, "They are children of the slaves belonging to the Anicaps Manor." Woon thought about them for a brief moment, and then approached the children and asked, "You guys, are you learning how to read?" One of the children replied, "No," Jiang-un said. "There shouldn't be anyone who teaches them specifically. Woon thinks I would love if I could teach the children, but I do not have the time." At that moment, Woon's eyes dropped on a shining rock the children were playing with, and he asked, That rock in your hands, could you show that to me for a second? The child replied. This is mine. My pretty rock, Woon said. I'll look at it for just a moment and give it back. Then Woon examined the rock closely and thinks, yup. It is gold. My memory was right. Sometime later, Woon returned to Nak-san Manor's main room and thought. I like it. It's plain and simple. The desk is new. Khan excitedly entered the room and said in a loud voice. Young sir! We checked, and it's just as you said. We've found a high-purity gold mine in the Nak-san Manor region. Woon asked. Is that true? I was only guessing, Kang informed. The length of the vein is over 24 meters. Truly, congratulations, Woon thought. With the gold mine profits, even if it isn't on par with that of the Black Tortoise Squadron or White Tiger Squadron, we can train dozens of martial artists. Seeing Kang smile, Woon thought. He's such a housekeeper. And then said, The Violet Light Group will contact us soon. Kang asked. The Violet Light Group will? But why? Woon asked. Have you heard about the gold string pill? Kang replied. By gold string pill, isn't it the pill of legends? Made by the Byakusei Path's hermit saint? The one that makes a paralytic stand and turns an old man young again? Woon stated. The gold string pill really does exist. The Violet Light Group is producing them in secret. Hearing that, Kang was shocked and asked. Is that true? Woon replied. Why would I ever lie to you? Though, it's extremely top secret, so even most of my brothers wouldn't know. And he thought. Of course I know, because I've experienced it in my previous life. Woon said. It's said that while it doesn't have the same effect as a legend, it still increases inner power significantly. Kang was shocked to hear that it increases inner power. Woon explained. The most important thing in making the gold string pill is the purity of the gold. And since a high-purity gold vein was found at Nak-san Manor, they'd show interest, wouldn't they? On top of that, if we can create a good relationship with the Violet Light Group, alongside the Guizhou Suk clan, it'll be a big help to us. Khan asked. Would there be any way for young sir to take the gold string pill? Woon replied. Not everyone can take the gold string pill. Besides, even if you can, I don't really trust the pill that much. Inner power, that's the area of enlightenment in the end, is it not? He thought. In my previous life, father was negative toward the gold string pill as well. He did allow its production, however. Woon then asked. That's that. How many slaves are there in Nak-san Manor? Kang replied. I think it'd be around, over 30. Woon said. I was wondering what would happen if we freed them and turned them into our villagers. Kang asked. What? Free them? Woon said. Nak-san Manor is their place of living too. They won't leave, even if we free them. The gold mine will bring great fortune to Nak-san Manor, but if there's no reward for it, they would start thinking twice, would they not? Hearing that, Kang thought. He's right. If there are rewards, their morale will increase as well. Woon said. Khan, you've accomplished many things for us to come all the way here. So I'd like to reward you. Is there anything you need? Kang replied. No, sir. I have not had an accomplishment deserving of that yet. Woon said. Hey, it's fine. Tell me. Kang replied. I will tell you when I've had a fitting accomplishment. Woon said. Can't say much if that's what you want. Sometime later at Nak-san Manor's sparring field, Woon asked his guards. Have you all gathered? All of them replied. Yes, young sir. Woon said. I was thinking of granting you rewards for your accomplishments thus far. All of them thought. Granting us rewards? Woon ordered. Jiang-un, give it to them. Woon rewarded all of them with books and explained. I've personally transcribed them with my own hands. The Converging Cloud Circulation Arts I've granted Zhou Kuang is the secret text of the Moon Cult. There's nothing better than this to grow your inner qi. The Heaven and Earth Converging Spirit Circulation Arts I've granted Humun is a key circulation art that focuses on the key channels and pathways of the lower body. When completed, you can unfold spearmanship like a grand mountain. The Thousand Form Flying Blades is a martial arts book handling throwing blade techniques. Your sword and throwing blades will become a well-matching pair. The North Sea 36 sword I've granted Quan Hyum is a sword technique with many diverging forms. It will develop your swordsmanship another step. And lastly, the continuous wind blade technique I've granted Peng Hianchun. Peng said. Woon, but I use a sword, young sir. Isn't continuous wind blade technique a blade technique book? Woon replied. It's because in my head, you are swinging a swift blade, not a sword. And he thought. In my previous life, you were the master of the ultimate demon blade. Moments later, Woon returned to his room and said to Jung-eun. They would have been confused when a child suddenly gave them martial arts books. Do pull them together. Jung-eun replied. Yes. Though, master, I have a question. Are there truly separate martial arts that fit oneself in the world? I ask as you gave different martial arts to each of the 5. Woon replied. A few days ago, father gave me this book. Why did he give me this? I was wondering for a while. This book only contained the story of how Gok Jung-eun lived. There was nothing about training methods. If I were to compare it to something, it was like an empty bowl. Perhaps knowing martial arts is knowing myself. All of this is only a journey to understand who I am. What's important is what to fill and empty it with, and how. What importance would the vessel be? Next day, at the Violet Light Group gate entrance, Kang introduced himself to the guards and asked them to tell their leader that he had come for a pressing matter. One of the guards immediately rushed in to inform her. Meanwhile, Kang thought. Violet Light Group are one of the 3 groups of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, alongside the Red Flying Group and Wise Sage Group. It is said that the main goal of the Violet Light Group is to aid the vice cult leader, but there isn't anything known about what they actually do. The guard returned and informed Kang that he had permission to enter. As Kang started moving inside, he thought. On top of that, Violet Light Group leader Sima Jin's martial prowess is above the 4 great guardians. Not to mention the gold string pill. It certainly won't be easy, but still, I can't give up. Young Sir cannot step in himself, but at the same time, it's something necessary for young Sir. Kang introduced himself and greeted the Violet Light Group leader. Sima Jin asked. What pressing matter does the director of the Western Quarters have with the Violet Light Group? Kang thought. I heard she's mid-30s, but she looks at least 10 years younger, probably thanks to her inner ki. He said. I would like to make an offer to the leader. Sima Jin asked. What offer? Kang said. The Western Quarters would like to purchase gold string pills from the Violet Light Group. Sima Jin asked. Did you just say gold string pill? Kang replied. That's correct. Sima Jin smiled and asked. What in the world are you talking about? Kang thought. I was expecting this. Reaction. He said. You may not know, but high-purity gold ores were found at Nak-san Manor. Sima Jin asked. So what? Kang stated. I've heard that the most important thing in making a gold string pill is the purity of the gold. If you can give us the gold string pill, we would like to supply Nak-san Manor's gold to the Violet Light Group. Sima Jin asked. Is this the offer of the Western Quarters, or a personal offer from yourself, Director Kang? Kang replied. In reality, young Sir does not know that I've come here. Sima Jin said. Although you didn't answer my question. She then released her ki and used her ki claw to grab him. Kang felt intense pain and thought. I cannot fall down here! And shouted. Western Quarters, no! Young Sir needs the gold string pill, Sima Jin said. You're still not answering. She increased the claw ki, causing Kang to scream in pain and fall to the ground, unconscious. However, Sima Jin stated. I already told you. I have no idea what in the world you're talking about. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Grand Flame House meeting room, where cult leader Myung Jung and elder Shi Junmyung sat across the table. Jung said, I've called you over to see your face, as we've not met in a long while. How is it with the Sook clan? Junmyung replied. Thanks to the great cult leader's grace, it is peaceful. Jung stated. You mean it's peaceful, when it didn't produce a single court official or a 4 great guardian? Junmyung replied. We happen to have unfortunate luck. He thought. He's poking where it hurts. Even when our headmate's authority is comparable to a 4 great guardian, Jung said. The seat of Black Tortoise Squadron Commander is open. Hearing that, Junmyung thought. Our cult leader rejects those who greed for power. I cannot reveal my ambition, he replied. That seat was of the Dashan No clan throughout generations, Jung said. I suppose you great Mountain 8 clans treat each other like brothers, but you weren't so friendly on the battlefield. What's the reason? Junmyung replied. Of course, that is because we fight for glory for the great cult leader. However, the damning palace is not the battlefield. Hearing that, Jung thought. It is as sweet as poisoned wine going down the throat, he said. That's that. I've heard that you met Woon. Is that true? Junmyung replied. It is true, Jung asked. How was he? Junmyung stated. He was brilliant and determined, Jung asked. Then does the Sook clan plan to become that child's background? Junmyung replied. We have already told him that we will, Jung stated. Quite the quick decision for you, Jumyoung said. There isn't much to lose. Jung thought. In the end, he's planning to just use Woon, was it not, Elder Suk? And he asked, Do you know of the gold string pill? Hearing that, Jumyoung was surprised and said, Gold string pill? Is it not the pill of legends? Jung asked. Is that the only thing you know? Jumyoung asked, surprised. No way, did it show up in the martial world? Jung let out a sigh and said, Never mind. Let's have a game of Go. Jumyoung replied. I will be receiving your teaching. After a while, as Jumyoung left, Jung and Sima Jin sat alone in the meeting room. Jung informed Sima Jin. It looked like Elder Suk did not know about the gold string pill. Sima Jin asked. If the Suk clan didn't tell him, how could Director Kong have known about the existence of the gold string pill? The gold string pill is the secret text of the Myung clan. Only the great cult leader, Violet Light Group, and a tiny minority know of it. If its existence is revealed to the outside, there could be problems. Jung thought. Among my sons, Cheon is the only one who took the gold string pill. However, there's no way he would have told his other brothers. He said. I'm wondering if Woon figured it out by himself. Since that child's brilliance escapes expectations at times. Woon is a clever boy. He wouldn't have caused this problem himself. It seems like it's the rash work of Kong, who learned of the pill through Woon. Sima Jin asked. What should we do then? Jung said. Nothing much we can do. Since he figured it out himself, do as you wish. Some time later, someone called out to Woon from outside his office. Woon gave permission to enter. Seeing Kang's trembling, bruised body, Woon immediately stood up and said, You received internal injuries? Kang apologized and pulled out a wooden box from his pocket. I present this to young sir. Woon asked. What is this? Flashback to Kang waking up after Sima Jin's attack, he asked a nearby maid. What happened? The maid replied. You're at the Violet Light Group. Your internal injuries are quite intense. Please don't move forcefully. Kang thought. I acted rashly and messed it up. I cannot end things like this. He asked. Where is the group leader? I have to meet her. The maid gave him a wooden box and said, Take this. Kang asked. What's this? The maid replied. The group leader said she will go take the price for this soon. Present time, Kang informed Woon. Inside the wooden box is the gold string pill. Woon replied. Sima Jin wants me to exchange the life of my subordinate for my inner key? Kang stated. I'll take my lumps for acting on my own. But what young sir needs right now is strength. I've only done something I should naturally do as one who serves you. Please do not reject my will. Saying that, he clasped to the ground. Woon immediately approached him and thought. You originally wanted to go to the north quarters, not the western quarters, since Fifth Brother's background is bigger. Was your sorrow for following the weak this big? Worry not. I will become stronger than anyone. He then ordered. Jaeyoung-un, call Dr. Dong. Now. But before we dive in, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Later in the evening, in the training room, Woon thought to himself. Gold string pill, I don't know how much it will help me in the present, but if I am thinking of Director Kong, there is no reason to hesitate. And so, he put the golden pill in his mouth, started eating it, and muttered. It has an indescribably deep aroma. Then, he felt intense pain. The next day, Jo Kwang said, Young sir, we have people from the Violet Light Group. Woon asked. Really? Did the group leader come? Jo Kwang responded. No sir. A woman named Aso and 4 technicians came. Woon said. Got it. I'll head out then. He welcomed them to the Nik-san manor. Aso and the 4 technicians lowered their heads respectfully and greeted Woon. Aso said, Our group leader could not come with us as an urgent business came up, but she is deeply delighted with this trade. Woon thought. An urgent business? Aso continued, pointing to a gift her servant was giving Jo Kwang, and explained. This is a gift sent by our group leader. It is a quick recovery pill made with ginseng from Mount Jangbeek. Hearing that, Woon thought. A quick recovery pill has excellent effectiveness on internal and external injuries. It must be for Director Kong. They are basically hurting and healing him. Woon pointed to the people behind her and asked. Who are they? Aso replied. They're technicians who will survey the mine. Woon became surprised while looking at Sima Jin, who disguised herself as an old woman among them. He asked. That woman as well? Aso replied. She is my old handmaiden who handles accounting. Woon stated. Certainly. Since the price of gold has risen a lot lately, We should do the calculations properly. Well then, how much gold do you need? Do tell. Hearing that, Aso became nervous and said, What? I thought the payment was already made. Woon, with a devilish smirk, asked, Already been made? Payment for what exactly? And thought, Can you say it's the gold string pill here? Hearing that, Sima Jean, the Violet Light group leader disguised as the old woman, thought, Acting dumb, is he trying to have his revenge? Aso nervously said, As our group leader said, tell you that half of the gold produced by the Anacasan manor will be collected on the first day of every month. Woon replied, Half of it? It seems like Director Kong made some kind of deal without me knowing. He then called out, Zhou Kuang, send a message to the western quarters and verify this information. Zhou Kuang replied, Yes, young sir. Woon also asked Zhou Kuang to guide them to the guest house, saying, It'll take at least a day for a response. We can't make a deal that wasn't confirmed now, can we? We have important guests, guide them personally. Zhou Kuang responded. Understood, sir. A moment later, at Anacasan Manor's guest house, Sima Jean sat on a stool and said, People say when you save someone from drowning, they ask for their bag. Aso replied, My apologies. Things got complicated. Sima Jean let out a sigh and said with a smile, No, it's actually better this way since we now know more about the seventh son. And she thought, Seems like I've underestimated the seventh son. Aso asked, What should we do? Sima Jean said, Just stay here for tonight without worry. I will head back once the sun sets and come back tomorrow. As night fell, she moved away using her martial arts, jumping from one roof to another, thinking, Is it because he studied how to be a ruler? I'd believe it if someone said he was 30 and not 13. The Guzhou Suk clan didn't step in for no reason. However, the bigger the talent, the bigger the valley of dejection. I hope the seventh son does not go down that path. She removed her disguise as she moved out of Anacasan Manor, still thinking, Perhaps our cult leader hoped for me to just offer the gold string pill. Then she noticed someone's presence, about 30 meters away from the manor. That person didn't try to hide. She became angry and shouted, Who goes there? While looking toward the top of a tree. Woon pushed aside the tree branches, revealed himself, and said with a smile, I think that's my question. You were coming out of the Anacasan Manor. Where are you headed in the middle of the night? Seeing Woon sitting on top of a narrow branch, Sima Jean thought, I heard the seventh son didn't know martial arts, but the level of his lightning arts is quite high. Then that must mean he took the gold string pill. Interrupting her thoughts, Woon said, So, Lady Violet Light group leader used the face-changing technique? Sima Jean stated. Then it seems the youngster has taken the gold string pill. How did you know about it? Woon replied. About that, can I just say that I just knew about it already? Sima Jean rushed toward him with incredible speed, thinking, Just knew? What an arrogant kid. Woon also started moving away, but Sima Jean immediately caught up to him and launched an attack. Woon dodged it easily. She said, How surprising, to think you dodged my flying blue strike. Woon replied, I thought that you were attacking me knowing that I'd dodge. He thought, Violet Light group leader Sima Jean, a loyal subject like her would never hurt me. She must be testing my martial arts. Sima Jean said, I did expect it, but I didn't think you'd dodge it this easily. So you noticed it from the beginning. What's the reason you came after me? Woon replied, I came looking for you. I had a question, why did you give me the gold string pill? Sima Jean said, I think answering my question should come first. I don't like people who don't answer. Woon stated, We both have questions. Then let us vow to the great Saints Supreme to only tell the truth. Sima Jean agreed. They both took the vow together. I vow to the Saints Supreme that if I lie, I shall receive a fitting punishment. The heaven and earth shall bear witness to this vow. The next morning, White Tiger Squadron main building. Team 2 Captain Chialang respectfully greeted Commander Jagyan. Jagyan replied, You've worked hard in a remote place. Has it been 8 years? Chialang said. You've got more furniture. They look pretty expensive. Having fun lately? Jagyan gave him money and said, Go and sate your thirst. And don't cause any trouble. Chialang said, We've got no one but Commander. He called his team member. Let's go, Si and Wu Hyun. And both walked away with smiles. The manager of the White Tiger Squadron, standing beside Jagyan, thought, What an arrogant bastard! And asked, Why do you even give silver to someone like him? If the great cult leader sees this. Jagyan interrupted. Then our heads will fly instantly. Xiao Lang's nature was rough and violent from a young age. He was thought to be unable to succeed. However, his martial arts improved significantly after coming to the White Tiger Squadron, and by accomplishing many duties on the battlefield, he became a martial artist representing the White Tiger Squadron. The reason we don't throw him out is that there is no martial artist like him on the battlefield. But it is still true that I'm feeling uneasy. Contact Daning Palace right now and send him far away before he causes another trouble, the manager replied, lowering his head. As you wish. As Xiao Lang and his team moved through a Daning Palace restaurant, he pulled out some hair of a woman eating nearby and said, Daning Palace's heir, it's been a while. People need to live in a place like this. Xian Wu whispered. Captain, people are watching, an old man nearby said. Is that not the martial uniform of the White Tiger Squadron? Of course, they lost the spar against the Western Quarters since they go around like that. Hearing that, Xiao Lang became angry and immediately swung his sword, cutting the bowl the old man was eating from in half. He asked, What are you saying? That White Tiger Squadron lost to the Western Quarters. The scene shifted back to Sima Jin, who asked Woon. So you did take the gold string pill, right? Woon replied. Yes, though I almost died. Then he recalled the moment he consumed the pill. He felt intense pain and thought. Twin channels have opened at the same time. If I do not control it, I will fall into chi deviation. My channels are going to be destroyed, just a bit more. As he persisted, his middle chi center actually opened up. Back to the present, Woon said. You asked how I knew about the gold string pill. And thought. For some reason, I don't want to lie to the group leader, but I can't tell her everything. He said. I had an old friend. While talking with them, I learned of the existence of the gold string pill. Hearing that, Sima Jin thought. Old? Isn't young sir only 13? And she asked. Who is that friend? Woon replied. They are one of my few friends. I don't think I can reveal their name. Sima Jin, seeing his expression, thought. What is that look making me feel sorry for asking further? Woon said. Then it is my turn to hear the answer. Even though Director Kong made a risky request to the group leader, you've given us the gold string pill. What was the reason? Sima Jin replied. Who knows? Curiosity, perhaps. And thought. Great cult leader said to do as I want. Why would Kong risk his life for a 13-year-old boy? I was curious. Hearing that, Woon was a little surprised. Then Sima Jin heard the sound of approaching horse hooves. She immediately turned and said, Hold on, young sir, unwelcome visitors. Their numbers are around 10 or so. They seem to be riding horses. I think it'd be best to hide yourself. Woon replied. No, this path leads only to Nek-san Manor. They must be coming here to see me. There's no reason to avoid them, Sima Jin said. Is that so? Now that I think about it, my subordinates are in Nek-san Manor as well. Meanwhile, Xian Wu, who was following Captain Xiao Lang, asked, Captain, is it really going to be okay? The opponent is the great cult leader's son, Xiao Lang replied. What are you talking about, Xian Wu? The divine cult's aim is honest strength. We will properly show the terror of our White Tiger Squadron to the Western Quarters. At that moment, he noticed someone in front and ordered them to stop. Seeing Woon and Sima Jin, he thought. A woman and a child? Woon said. Seeing your martial uniform, you're from the White Tiger Squadron. Where are you headed? Xiao Lang shouted. I am headed to the Nek-san Manor. Make way if you value your life. Hearing that, Sima Jin released her chi and said, What an unbelievably impertinent bastard. Seeing the level of her chi, Woon thought. This much chi, level of a vice commander? No, even higher than that. Xiao Lang unsheathed his sword and said, How fun. People think the night in the plains is quiet, but the night is something naturally filled with screams and screeches. That is the way of the divine cult. Before he could swing his sword, Woon moved with incredible speed, striking 9 to 10 times in an instant, causing Xiao Lang to fall to the ground. Seeing that, Xian Wu said, Captain is down. Everyone, draw your swords. Woon asked. There are too many witnesses. Can you keep everything you see today a secret? Sima Jin said. The only ones without words are those who are dead. Woon replied. No, they cannot say they've been taken down by a woman and a child. Think of the relationship with the White Tiger Squadron and let them live. Sima Jin said. I will see about that. As both of them rushed toward the remaining members of Xiao Lang's White Tiger Squadron. Sometimes later, the scene shifted to the manager of the White Tiger Squadron, who was riding to the location where Chiu Lang and his squad fought Woon and Sima Jin. While riding his horse, he thought, "Thoughtless bastards! What have they done in only a day of coming back?" He recalled what was written in the letter he received earlier, that multiple White Tiger Squadron members were lying down near the Nak-san Manor. "I think the team leader's name was Chiu Lang," he muttered. "If the fight between the sons starts inside here, we'll all be dead." He arrived at the location and saw them lying on the ground in pain. He immediately unmounted his horse and asked, "What is all this?" He thought, "There's no one who lost their life. They've exquisitely broken just their joints with grappling hands." Then he asked Xian Wu, "Who were you fighting with? Say it as it was right now." Xian Wu replied, "It was a young woman and a child." The manager was surprised. "Where is Chiu Lang?" he asked. Xian Wu pointed at Chiu Lang's trembling figure lying on the ground and said, "Team leader's meridians were struck, and we were unable to undo it with our skills." Seeing that, the manager thought, "If Chiu Lang got his meridians struck, it means they're at the very least above commander level." Then he said aloud, "Quickly clean this up for now and head to the martial school. If you want to live, you'll have to make sure what happened today stays a secret." Xian Wu asked, "Will there be no revenge for us?" Hearing that, the manager unsheathed his sword, pointed it at Xian Wu's neck, and said, "Revenge? When the entirety of the White Tiger Squadron's heads were nearly lopped off? They've only let you live to prevent further deaths. This wasn't them showing you mercy. Be thankful that you're still alive. It will be best for you to pack your belongings as soon as you return." Then he thought, "A young woman and a child? Did they use face-changing technique? The spars last time, and what happened today? Much stronger people than I thought are behind the seventh son. There's no way it's the great cult leader." The next day, Heavenly Demon Divine Cult leader Myung Jung and Right Master Gong Bakjin were playing Go. Bakjin said, "A great move. Great cult leaders' moves are truly offensive and hard to predict." Jung asked, "So, did you find it out?" Bakjin replied, "They claim it was an accidental action by the White Tiger Squadron Team 2 leader, Chiu Lang." Hearing that, Jung thought, "So it was not something staged by the third. That's a relief." Then he asked, "And the person who took them down?" Bakjin replied, "That's the strange part. They said it was a young woman and a child. For now, we should view this as the Suk clan helping." Jung was surprised. "Check the Violet Light group," Bakjin said. "What? Isn't the Violet Light group somewhere great cult leader personally manages?" At that moment, Suk Baiyun, Grand Flower Palace's head maid, arrived. Seeing her, Jung said, "For you to come all the way here, something must have happened." Baiyun informed. "Things broke out in Sichuan province." Jung asked, "Sichuan province? Is it about June?" Baiyun said, "Apparently the 5 Dragon School self-opened by Yang Hu from the Qingqing sect was completely annihilated." Hearing that, Bakjin thought, "We have no chance of winning if both Qingqing and Anime step in. Roads leading to Qingchai and Zizing should already be blocked too." Then he said, "Please pull the army back to Guizhou province immediately." Jung replied, "You are thinking of running away first?" Bakjin said, "There's no chance of winning." Jung replied, "There's a proverb, the one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it." Hearing that, Baiyun thought, "This means the fourth should take responsibility for what happened and pay for it with his life on the battlefield." Jung stood up, saying, "Let's stop here for today." Bakjin said, "Great cult leader, it's time to plan for cleanup at the moment. I will find a clever scheme if you leave it to me." Jung replied, "No, this is the duty of the Myung clan. Leave it to Cheon." Hearing that, Bakjin thought, "This is it for the fourth son. The oldest son now has the opportunity." A few days later, Nak-san Manor main house. Kang apologized. "Sorry for causing you worry lately." Woon replied, "Don't worry about that. I'm glad that you've recovered quickly." Kang said, "The quick recovery pill was very helpful, and as Director Jyeong-eun helped with the Western Quarter duties, I was able to fully focus on recovery. It's all thanks to young sir's consideration." Woon replied, "Compared to all you've accomplished, it's nothing." Kang asked, "So, was the gold string pill effective?" Woon thought, "My body is multiple times lighter than before. It's possible to do one of the 5 greatest light body techniques of the divine cult, the Heavenly Mountain Steps. And while its power is yet lacking, I can do the Heavenly Dragon Palm as well." Woon said, "I can't say there was no effect. Kong smiled. What a relief. Aren't you looking a bit taller as well? By the way, there was some news in the damning palace. Did you hear the news of the fourth son? Woon asked. Fourth brother is at Sichuan province, is he not? Kong replied. Fourth Sir annihilated a branch of the Qingqing sect and declared war on the Murim Union. Woon thought. Sichuan province was the Murim Union's land for generations. Is he planning to jump into a fire covered in hay? Kong continued. Sorry to say this, but before fourth Sir left for the battlefield, there were rumors that third Sir visited Sichuan. Hearing that, Woon thought. Was he restless enough to fall for third brother's trap? He was so full of suspicion and anxiety. How foolish. Kong said. The second news, the White Tiger Squadron Team 2 went back to Mongolia and had a physical clash with some group. Woon replied. Let's pass that news. Next? Kong said. Next is, the Guizhou Suk clan sent silver. Woon asked. Just as we're about to forget them, they send their regards. How much? Kong smiled. 8,000 liang. Where should we use this money? Woon thought. An amount that's hard to say is too much or too little. Honestly, there's no worry for profit for the time being, all thanks to NAK-san Manor. Kong pointed around Woon's room. It'd be nice to fix up over here. We could put a bookshelf here too. Woon thought. We'll need time. But as for the doctors and the medicine house, we have no worries since we have Choi. The only thing that's left is weapons. As he thought about weapons, he stood up. Now that I think about it, there was him. Director Kong, let's head to the Wu clan village. Kong asked. What? Right now? Woon said. Yes. Hurry up and get ready. Moments later, upon seeing the Wu clan village, Woon stated. It's a beautiful village. Kong remarked. Apparently they used to raise cattle a lot, but nowadays farming is their main work. Woon said. Since it's near the White Tiger Squadron, it should be under their management, right? Kong replied. That's correct. Though, what kind of person is Kyum Suk that you're hurrying your steps this much? Woon remarked. An artisan who makes weapons, and I think I've never actually seen him myself. At that moment, they saw two children playing with wooden sticks. Woon said. Just on time. Hey kids, let me ask you a question. Does a blacksmith named Kyum Suk live in this village? One child replied. I don't know. Never heard of him. What's a blacksmith? The other child said to him. You dumbass, it's someone who makes scythes with metal. The first child said. You mean Wu Song? Hearing that name, Woon became a little surprised and thought, Wu Song? Not Kyum Suk? The child pointed in a certain direction and said, If you go all the way down this road, there's a smithy run by Pine Tree Ajushi. That Ajushi doesn't come out of the smithy whether it rains or snows. Woon thought, is he living while hiding his name? I'll have to check it myself. A little later, they arrived at the smithy. Woon called out, Anybody here? Both entered the smithy. The person who was forging something asked, What is it? Woon asked. Are you Wu Song? He replied. That's right. Woon asked. Do you happen to know an artisan named Kyum Suk? Wu Song replied. No, there isn't anyone named that in this village. Woon remarked. Is that so? Do you also happen to make weapons? Wu Song said. I don't work with those things. I'm busy, so please leave now. Hearing that, Kong became angry and said, Hey, you didn't even listen to the details. Woon stopped him and said to Wu Song, Sorry for the intrusion. We'll leave now. As they moved away, Kong asked Woon, Why is he so rude? They came to know that Wu Song isn't his name. His real name is Kyum Suk. And seeing them leave, Kyum Suk thought, They know the name Kyum Suk? Who are those people? Kong asked. Did we come to the wrong house? Woon replied. Who knows? At that moment, they came across two old men talking to each other. The bald old man said, I told you, you should have already asked Wu Song. He would have done it for free. Why would you go all the way over to the next village? The old man with hair replied. I said Wu Song was sick that day. Woon approached them and asked, Excuse me, may I ask a question? Is that Wu Song person really that skilled? The old men replied to Woon. That's right. What can we say? You know how nice he is as well. Obviously, he can fix things. And the farming tools he makes don't even rust that easily either. Woon asked excitedly. Then is Wu Song good at making swords or spears? The old men replied. No, Wu Song doesn't make weapons. Woon asked. Why is that? but the old man explained it to Woon while starting to move toward the village, saying, "It was better when we used to raise cattle. But the divine cult took away all that cattle." The other person said to him, "Watch your mouth if you want to live your entire lifespan. Why talk about someone else without their consent?" As Woon moved along, he explained what the old man told him earlier about Wusong. Wusong's dream from childhood was to become an artisan who made weapons. But after he joined the battlefield with his father and brother, only he survived. And so, after coming back to this village, he never made a weapon again. "That's what happened?" Khan asked. "What should be the best course of action?" Woon replied, "We'll have to follow the law of the divine cult. In the divine cult, Director Khan, could you head over to the White Tiger Squadron right now?" A moment later, Woon came back to the smithy and said, "I've got a request for the Kyum Suk of the Wu clan village. Let's call him Kyum Suk from now on." He replied, "What is it again? Didn't I already say that person doesn't exist?" Woon, in an instant, unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Kyum Suk's neck and said, "You didn't even flinch." Kyum Suk replied, "You think a blacksmith would be scared of iron?" Woon asked. "Even still, are you saying you don't value your life?" Kyum Suk asked. "What are you saying? A lowly peasant's life is valuable?" And he thought, his movement is fast and concise. "He wasn't a normal person, as I thought." Woon said, "I've heard that you stopped making weapons because of reasons. If you have talent, shouldn't you use it where it's beneficial for the world?" "I need a person to make weapons for me," Kyum Suk said. "Beneficial? I don't make iron that hurts people. If you wish to take my life, go ahead." Woon asked, "What benefit will I have by taking your life? If you do not make a weapon for the next month, I won't bother you anymore. However, if you make a single weapon in that period, you'll have to follow my will." Kyum Suk chuckled and replied, "It's a conviction I've kept for dozens of years. If it's that kind of a bet, I'm fine with doing it for not just a month but 10 or 100 years. Woon stated, "All right. Bet that conviction of yours, and keep your promise." A few days later, an old man approached Kyum Suk with a bowl. Kyum Suk asked him to sit down and said, "What is this?" The old man said, "I've simmered a snake head. Have some healthy food before summer comes." Kyum Suk looked around. Many villagers were gathered around his smithy. He asked the old man, "I'm thankful for that, but why so suddenly?" Then other villagers came to him with different things. Confused, he asked, "What's all this?" An old man tried to hand him a spear, saying, "I know well you hate it when it comes to weapons, but could you take a look at this?" Kyum Suk replied, "Okay, but why are you asking something like this so suddenly?" The old man stated, "The White Tiger Squadron ordered conscription in this village. My grandson, he's only 14 years old, now has to go out to the battlefield." Another person said, "My 40-year-old son is leaving too." An old woman shouted, "My grandson as well." The old man said, "Since I can't stop it as I'm a grandpa now, at the very least I would like to fix their weapons before sending them." Kyum Suk asked, "But are they not even giving out weapons while sending someone to the battlefield?" The old man replied, "They said they're lacking supplies. I heard it's going to the border." Hearing that, Kyum Suk thought, the border, it's where my father, brother, and I went. If civilians go, they'll only end up as meat shields. In frustration, he pierced the spear into the ground and thought, so this was it. How cruel can they be? A few days later, at Nak-san Manor's training field, Woon, John Yonks, and Zhou Kwang were sparring while Woon observed them. Kang approached Woon and said, "Young sir, I've been to the Wu family village." Woon inquired, "What did he say?" Kang recalled the moment he arrived at the smithy of Kyum Suk, who was working on a weapon. Seeing that, Kang said, "Looks like you've lost a bet." In response, Kyum Suk replied, "Your methods are always so cruel." Kang responded, "Cruel? We're not from the White Tiger Squadron. You think we've shoved people into the battlefield just to win a bet? The person I serve happens to know of the White Tiger Squadron's plan." Kyum Suk became nervous and thought, by the person he serves, does he mean that boy? Kang then made an offer to Kyum Suk, saying, "If you make weapons for us, we'll handle the Wu family village's conscription issue." Kyum Suk asked, "Is that actually possible?" Kang assured him, "I'll promise you that." Kyum Suk pondered, "I've changed my name and moved where I lived, but I can't live a new life, is that it?" Eventually, he agreed. Meanwhile, the villagers who had been eavesdropping on their conversation leaned against the door, trying to listen more closely. However, the door gave way under their weight, and they were inadvertently pushed inside. Seeing this, Kyum-suk asked, "What's happening?" But the old people paid no attention to his words. Instead, they thanked him, saying, "My son lives thanks to you," and hugged him. Back in the present, Kong reported to Woon. "I've informed him that we'll notify him of the required weapon soon," Woon replied. "That's great." Then asked, "What did the White Tiger Squadron say?" Kong answered, "As Young-sir said, the White Tiger commander strangely accepted the offer gladly." Woon thought he must have been afraid of Chiolang's story getting amplified if he faced us. Kong interrupted his thoughts and added, "I've heard news on my way back. Apparently, the fourth son was successful in escaping Sichuan. The eldest son rescued him, along with the Dark Killer Squadron." Woon reflected. Dark Killer Squadron. The ones who came after me on the last day of my previous life were the Dark Killer Squad. He remarked, "Isn't the Dark Killer Squadron a unit under the cult leader's direct command? Seems like father helped Big Brother a lot." Kong acknowledged. "We can't exactly say the eldest son's accomplishment wasn't significant either." Seeing Kang's dim expression, Woon thought, "Looks like he's worried, as two of my brothers are getting ahead. If it's like my previous life, there's still time until the successor is set. Even if the future changes, that point shouldn't change much." Then Woon advised Kong while looking at the sparring field. "Director Kong, don't be too hasty. Just ensure the internal stability of the western quarters as you've done so far. The Daming Palace should be quiet for a while as well," Kong replied. "I will remember that." The seasons passed, and it became fall again. Woon's guards continued to train in martial arts under Jiang-eun's instruction, while Woon also practiced in the underground training area. Jiang-eun, who was managing Anakesan Manor, came to provide the monthly report to Woon, saying, "This month's deal with the Violet Light Group has concluded." Hearing that, Woon thought, "I've picked a disciple, but she's become an excellent director in no time." She continued, "We've received a message from the western quarters." Woon asked, "What about it?" She replied, "They said the Grand Flame House has sent the date for the family meeting. It's in a week." Woon thought, family meetings have been reduced to once every half year, and only Tak and I participate. The last meeting was cancelled, then has it been almost a year? She then mentioned, "Director Kong suggested that young sir get new clothes for the meeting." Woon agreed and noted, "Got it. That meticulous old man." A week later, at the Grand Flame House entrance, Kong said to Woon, "The Suk clan wouldn't have sent the Flying Foul Sword for no reason ahead of today's family meeting." Woon replied, "I know." He recalled a memory from earlier when he met the Flying Foul Sword and said, "It's been a year, Flying Foul Sword. What is it, coming in the dead of night?" The Flying Foul Sword said, "As our elder has said, he told you to be careful of the family meeting this time, especially. You will need to observe the sixth son's words and actions carefully. You cannot follow the sixth son's decision." Hearing that, Woon's expression became serious. He interrupted and said angrily, "Flying Foul Sword, looks like you've completely mistaken something. Go and tell this to the elder, that I am not a puppet of the Guizhou Suk clan." Back in the present, a servant standing at the gate greeted Woon and said, "The great cult leader and the sixth sir are waiting for you." Woon instructed Kong, "Please wait here." Kong acknowledged it. As Woon entered the room, he reflected on the fact that even in his previous life, the family meetings, which only the two of them attended, had continued for a year. In reality, he knew that today's family meeting would be the last. Approaching his father, he respectfully bowed and said, "Your son greets father." In response, his father, Zheng, remarked, "It seems like you've grown taller after leaving the Daming Palace." Deep in thought, Zheng contemplated, he has changed. Did he unleash his middle key center? I was expecting it, but to think he'd be at this level. It can't be possible with just the gold string pill. Looks like he obtained enlightenment in that short period. He's only 13 years old, but to think he attained this many achievements, Woon continued. "Father, I came across a poem that caught my eye as I was reading a book. I've composed some words." He handed a scroll to his father and added, "This is your son's appreciation for the gift you gave me last time." While reading the scroll, Zheng thought, is it not the poem of 7 Steps by Chao Ji? Beans are boiled to make broth, pulses are filtered to extract juice. Under the pot, the beanstalks burn, in the pot, the beans weep. Born of the self-same root, why in such a rush to fry? After reading the scroll, Zheng contemplated, the one who followed the fate of Chao was the oldest, Chao Pai. In the end, Chao Pai, who feared retaliation, called his younger brother Chao Ji and told him that he'd kill him if he couldn't write a poem within 7 steps. Chao Ji wrote this poem to save his life. When our aim is honest strength, do you mean you'll beg for your life out of fear of your brothers? Or is it the opposite? Then Tak said, Father, I have something to show you as well. This son wishes to show father his hard work lately. Jung responded. Really? Let's take a look then. Tak unsheathed his sword and got into his stance. Woon, seeing the sword, thought, even at a glance, I can tell that it's a prize sword made by an artisan. Then Tak displayed his swordsmanship. Seeing that, Woon noted, it's the true body martial arts of the Dashuajin clan, the five-form sword. Of course, his maternal family, the Dashuajin clan, must have taught him the sword. It looks flashy on the outside, but with too many distracting thoughts, it's as insecure as it can be. As his experience is still short, he's biased toward the form, not the class. At this rate, he won't be able to use it in real battles. Jung then stopped him, saying, That's enough. Well done. You'll have to not be lazy with your training in the future as well. Tak, trembling and out of breath from the display, said, Your son has a single request of father. I would like to make an accomplishment at Mount Bo-wei, just like my brothers. Both Jung and Woon were taken aback by his request. Woon pondered, Mount Bo-wei is a strategic point to advance into the Central Plains, and the greatest conflict zone of the heavenly demon divine cult, which borders the Murim Union. It's a place most martial artists refuse to go. Does Tak know this? Jung replied. Tak, getting hasty sculpts mistakes. Let's talk about this again around next year. Tak persisted. What if I learn from second brother? This surprised both Jung and Woon. Tak continued. I will go under second brother. I would like to become a son who makes accomplishments, just like second brother. A moment later, Tak, while leaving, said to Woon, Then I'll see you again. Woon bowed his head and said, Be safe. Seeing that, Kong was shocked and inquired, Were you this friendly with the sixth son? Woon replied, Well, that's not it. A moment ago, Tak had apologized to Woon for all his wrongdoing. I was too playful all this time. Neither you nor I are those who can live as we wish from the beginning, are we? You might not know, but I'm unable not to follow my mother and my uncle's words. Meanwhile, Woon reflected, in the end, the Dashuajin clan folded their expectations and abandoned Tak. But how come second brother? Tak explained. My uncle told me that the future of the divine cult is in second brother's hands. It's been an old dream of mine, to make an accomplishment by entering the battlefield too. I didn't think father would accept it all at once like this. Woon, please be safe. In response, Woon said, Okay. Be safe as well, brother. Returning to the present, Woon pondered, in my previous life, Tak was thrown around here and there and faced a pitiful death. Perhaps he lived an even more unhappy life than I have. He then instructed Kong. Send a message to the Guizhou Suk clan right now, expressing my desire to meet them as soon as possible. Kong replied. As you wish.
A few days later, Woon received an invitation for a meeting from the Guizhou Siok clan. Woon arrived at the location designated by Elder Siok. Upon entering, he noticed many people sitting at nearby tables, and Elder Siok was waiting at the front. Woon remarked, You chose a crowded place, I see. Elder Siok responded, Sometimes, such places are good for discretion. Woon expressed his concern, but there are still many who might be listening. Elder Siok reassured him, Don't worry, they're all my people. Woon thought to himself, That's what I thought. Elder Siok brought up the Siok clan's previous mistake, and Woon asked, What mistake? Elder Siok explained, The flying foul sword only conveyed the elder's words. It wasn't his fault. I will apologize on his behalf. Woon replied, It's all right, but thought, What a sly fox, Elder Siok inquired. Regardless, what happened at the family meeting? Woon disclosed, the Daksujin clan joined second brother's side, and thought, so his plans really did go wrong, huh? Elder Siok mused, I guess this is why an old man should step away when the time comes. Elder Siok mentioned his maternal family, the Dashinyu clan, and the Daksujin clan as well. Second Sir now has two of the Eat clans under his control. Elder Siok thought to himself, I'll have to redraw the picture. I must first deal with the second son. Woon noticed Elder Siok's condition, saying, You don't look so good. Do you plan to support Big Brother? He recalled the moment when he mentioned to Kang, the Guizhou Siok clan must have been considering third brother as the successor. King asked, not the oldest or second brother. Doesn't third brother have the weakest force since he's from the White Tiger cause? Woon explained. That's why they're keeping third brother in mind. Of the Great Mountain 8 clans, the Guizhou clan ranks in the top 3 in strength. They haven't chosen a successor due to Elder Siok's ambition. Woon continued, when the first and second are fighting fiercely, he looks for an opportunity to gain power from the remaining clans. With the balance of power disrupted, he'll try to restore it. Kang concluded, that means since one side got stronger, he'll push for the other side. Back in the present, Elder Siok thought to himself, he saw through me, and said, I'm not so sure. I will have to discuss this. Woon reminded Elder Siok of their promise. You haven't forgotten the promise you made with me, right? When you decide on the successor, you can tell me. Thanks for the tea. Elder Siok thought to himself, that Ki certainly has had an achievement at Naksen Manor. Who could say that child is a 13-year-old boy? As Woon leave the meeting, he contemplated his choices. If I'm going to stop Myung-gak from taking the lead, it's right to help Myung-cheon. But if I think about the bloodbath caused by Myung-cheon for 20 years in my past life, he's no different from Myung-gak. I've seen it in the past how the brothers and the Great Mountain 8 clans stain the Daming Palace with blood. I don't know what the end of this path holds, but I will survive. There's nothing else aside from that. In the end, I have to do this. Woon invited Ha-Hu Moon for a meal, saying, hey, let's get something to eat. Ha-Hu Moon gladly agreed. I've been waiting for you to say that. Woon said, Daegwon village should be nearby. Let's get a bowl of noodle soup there. As they enjoyed their meal, Woon realized, am I really about to grow taller and everything? My appetite is growing larger. And said, I'm finally back alive. Hu Moon added, I'm happy. Then, they heard a commotion from behind. A woman shouted, how long are you going to tell me to wait? Woon thought, tall nose and blue eyes, she's speaking our language, but not from the Central Plains. A Black Tortoise Corps member tried to maintain order. I only act by the rules. If you keep causing trouble, I'll have to. The woman Garmin interrupted. You will have to what? I am Garmin, who came with the authority of the Domin Nation's monarch. Sure, the Domin Nation is small, but does the divine cult treat monarchs of a nation like this? Woon recalled, by Domin Nation. It's a small country to the west, well versed in trade due to its geographical advantage, and known for their thousandly horse. Hu Moon observed, looks like there's some kind of issue. By the way, why are there so many Western people in the inns of this village? Woon explained the significance of Daegwon Village. Daegwon Village is where visitors to the Daming Palace wait for authorization before entering the palace. These visitors are mostly merchants traveling between the Central Plains and the West, and the Black Tortoise Corp manages it. Looks like I'll have to go there myself. Hu Moon expressed concern, young sir. It could be dangerous. Woon assured him, don't worry. When Woon arrived at the scene, a Black Tortoise Corp member inquired, excuse me, but who are you? Hu Moon introduced him. He is the 7th Sir of the Western Quarters. The Black Tortoise Corp member respectfully greeted Woon. I greet the young sir. Woon asked about the situation. So, what's happening here? The Black Tortoise Corp member explained. This person came with an invitation to the Northwest Merchant Group, but the seal of the Merchant Group is fake. Woon thought to himself, the Northwest Merchant Group is one of the best 5 merchant groups, and the Daming Palace, a seal forgery. Looks like someone scammed them by borrowing the name of the divine cult. Garmin, from the Domin Nation, recognized Woon's position. 7th Sir. That means he's the son of the cult leader. She extended her introduction. I am Garmin from the Domin Nation, and I offer my greetings to the young sir. Woon introduced himself as well. My name is Myung Woon. I heard that you need to go to the Northwest Merchant Group. Garmin clarified. We've come to receive payment for the horses the Northwest Merchant Group bought from us. Woon considered the situation, recalling past incidents, and said, I've contacted the administrator of the Northwest Merchant Group, and they should resolve this in a good way. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for a response letter due to the distance." Gomin thanked Woon, and he suggested, "Since we don't know how it'll turn out, it looks like we'll have to wait until the response comes back as well." Moon mentioned, "Since the sun has set, I'll look for an inn." Gomin recommended, "How about the Samyong inn that I'm staying at? It's clean and has good facilities." Woon agreed. "Oh, then I will do so." A moment later, Moon questioned the kindness shown to the Domin Nation. "Young sir, Domin Nation is a small country. Is there a need to show them this much kindness?" Woon explained, "How could the heavenly demon divine cult, which rules the world, lose faith from a small nation? We are responsible for repairing trading methods, so these things shouldn't happen from the beginning." Woon contemplated starting a merchant group, thinking, out of everything, we'll have to start a merchant group one day. Well, the Domin Nation will become a good trade partner for us. As they prepared to rest, Moon offered protection, and Woon replied firmly, "You plan to go against my orders. Sleep well." During the night, Woon woke up to unfamiliar voices outside their door and thought, "Who is that? The numbers forming the formation are not just 1 or 2. Moon inquired, "What is it?" And Woon gestured for silence. Then a familiar voice asked if Woon was inside. Woon recognized the voice as his fifth brother Jeng. A moment later, Jeng exclaimed, "I've arrived at the right place." "Woon, it's been a while." Woon inquired, "What's the reason for your visit at this late hour?" Jeng clarified, "I simply came to see your face upon hearing you were nearby." Woon privately wondered, "Why haven't you contacted me under normal circumstances?" Then he said, "Please be straightforward." Jeng asked, "Are you suggesting it's unusual for a brother to visit his siblings?" Woon replied, "There must be a specific purpose for your late-night visit." "Are you about to make a secret request of me?" Jeng explained. "Well, it's not precisely a request. I received a letter from Big Brother this morning. He wishes to meet both of us." Woon pondered. Considering Myeongek's acquisition of the Daksujin clan, he likely aims to merge Myeongjeng's Fujiwon clan and my Guizhou Seok clan. Myeongcheon might not have it his way. Woon questioned, "Can't they just go willingly?" Myeongjeng responded, "That would imply they're aligning with Big Brother. It would be ideal if it stops there. Big Brother could impose restrictions or demand an oath." Woon contemplated while gazing at Myeongjeng. "Is this a cause for concern?" Myeongcheon is cunning but still wary of father and watching Myeonggak's rise. Furthermore, third brother hold a blade behind Myeongcheon. He should realize he is not a formidable adversary as long as there's more power. Woon suggested to Myeongjeng, "It appears an uninvited guest is needed." A few days later, at the Bureau Palace, Woon observed, "It's essentially a fortress." He thought, "I may not know everything, but Myeongcheon undoubtedly outmatches Myeonggak financially." Ha Human instructed the gatekeepers, "Seventh Sir is here to see oldest Sir. Open the gates." Woon recalled his conversation with Kang before leaving Naksan Manor. Woon told Kang, "Ha Human will accompany me." Kang inquired, "The eldest son is dangerous. Shouldn't we all go with you?" Woon replied, "No, just prepare a black horse and a white horse for each of them. That should suffice." Woon reflected, "I'm not at the level to protect my subordinates entirely yet. If they need to escape, traveling lighter is preferable. In the present," Woon advised Ha Human, "anything could happen here today. Stay resolute and hold your ground." Ha Human affirmed, "As you command." He twirled his spear in his hand before firmly planting the wooden end of the spear into the ground, standing resolutely in front of the gate with the spear in hand. The elderly figure perched atop the fortress wall, known as White Hidden Ghost, inquired of his servant, "Is that the bodyguard warrior of the seventh son?" The servant replied, "His name is Ha Human." White Hidden Ghost commented, "He seems suitable, but just a second-rate martial artist. Does the seventh son rush in where angels fear to tread?" Inside the Bureau Palace Sun House, Jing enthusiastically announced when he saw Woon entering. In response, Woon inquired, "Is he a bit late?" Jing assured, "No, please take your seat." Qian, visibly agitated and exuding an imposing presence, demanded, "Don't they know to greet their big brother when they see him?" Woon bluntly replied, "Certainly not." Inwardly, Woon suspected he's attempting to assert dominance over them as soon as he lays eyes on them. Subsequently, Woon greeted Qian with deference, saying, "Youngest greets big brother." Qian then inquired, "How has their stay at Naksan Manor been?" Woon responded, "Thanks to him, it's been excellent." Meanwhile, Qian contemplated, "Fifth has already been won over. I'll need to work on the Guizhou clan a bit more." His thoughts were interrupted when Jing asked, "Hyungnim, why did he want to see us?" Qian began explaining, "The reason he wanted to see them is..." But he was abruptly interrupted by the white hidden ghost, who used Qi technique to convey a message directly to Qian's mind, stating, "The third son is standing in front of the Biru Palace." This revelation left Qian shocked. He employed the same method to instruct the white hidden ghost, "Go there yourself." The white hidden ghost acknowledged the order. Observing Qian's reaction, Woon contemplated, "Is he here, at the palace gate?" The third son, Woon, remarked to his servant, "A moat and a drawbridge. Having connections certainly has its advantages." The white hidden ghost descended before him and commented, "Seems like an uninvited guest has arrived." Inwardly, the third son pondered, "Swift movement, akin to the empty space secret spell, is it?" Chaiju questioned, "Who are you to dare block Youngseer's path?" The elderly man said, "He is known as White Hidden Ghost." He then inquired, "Third sir, why has he come here?" The third son contemplated to himself, "White Hidden Ghost, the wise sage group's assassin. It appears he has aligned with Big Brother." The third son responded, "He's here to visit his brothers." White Hidden Ghost inquired, "Did he receive an invitation?" The third son countered, "Is an invitation necessary among brothers?" White Hidden Ghost declared, "Then he cannot enter." But he was swiftly interrupted as the third son deftly unsheathed his sword and loosened White Hidden Ghost's belt. The third son casually commented, "You'll need to fix your belt if you plan to use the secret spell." White Hidden Ghost silently acknowledged, "I couldn't even react. I heard the third son's swordsmanship had improved." The third son directed his servants, saying, "Stay here, all of you." They all complied. Subsequently, he opened the door and remarked, "This is a lovely house you have." He then inquired of Qian, "When will he have houses like this?" The journey here was quite challenging with all those guard dogs, you know. Qian responded, "Everything has its order, doesn't it?" The third son asked, "The divine cult doesn't follow the order of birth, does it?" Qian inquired, "Do you want me to explain the order to you?" Woon contemplated, "What an intense aura." Woon might not match Qian in martial arts, but in terms of sheer force, he stands no chance. Hence, he had no choice but to come with Woon. A few days earlier, Chaiju mentioned that Woon had sent a letter. Third brother read Woon's letter, which conveyed Big Brother's desire to meet him, and fifth brother separately. Woon believed third brother understood the implications and suggested that he meet their father first. Woon indicated that their father would appreciate third brother mentioning his intention to meet his brothers. The third son privately pondered that this meant he needed to devise a justification. Woon also contemplated the situation, considering that if he and Zheng were taken away now, they could be permanently removed from the competition. The third son announced that he had just come from a meeting with their father. Qian wondered if the third brother had met their father beforehand. The third brother continued, sharing that when he informed their father about his plan to meet his brothers, their father gave him a special wine and he instructed Woon to drink it when he was older. Zheng expressed his excitement upon hearing this news. The third brother remarked on how their brothers had become so divided and suggested catching up later. Qian privately thought that this was not the right time for the third son to be doing this and questioned whether it was the scheme of the fifth or youngest brother. He believed that, in reality, only the White Tiger Corp stood behind the third brother. However, if the Fujian clan and Guizhou clan was supporting him, it could change the situation. Before Qian could delve further into his thoughts, Wen interrupted and requested permission to speak. He raised a concern about second brother and sixth brother, highlighting their father's unfavorable view of them but also his approval of their actions because of sixth brother's ambitions. Wen stressed that their father valued their achievements for the divine cult more than simply increasing their forces. He pointed out that Big Brother's recent mission to rescue fourth brother, in Sichuan, was a greater accomplishment than second brother's conquest of Kunlun. Wen accused second brother of betraying the core principles of the divine cult by prioritizing compassion over strength. He warned that if second brother continued to act recklessly, their father would not look kindly upon him. In response, Qian commented that mangacap was a prudent man. Wen countered that expanding their forces would lead to more attention and troubles. He likened it to a larger storage attracting more vermin despite vigilant supervision. Wen questioned whether second brother would act cautiously, given the ongoing issues caused by the sword spirit cores in every brothel they visited. He proposed the idea of infiltrating through that vulnerability. Human, upon their return from the Bureau Palace, expressed, "I'm relieved you've returned safely." In response, Wen remarked, "It's too early for relief." At that moment, Wen detected someone tailing them and told Human, "Let's split up." The individual following them was none other than the white hidden ghost, who thought determinedly, "I won't lose you." He recalled a recent conversation with Qian. When Qian had revealed, "I attempted to consolidate fifth and seventh's influence by using strength. However, by bringing in the third, they balanced the power and shattered my rationale with his eloquence. White hidden ghost, I'm granting you one more chance. Bring the youngest." The white hidden ghost replied, "As you wish." As he caught up to the horse, he was shocked to find Human instead of Wen. Human inquired, "Do you have any business with me?" The white hidden ghost realized that the seventh son was riding the black horse. Wen praised the obedient horse sent from the Dominion and decided to name it Magan, signifying horse ruler from now on. The four great guardians held a discussion. Namji Nam accused the Sword Spirit Corp of being ostentatious, which the Ghost Spirit Group affirmed. Gong Bokjin pondered the clash between the elite squadrons of the first and second sons, seeking the outcome. Jinam revealed that the second son's Sword Spirit Corp had triumphed, resulting into casualties and 9 injuries. Concerned, Bokjin asked if casualties were from the Ghost Spirit Group, and Jinam confirmed. Bokjin, worried about the casualties, instructed Jinam to address it. Despite Jinam's hesitation due to claims of intentional provocation by the oldest son's side, Bokjin urged Jinam to focus on guardian duties, but their conversation was interrupted by the cult leader, inquiring about their search. At Sword Spirit Corp headquarters, Sword Spirit Commander Zhang Jian reprimanded, "Despite my warning to behave prudently, you acted carelessly during a crucial time for the Yangtze's plans." Internally, Jian acknowledged the severity, contemplating, "Public conflict and casualties. Keeping this hidden will lead to even greater trouble." He directed toward, "First team leader, though I could demand your lives now, will adhere to the cult's protocols. Inform the young sir immediately." First team leader. The first team leader affirmed, "As you wish." Later, a Sword Spirit Corp member asked the first team leader, "Are you really going to inform him?" Perplexed, the first team leader queried, "What do you mean?" The member suggested evading consequences, stating, "People died. Report to the commander that the young sir advised to overlook it." The Ghost Spirit Group won't object. The first team leader resisted, saying, "Nonsense, I'm lamentful, but I can't do that." As the member unsheathed his sword and attacked, fatally injuring the first team leader, he apologized, "I'm sorry. Forgive me." Reflecting on a past warning from White Hidden Ghost, the member realized, "I have no choice." In the Grand Flame House, the gleaming hall buzzed with anticipation as Bok Jin addressed the cult leader, expressing his request for the mobilization of the Reaper Corp. Intrigued, the cult leader inquired about the Reaper Corp, prompting Bok Jin to reveal their purpose: to deal with those defying the divine cult's law, particularly the Sword Spirit Commander and his followers, tarnishing their reputation. Curious about the Guardian's involvement, the cult leader questioned if Guardian could handle the situation alone, considering the Ghost Spirit Group and Sword Spirit Corp. Jinam shared his encounter at the Sword Spirit Group, revealing the commander's refusal to cooperate. Surprised, the cult leader questioned the Sword Spirit Commander's defiance and urged Jinam to speak the truth. Jinam clarified that his attendance was repeatedly requested by the Guardian. Contemplating the situation, the cult leader realized Bok Jin's loyalty seemed aligned with the first. Acknowledging the second's martial prowess, but recognizing his ruling shortcomings, the cult leader pondered the first's strategic acumen. Speculating on Gak's potential, the cult leader wondered if he could become an unbreakable sword, a level he himself couldn't attain. Deciding to confirm through the left master, the cult leader instructed Jinam to summon Yong Dae-chung. Acknowledging, Jinam affirmed, "As you wish." Outside Myung-gak's residence, a crowd gathered as Yong called for the second son to heed the cult leader's will. Gak opened the gate while Yong asserted that Guardian Jinam's repeated but unsuccessful attempts to summon the Sword Spirit Commander, Jang Jeon, amounted to an investigation for treason. Gak claimed no specific report had reached him. Yong, insisting he merely followed orders, encouraged Gak to convey this to the cult leader directly, ordering his subordinate to apprehend the youngster. Simultaneously heard someone at the Sword Spirit Corp residence demanding the Sword Spirit Commander's surrender under the Guardian's orders. Jeon, pondering the lack of response, questioned his subordinate about the youngster's instruction to lock the doors. Subordinate confirming it, the Jeon sensed something amiss, prompting to consider it treason, doubting the youngster's involvement. Upon the return of another subordinate, Jeon anxiously inquired about the youngster's well-being, only to learn that Yong Dae-chung had surrounded the residence, forcing the youngster into the palace. Feeling betrayed, Jeon beheaded a subordinate. Whispers reached Jinam, informing him that the second son had completed the palace entrance process. Preparing for a confrontation, Jinam ordered his subordinates to draw their swords. Despite expectations, Jeon, opening the door, identified himself and greeted the Guardian, surprising Jinam, who believed further conflicts were unlikely. Jinam pointed out that the Sword Spirit Commander had defied the Guardian's orders, tarnishing the cult's directives. He sought acknowledgement from those present. Jeon, reflecting on the consequences of a single mistake, was determined not to involve the youngster. Admitting the case's lack of connection to the youngster, he acknowledged his negligence and took his own life. The following day at Naksan Manor, Kang informed the youngster that the Sword Spirit Commander had been falsely accused of treason and had committed suicide. The second son received a probationary sentence. Woon, sensing an opportune moment, explained to Kang that he had informed Big Brother about trouble caused by the Sword Spirit Corp at a brothel. Exploiting this vulnerability, Big Brother's Ghost Spirit Group orchestrated the downfall of the second brother's Sword Spirit Corp. Woon anticipated caution from Big Brother and manipulation attempts from third and fifth brothers. Fearing reprisal if Big Brother discovered his involvement, Woon recognized the need for overwhelming martial arts. He ordered the immediate gathering of the bodyguard warriors. Kang inquired, "Is everyone assembled?" The bodyguard warriors unanimously responded, "Yes, sir." Jo Kwang questioned the presence of the teacher, prompting Kang to realize the truth as Woon revealed his face, shocking them all. Expressing regret for deceiving them, Woon admitted his identity. Hang Hien-chung exclaimed, "It was you, young sir." Jo Kwang wondered if the young sir had been their teacher. With urgency, Woon explained, "No time for details. Temporarily, you won't see me. Seal the western quarters, maintaining the status quo." Kang, focus on recruiting and training talents, excluding guests. Kang assured, I understand your orders. Assigning tasks, Woon instructed Jeong-yoon to establish the merchant group and seek assistance from the Violet Light group leader and the Northwest merchant group. Jeong-yoon acknowledged the directive. Emphasizing diligence in training, Woon addressed the gods, who pledged, as you wish, adding another request. Woon asked them to guard him. Jo Kwang sought clarification, leading Woon to explain that he would commence solitary training the next day, urging them to protect the stone gates on his behalf. Kang and the rest gathered at the solitary training ground entrance, awaiting Woon's arrival. Kang informed Woon, our necessary preparations are complete. Expressing gratitude, Woon acknowledged, thank you all. Even Cho-yi and Cho-ha are present. Adding to the conversation, Cho-ha stated, with Dr. Dong assistance, we've created grainless diet pills for young Si's growth. I hope they suit your taste. Woon assured Cho-ha, saying, I'm sure they will. Shifting his attention to Cho-yi, Woon inquired, are you learning martial arts from director Kang? Let's spar after my solitary training. Cho-yi agreed, saying understood. Turning to Jeong-yoon, Woon assigned tasks, one for the Violet Light group leader, and one for you. Seek her assistance upon her return from the western region. Jeong-yoon affirmed, I receive your orders. Internally, he speculated, the 7-star pill's location should be on the other one. Upon reaching the training ground entrance, Woon bid farewell, stay safe, everyone. Their collective response echoed, we pray for young Si's success, we pray for his martial fortune. Descending the stairs, Woon reflected, whether in this life or the last, my first solitary training, missing the sky and mountains, birds, and butterflies is saddening, but it can't be helped. To become the junior cult leader, I must surpass my mangak. Observing the room layout, he noted, this is it. No worries about water, and martial uniforms are meticulously prepared. Contemplating the grainless diet pills, he wondered, should I give them a try? The grainless diet pills leave a refreshing sensation in their mouths, surprising Woon that were not unpleasant, contrary to the common belief that they taste bad. The necessity for those clothes is no more. External arts will be practiced during the day, while internal arts will be the focus at night. Those adrift lack awareness of their path's end. Understanding oneself and desires is crucial, but for him, that knowledge is unnecessary, having already glimpsed his destination. Born from dirt and returned to dirt, he've come back once more. All paths converge into one. A diverging path is but a mirage. Walking two paths simultaneously is impossible. The next path can only be trodden by observing the current one. Approaching 14, his age is merely the age of body. Growth stems from enlightened minds, transcending death. Even the heavenly demon can't traverse beyond death. Following Myung-woon's solitary training, the Western Quarters and Naksan Manor locked their doors as intended. Kang Ha-won, using Naksan Manor's earnings, trained martial artists. Coaching them, Kang emphasized, precise movement is crucial in form training. Again, from the beginning, martial artists responded, yes, sir. Naksan Manor's bodyguard warriors concentrated on training under Jeong-yoon. Kwan Hiem instructed Jong-yong's, do it properly. Jong-yong's retorted, shut up, idiot. In the Wu family village, Myung-woon's ink sword was completed. Kang relieved and said to Kim Seok, finally. Kim Seok credited the precious ink iron for the sword's quality. He then asked Kang, shouldn't Yong-seo be the first to draw this? Kang replied, indeed. A year into Myung-woon's solitary training, Sima Jin questioned his servant. Seventh son entered solitary training last winter. The servant confirmed, that's correct. Sima Jin, with curiosity, inquired, has it truly been a whole year already? The servant, lacking specific information, responded, he didn't provide details on the duration of his intended solitary training. Sima Jin, delving into Myung-woon's mindset, mused, so, He doubted the adequacy of his martial skills at this age. Contemplating the passage of time, she wondered aloud, how much has he grown during this past year? Concerned for her well-being, the servant suggested, "You must be fatigued from your journey. It would be wise to rest for a few more days." Sima Jin, displaying resilience, declined, stating, "No, a single day of rest suffices." Now, are there any other notable events that have transpired? The servant, becoming the bearer of news, shared, in the spring, elder Jin of the esteemed Daksujin clan departed, and the second son faces hardships in his Daviate conquest. Sima Jin, struck by the sudden change in health of someone once robust, reflected silently, a person so hale and hearty just a year ago, and now, seeking clarification, she inquired about elder Jin's cause of death. The servant, relying on available information, reported, as far as is known, it is attributed to old age. Sima Jin, detecting a subtle discrepancy, attempted to delve deeper into her thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by another servant, who informed her, "Group leader, the director of Naksan Manor, awaits outside." Sima Jin, intrigued, questioned, "The director of Naksan Manor, and who might that be?" The servant responded, "She identifies herself as Jeong-yoon. She mentioned carrying a letter from the seventh son." Sima Jin, sensing a strategic waiting period, thought to herself, "It appears they anticipated my return." She then instructed, "Tell her to enter." As Jeong-yoon entered, she greeted with formality. Naksan Manor's director Jeong-yoon extends her greetings to the esteemed Violet Light group leader. Sima Jin, acknowledging the formalities, questioned, "So you bear a letter from the seventh son?" Jeong-yoon confirmed, "Indeed, that is correct." As Sima Jin perused the contents of the letter, she inquired further, "He seeks assistance in establishing a merchant group." Jeong-yoon respectfully responded, "Yes, during his ongoing solitary training, he entrusted me with the task of seeking aid from the group leader and the esteemed Northwest Merchant Group. He expresses regret for not being able to make this request in person due to your absence in the West." Internally, Sima Jin acknowledged, "A truly charming child she is." Understood. Monthly visits to Naksan Manor for collection. Information will be conveyed through ASO. Jeong-yoon expressed gratitude, saying thank you. Sima Jin, recognizing the challenge ahead, commented, "Establishing a merchant group is no simple feat. Follow my instructions diligently." Jeong-yoon assured, "I will adhere to the group leader's guidance." Reflecting on the passage of time, 449 days had elapsed since Woon commenced solitary training. Woon, contemplating the peculiar yin-chill ground channel, ruminated, "I anticipated yang energy, not chilling yin true ki flowing beneath Naksan Manor. These ki openings on my head. Chilling yin true ki courses through my 100 convergence pathway and front crown pathway. To avoid ki deviation, I must skillfully combine it with yang strength and true ki. Perhaps using yang energy with one hand and yin energy with the other is achievable. If the vertical alignment proves challenging, should I attempt a division into left and right? Could this lead to ki deviation?" With a resounding cry, he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he pondered, "Where am I?" A woman bent over him, reminiscent of his mother, and behind her, someone wielding a sword ended her life. Recalling the pain he thought he had left behind, he mused, "Why do these suppressed emotions resurface in my second life? How should I navigate this new existence? Suppress the rage, quell the hatred. No, eradicate the mind demon of solitude. Embrace utter emptiness." In the outskirts of Yunnan province simultaneously, the recently appointed patriarch of the Daksujin clan, Jin Baekcheong, addressed Myeonggak, noting his retreat due to pressure from the combined forces of the Hu tribe and Daviate. Myeonggak questioned if Jin Baekcheong had journeyed there solely for confirmation. Inquiring if Myeonggak was angered, Jin Baekcheong, in response, asked if laughter would be more appropriate. Expressing concern about rumors of the eldest son assuming the role of junior cult leader, Jin Baekcheong asserted that the Daksujin clan might be compelled to disassociate if the situation persisted. Mangak questioned if Jin Baekcheong was issuing a threat, and Jin Baekcheong, in turn, asked if Mangak still failed to comprehend how he found himself in that predicament. Mangak attributed it to his older brother's unforeseen actions. Encouraging Mangak to compose himself, Jin Baekcheong stressed the significance of understanding the reasons for one's defeat. He advised Mangak to hone his martial skills, fortify his forces, and achieve success on the battlefield. Mangak, seeking clarity, asked what more could be done, prompting Jin Baekcheong to inquire if Mangak would follow through if given instructions. Mangak proclaimed his willingness to do anything as long as he could ascend to the highest position. Several days later, in the morning rain, Jin Baekcheong walked along a challenging path, suggesting he was nearing his destination. Spotting a person atop a stone pillar, he hurried towards him, exclaiming that it had been a while. The individual responded, indicating they had been awaiting his arrival. Jin Baekcheong proposed going to meet the great cult leader. The leader of the cult acknowledged. "You've arrived," Jin Baekcheong respectfully responded. "Your subordinate greets the true leader of the Heavenbreaker Palace." The cult leader questioned, "How did your task unfold?" Jin Baekcheong confidently replied, "I executed it flawlessly, without any errors." The cult leader stressed, "Precision is crucial to wipe out the Mayan clan." Jin Baekcheong assured, "I'll double-check to ensure everything is flawless." The cult leader declared, "Excellent, I'll fulfill my promise." Utilizing the Mind Sword technique, the cult leader transferred the reward to Jin Baekcheong. Observing the reward, Jin Baekcheong thought, "This is the pill to quell the poison insect within me and halt the seizures." Expressing gratitude, he said, "Your subordinate thanks the cult leader for his grace." Inquisitively, the cult leader asked, "Are you satisfied now as the patriarch instead of your late brother?" Jin Baekcheong humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the great cult leader." The cult leader remarked, "You should be content. Your actions were necessary for claiming that position. If your brother had emulated you, he wouldn't have died so meaninglessly." In the upcoming year, on the first day of the first month, at Grand Flame House, Sima Jin exclaimed, "Wait for me." Yong Dae-chung questioned, "Why is the great cult leader summoning us on the first day of the first month?" Sima Jin suggested, "Perhaps it's for New Year's greetings." If that's the case, he might have also called the four great guardians. Yong Dae-chung chuckled, remarking, "You haven't changed. By the way, is this our first encounter since the Grand Flame ceremony?" Sima Jin confirmed, "Yes, it was the first time I witnessed a Grand Flame ceremony with such emptiness. Last year, only the eldest son, third son, and fifth son were present." Yong Dae-chung agreed, "True, I wonder how many will attend this year." Sima Jin inquired, "How long do you think the second son will remain in Zhezong land? The Daviate conquest seems unsuccessful now." Yong Dae-chung replied, "I have no way of knowing." Sima Jin pressed, "If not you, who else in the military would know? Aren't you somewhat indifferent to the cult's affairs?" Yong Dae-chung defended, "I stay neutral. Let's leave it at that. It seems your interests lie elsewhere. Weren't you disappointed that the seventh son didn't attend the Grand Flame ceremony?" Sima Jin questioned. "What are you implying?" Yong Dae-chung disclosed, "I've heard that the Western Quarters and Violet Light Group have strengthened their ties recently." Sima Jin explained, "That's because the Western Quarters and Violet Light Group are..." The conversation was disrupted as Gong Bak Jin directed the maid, saying, "I'll go in first." Sima Jin pondered, Gong Bak Jin, the right master of the divine cult. That displeased expression, I haven't witnessed that in a while. Sima Jin reminisced about the past, recalling the imposing figure of cruel demonic blade Yong Dae-chung, back then, whom she couldn't even look eye to eye with. Yong Dae-chung expressed, "I have a concern. We're not grooming successors from the true cult's pool of experts." Sima Jin questioned, "What did you say?" "I'm here, still serving." Yong Dae-chung probed, Will you then inherit the title of Divine Cult's #1 sword? Sima Jin contemplated. Currently, aside from the great cult leader, Vice Cult Leader Yu Cheong holds the title of Divine Cult's #1 sword. However, Sima Jin responded, I won't decline if you bestow it upon me. Yang Decheng stated, let's go inside. Sima Jin asked, hold on, are you giving it to me or not? Yang Decheng replied, ask the one who made the offer. Never mind that. Is the seventh son 16 now? Has it been 2 years since he entered? Sima Jin queried, why do you keep asking about the seventh son, heavenly demon, divine cult leader? Myung-jung explained, I've gathered you here today to discuss your views on the next generation. Sima Jin reflected, opinions on the next generation. This is the first time he's brought up the successor issue in our meetings. Myung-jung stated, as the eldest son is now in his mid-30s, it's time to address this. Beginning with Yu Cheong, share your thoughts without reservation. Yu Cheong expressed, I believe either the eldest son or the second son, with notable battle achievements, should lead the cult in the future. Myung-jung thought Yu Cheong, are you going to state the obvious throughout? Myung-jung directed, Nax, share your thoughts, Left Master. Yang Daecheng proposed, ultimately, we need to find the most suitable person for the position. How about entrusting the future to the son who achieves the most in the next 3 years? Sima Jin pondered. What is this elder suggesting? 3 years from now, it's a good idea to start afresh, but the seventh son is currently in solitary training. Myung-jung inquired, what is your stance? Right Master, Gong Bok-jin stated, I don't agree with Left Master's idea of starting anew. It will only fuel the rivalry among the sons. I concur with the vice cult leader's perspective. Myung-jung commented, I found Left Master's proposal intriguing. I'd also like to hear the opinions of the group leaders. Dun Myong-gun, the red flying group leader, suggested, 3 years is too brief. How about extending it to 10 years, with a longer duration? The right person will naturally emerge. Chien Jonji, the wise sage group leader, added, 7 years should be ample to distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit. Myung-jung questioned, what about the violet light group leader? Sima Jin responded, I align with the wise sage group leader's viewpoint. Myung-jung decided, then let's settle on 7 years. That's our approach. Gong Bok-jin inquired, great cult leader, the 4 great guardians are not present. Are we making a decision on the spot? Myung-jung explained, since the guardians follow the right master, their sentiments are likely aligned. We'll finalize the successor after 7 years. All present affirmed, as you command. During the summer of the same year in the western quarters, Kang inquired of Elder Seok, what brings you to the western quarters? Seok Junmyung replied, just exploring the area. Internally, Kang mused, exploring, that seems uncommon for someone of Elder Seok's stature. Seok Junmyung then inquired, any news from Youngsu? It's been nearly 3 years. Kang explained, he's currently immersed in solitary training. Seok Junmyung shared, the eldest son recently dealt with bandits around Qinghai province. The fifth son in Gansu is also making strides. Kang reflected, it's widely known that the eldest son is leading, and the fifth son effectively supports and aids him. Seok Junmyung continued, additionally, the third son's mission has been decided. He will head to Turpan in the north to subjugate the Monkeys. Kang considered, I heard the Monkeys recently ventured south, targeting the true cult's trade routes. Well, it's just the Manchu. Seok Junmyung stated, therefore, I propose that the western quarters send martial artists to Turpan. Kang, surprised, questioned, what, from the western quarters? You mean aiding in the Manchu conquest, and on top of that, reinforcements? That's not feasible. Doesn't that imply we are essentially aligning ourselves with the third son? Seok Junmyung clarified, the third son has reconciled with the Dashinju clan, his maternal family. Kang thought, wasn't the third son supposed to have no connections after his early fallout with his maternal family? Seok Junmyung added, Our Guizhou Siok clan has reached an agreement with the Dashanju clan to form an alliance. Kang contemplated an alliance. If this proceeds, the western quarters will essentially be under the influence of the third son. Kang exclaimed, "What are you talking about? If such a thing occurred, you should have informed us in the western quarters." Siok Junmyung responded, "If the western quarters refuse, we intend to withdraw our support for the seventh son." "Will you, a mere director, reject my directives?" Kang reflected. "Elder Siok, you truly aim to issue threats in the absence of Yongse." Many months earlier, in the western quarters, Sima Jin remarked, "Have you heard about the great cult leader announcing the successor competition?" Kang confirmed, yes, that he will decide after evaluating achievements in the next 7 years. Sima Jin conveyed, "At present, the seventh son needs to focus entirely on solitary training. Ensure this information remains undisclosed to him. That's why I came here to inform you." Kang thought, she came all the way here just to say that. Sima Jin continued, "Additionally, there will be future actions from the Siok clan. Regardless, do not waver. If there are things they desire, let them proceed as they wish." Sima Jin pondered. "Because I've witnessed it, the potential of the seventh son," Sima Jin asserted, "there must be no issues until the seventh son completes his training." Kang assured, "I will heed the group leader's words." Returning to the present, Kang considered, "Right now, in Youngse's absence, I cannot create more problems." Kang stated, "Understood. Whom do you desire?" As fall transitioned to winter, 2 years and 10 months passed since Myung-woon entered solitary training. At Naksan Manor, both Jo Kwon and Gyung-yoon acknowledged, "You've arrived." Kang responded, "Of course, I have." "Are there individuals monitoring the solitary training site?" Jo Kwon revealed, "They haven't revealed themselves yet, but there were about 2 a month ago. Recently, their numbers have exceeded 10. Curious, Kang inquired, "Who is standing guard right now?" Jo Kwon explained, "Everyone except me is on guard." At that moment, a maid urgently shouted, "We've got a big problem." Concerned, Kang asked, "What is it?" The maid explained, "There are intruders at the solitary training site." Kang thought, "Damn it, I knew it didn't feel right today. Are they from the eldest son?" The 3 gods, Peng Hien-chung, Jong-yongs, and Kwan Hiem, confronted the intruders shouting, "Where do you think you're going? Whose bastards are you?" One of them removed their mask and calmly stated, "Calm down. I am called White Hidden Ghost. I came here out of curiosity to check on Seventh Su's well-being." Jong-yongs retorted, "Everyone knows that Youngse is in solitary training. What kind of inquiry are you making?" White Hidden Ghost explained, "Since he's not coming out after 3 years, there are rumors circulating that the seventh son has died. You see." Kwan Hiem swiftly advanced, exclaiming, "Insolent." Jong-yongs intervened, urging, "Stop, Kwan Hiem, there's someone else present." Chaiju successfully blocked Kwan Hiem's attack, stating, "Greetings to both sides. As I was instructed by Third Sir to verify the rumor, I've come here, despite the apparent rudeness. Now, may we inspect inside the stone door first?" The White Hidden Ghost objected. "Now we can't allow that." Jong-yongs retorted, "Do you think this is your bedroom or something, Peng?" Hien-chung concurred, saying, "Exactly." Seizing the opportunity, Kwan Hiem remarked, "I was annoyed that only humans sought accomplishments. Good timing." Subsequently, the gate of solidarity training opened, and they were all subdued by the overwhelming ki from Woon. The ki launched by Woon surpassed them, forming an unexpected ki barrier. A member of the White Hidden Ghost Squad inquired, "How could a ki barrier of this magnitude be possible?" Woon declared, "I've ordered the sealing of Naksan Manor, so I'm going to need all of you to leave now." Woon continued, "That's why, please stop and leave now." The gods were elated, and Jong-yongs exclaimed, "Young master, you've completed your training." Chaiju reflected, "That is the 7th young master. The white hidden ghost marveled. Who would have thought he would be able to improve that much? As Kang arrived at the training site, he shouted, "Who are you bastards?" Spotting Woon, Kang announced, "The young master has come out." Woon requested, "Please leave. I'm not going to go." The white hidden ghost acknowledged, "I need to confirm it," and added, as a loyal subject, "I can't help it now that I've been given the mission. Please forgive me for my rudeness." In a worried tone, Kang shouted, "Young master." Woon addressed the white hidden ghost. "You said your name is White Hidden Ghost, right? You're not at the level to check on me. Please go back and tell my oldest brother, his youngest brother, who has just finished the seclusion training, will soon come to pay his greeting." A little later, Kang congratulated, saying, "Congratulations on your achievements, young master." Woon responded, "Achievements? I'm not sure if you can call it achievements, but I'm glad to see you again, everyone." Kang thought, although he says it with modesty, his chi is incredible. Transcendent realm, or maybe it's above that. To reach this realm at age 16, there's no doubt that young master is a genius. Young Yoon observed, both his tone and his aura have changed. He clearly made some great achievements. Woon inquired, "By the way, I need to check on the assignments I gave you. Did everything go well?" Kang reported, "We're raising 20 martial artists each at the West Quarters and Falling Mountain Hall. Among them, the group leaders will grow into first-rate martial artists within a few years." Acknowledging their efforts, Woon commented, "You have worked hard. How is the merchant group doing?" Kyung Yoon provided updates, stating, "The merchant group made their first trip to the western regions last fall." Surprised, Woon responded, "Already?" Kyung Yoon continued, "Group leader Ya Myung and the Northwest Merchant Group were quite helpful." Internally, Woon reflected, about the escort warriors. As expected, Jo Kwang has become a peak realm martial artist. While Kwon Hiem is still a first-rate warrior, he has made some progress. Jong Youngs will soon reach the peak realm, and it seems that Peng Hien Chung still doesn't understand why he needs to use the blade yet. Woon inquired further, "By the way, where did Ha Hu Moon go?" Kang explained, "He was sent to the 3rd Young Master's Barbarian Subjugation Force, and is currently in Xinjiang." Curious, Woon asked, "Why is he with the 3rd brother?" Kang clarified, "The 3rd Young Master reconciled with his maternal family, the Shinju family. Then Elder Seok formed an alliance with them and requested military support from us. Early this year, the Lord declared that he would appoint a young cult leader based on the achievements over the next 7 years. That's why all the young masters have been rushing to battle." Woon inquired, "Did Elder Seok specifically choose Ha Hu Moon?" Kang confirmed, "That's correct. I've been contemplating whether I should tell you all this because I didn't want to interrupt your training, young master. Group leader Ya Myung also came in person and asked to see you." Woon reflected, "Looks like I must go find him and express my gratitude later." Addressing the situation, Woon stated, "Since this year is almost over, I still have 6 years left. That should be enough. I must go see the Lord. Please notify the Supreme Harmony Hall." Simultaneously, at the Hidden Palace's Sun Hall, the White Hidden Ghost reported, "The 7th Young Master has finished his seclusion training." Chien inquired, "Really? Did he make any progress?" The White Hidden Ghost asserted, "There's no doubt that he's reached the transcendent realm." Surprised, Chien asked, "What? Are you sure?" Apologizing, the White Hidden Ghost stated, "After going against him myself, he wasn't at a level I could handle." Internally, the White Hidden Ghost concluded, "He's definitely in the transcendent realm, not below that." Advisor Myung Chien's Neo Wonsu expressed disbelief, stating, "That's impossible. No matter how much he trained at seclusion, there is no way a 16-year-old kid can reach the transcendent realm." White Hidden Ghost, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" White Hidden Ghost countered, asking, "Are you saying that I lied to the young master?" Chien intervened, saying, "Enough." Internally, Chien considered, It would be possible to possess that much in a chi if someone gave him the golden pill. I heard the third brother reconciled with his maternal family. Could it be? White Hidden Ghost clarified. Young master, even though the seventh young master has gained some enlightenment, that does not change anything. Not only does he lack influence, but he also started almost a year late. Now that there is news that the second young master is addicted to drinking, what is important now is the conquest of Mount Bowie. We have to get permission from the Lord to conquer Mount Bowie as soon as possible. If you defeat the Murim Alliance on the battlefield, there will be no greater achievement than this. Chien reflected. The White Hidden Ghost is right. If the youngest continues to be an eyesore even then, I just need to go and get rid of him. Chien affirmed. Good. You continue to keep an eye on my youngest brother, White Hidden Ghost. Miyawonsu, hurry up and write a letter so I can present it to my father. Both of them responded. At your order. The following day, at the Supreme Harmony Hall's bright court, Woon acknowledged. To think you would come out in person today, head lady. Seok Bai Yin replied. It's because it's been a while since you last visited, seventh young master. In the time we haven't seen each other, you've become incredibly dignified. Woon modestly responded. You flatter me. Seok Bai Yin invited. Please enter. Internally, Seok Bai Yin reflected. To think he would grow this much, just like I expected. Woon conveyed. Your son has finished his seclusion training and has come to pay his greeting. Father. Myungjung welcomed. Have a seat. You've grown so much. Internally, Myungjung considered. As expected, he resembles his mother. Myungjung remarked. And it looks like you have gained some enlightenment as well. Woon shared. I managed to achieve my goal. Father. Curious, Myungjung asked. What was your goal? Woon explained. At first, it was about protecting my own body, but after that, I wanted to erase my heart demon. Internally, Myungjung pondered. Heart demon, he says. The heart demon always comes when you are on the verge of reaching enlightenment. Was he reminded of his mother's death? Myungjung stated. As you know, there are various forces in our cult. Among them, the Deshinate families have maintained their power by forming various relationships over the years. I had no choice but to rally them in the same way. However, your mother did not have that kind of background. Do you know what that means? Woon reflected. I understand. I'm aware that you loved my mother the most. Yet, after she became your wife, she faced threats from the women in the Deshinate families. Regardless of your love, what good is it if you couldn't protect her in the end? Myungjung continued, stating, from the beginning, your mother has always been frail. No matter how many worldly precious elixirs I fed her, her condition did not improve. In case she was poisoned, I even got her a silver dragon pill, but it was no use. Do you understand what that means? You must leave the past behind and live in the present. Woon acknowledged. I will keep that in mind. Myungjung inquired. I will pick the young cult leader based on 7 years of achievements. Are you confident? Woon affirmed. Now that I have achieved my seclusion training's goal, I'm not going to run away anymore. Myungjung added. Since you started late due to your seclusion training, if there is something you want, tell me. Woon asked. Before that, I have a question. Do you plan to allow the eldest brother to conquer Mount Bowie? Myungjung explained. Conquering the Murim Alliance on Bowesan and advancing into the Central Plains was a long-cherished wish of our cult. Woon decided. In that case, I will go to Xinjiang. Myungjung inquired. Xinjiang. Are you going to help your third brother? Woon confirmed. That's my plan. Myungjung suggested. If that's the case, you'll need a position. The position of Qianwen's vice squad leader is still empty. Woon affirmed. I will follow your orders. Myungjung reflected. It's truly unbelievable for a 16-year-old kid to possess that much chi. Seok Bai Yin inquired. Have you called for me, my lord? Myungjung stated. Although you are a member of the Seok family, you are also my person. Seok Bai Yin agreed. Naturally, my lord. She thought. Somehow, I don't have a good feeling. Myungjun declared. From now on, you will carefully monitor the seventh young master's every move and report it to me, and the Seok family will not be aware of this fact. A few hours later at Falling Mountain Hall, Kang asked, Cheonwon squad, he even made you the vice squad leader? Woon explained, that's because the position of vice squad leader has been vacant for some time. Kang remarked, that's true, but still, all members of the Cheonwon squad came from the Murim alliance who surrendered to our cult, so it's not a difficult place to manage. Woon stated, that's why I think it's even more meaningful. I will take Jeong-yoon and Peng Hee Chung to the Cheonwon squad tomorrow. Please make the necessary preparations. Peng Hee Chung asked, you're going to take me to, young master? In the aftermath, the former Jamyoung group leader, Sima Young, commended, you played a huge role in our victory this time. Acknowledging her contribution, she remarked, it's all thanks to your wise decision, group leader. Curious about her last name, Sima Young inquired, by the way, what's your last name again? As an orphan, she replied, since I grew up as an orphan, I have no last name, sir. Sima Young recalled, right, you did tell me that. Then, I will give you a name and make you my adopted daughter. How about taking my last name and becoming Sima Jin? At any rate, what a beauty you are. The day when your face will be of great use will come soon. Confused, she responded, I don't understand what you mean. Sima Young suggested, hasn't the world changed? Now that we have a new lord, you should work hard to become his mistress. It's better than dying on the battlefield. Then my position within the cult will be. At that instant, Sima Jin woke up from the dream, reflecting, instead of getting a good night's sleep, I just had to dream about that lousy dream again. What's so good about becoming a mistress? Dying on the battlefield is 100 times better. I've cut down 1,000 people to get this far. My talent isn't limited to my beauty. Woon greeted, you've come. It's been a while. Sima Jin replied, it's been a while, young master. Woon acknowledged, considering how you sent the messenger pigeon, I guess my greeting was late. Woon chuckled and remarked, it's only been 3 days since I finished my seclusion training. Sima Jin inquired, are you saying that I rushed you? Woon clarified, not at all. I have been waiting as well. Please teach me. Sima Jin responded, please, don't let me down. Simultaneously, in Xinjiang's Turpan, demon cult soldiers engaged in battle against barbarians. The barbarian soldiers shouted, light it up, let's fight them hand to hand. Yurumu, the Manchurian tribal leader, declared, look at their confusing faces, how unsightly, kill them all. A barbarian scornfully said, you demonic cultist trash, I will kill all of you. However, his head were cut off by Myungwoon, the third son of demonic cult leader. While Myungwoon contemplated, our plan was perfect. Where did we go wrong? Their forces aren't something you would see in a night raid. It's like they prepared a trap and have been waiting for us all along. Was there a spy among our forces? To think we would have such a hard time against these barbarians. There's no helping it. I have to cut off that bastard's head and end this. Yurumu commanded. Ready the poison arrows. Shoot, Myungwoon lamented. These mere arrows. Damn, how could I miss one arrow? Yurumu ordered. Now, that bastard is the demonic cult's third young master. Kill him, Myungwoon thought. Do I have to die in this kind of place? Ha-Hu-moon urged. Young master, please quickly get away. Myungwoon pondered. Is this person West Quarters Ha-Hu-moon? Jang-moon declared. Protect the young master. As he maneuvered through the enemies, Jang-moon advised, it's best if we retreat now. Young master, please get on quickly. Sima Jin complimented, given your young age, you're truly incredible. Young master, however, cultivating inside the training hall is different from killing people on the battlefield. If you want to be my opponent, you will have to give it your all, young master. Woon affirmed, I know. In his thoughts, he acknowledged, however, although I have never cut a person in this life, I have cut down many in my past life. Group leader. Sima Jin observed. To think he could place the cold yin true chi in the tree branch. I thought he was taking it easy. But it looks like he has unlocked his upper dantian. Woon remarked. Looks like it will be difficult to defeat you with one hand. Group leader. Woon introduced. This is yin-yang dual sword. In her thoughts, Sima Jin considered. A 16-year-old boy is using such a powerful yin-yang dual sword. Then for your sake, allow me to use this move, young master. Sima Jin executed the flash strike. Woon reflected. It's definitely a good move. But now that I'm fighting against you, I'm sure of it. I know what level I have reached now. Sima Jin pondered. An afterimage. Where did he go? Then she noticed Woon above, using phantom swords. But the phantom swords started disappearing midway. She succumbs to the invisible phantom swords, resulting in her defeat. She thought, no, this is impossible. Woon asked, are you alright? Sima Jin thought, how foolish. What's with the divine cult best sword nonsense? Woon thought, it must be hard for her to believe it. He said, I can't tell you everything now, but I have seen the world, beyond life and death. Sima Jin inquired, are you saying you gained enlightenment? Woon explained, let's call it my lucky encounter. Group leader, please do me a favor. For our divine cult's sake, for my sake, please support me officially. Sima Jin responded, haven't I been helping you already, young master? In her thoughts, Sima Jin considered, Servicious demonic blade, I think you just have something new to worry about, because it seems like a master who will connect us to the cult has appeared. No, he will definitely achieve a lot more than that. Sima Jin asked, so, what are you planning to do next, young master? Woon said, I plan to leave for Xinjiang as soon as I make the Qianwan squad's troops mine. Sima Jin suggested, wouldn't it be better to go to Mount Bowie and earn achievements? The divine cult's massive conquest of Mount Bowie was decided a while ago. The general commander is the first young master. The Dark Killer squad, the Demonic Soul squad, and the Sword Soul squad will be the vanguard. Except for the Black Tortoise squad, all the other squads will be supporting him. I think the third young master can take care of the Manchurians in Xinjiang by himself. Woon clarified, I'm not going there to help my third brother. The reason I'm going to Xinjiang is that the person I have to fight against isn't here. And in order to fight against him someday, I still need to gain more strength and experience. In the Demon Divine Cult camp in Shihazi, Xinjiang, Hahu Moon greeted, you're back. How is the third young master's condition? Jang Moon replied, fortunately, it looks like his poison was neutralized right away. I didn't get to see him in person, but I heard we should prepare to launch another attack tomorrow. Hahu Moon expressed surprise. It's been less than 3 days since we retreated from Turpan, though. Jang Moon explained, it seems that he wants to deliver the news of his victory before the first young master's conquest of Mount Bayaway. Hahu Moon inquired, but we're having a hard time, are we not? I never thought we would struggle this much against the Manchurians. Don't you think there's a spy among our forces? They have figured out our path and timing so perfectly. Jang Moon acknowledged. We can't rule out that possibility. He then asked, that's the Azure Dragon Squad's emblem. Were you originally a member of the Azure Dragon Squad? Hahu Moon confirmed. Yes. Jang Moon continued. I heard you had a habit of stealing. Hahu Moon, surprised, asked, wait, who would say such a thing? Jang Moon remarked, rumors travel faster than horses, you know. Hahu Moon clarified, it's actually a misunderstanding. There was a woman I liked. Jang Moon remarked, could it be that you are going to say you were falsely accused because of that woman or something along that line? Hahu Moon, surprised, asked, how did you know? Jang Moon replied, stop telling such an obvious lie. Hahu Moon insisted, no, I'm serious. So, what happened? Jang Moon dismissed it, saying, seriously, that's enough, forget it. At any rate, how did you end up in the West Quarters? Hahu Moon explained, one day, The general manager suddenly came and said that the seventh young master wanted me. When I was wasting my life because I couldn't even become a second-rate martial artist, the young master not only called me and gave me courage, but he even taught me martial arts every night. That's why I was able to come this far. The young master is my lord, my master, and benefactor. Jing Moon reflected. Did he select him based on his potential? What's more, that little boy was the one who taught him martial arts. Well, he was also the one who gave me the converging cloud cultivation technique. I still don't know why he gave it to me, but it was a great help to me. I must ask him when I see him again. Jing Moon added, how envious. To think you would get to serve someone like him. Ha Hu Moon asked, aren't you serving the family patriarch, leader Zheng? In response Jing Moon replied, that's true, but it's not the same. You're serving him with your heart. Their discussion was interrupted by a loud sound, prompting both of them to exit their tent. People shouted, it's a night raid. The Manchurian is rushing over here. Has the border been breached? Jing Moon said, I will go to see the young master. You must immediately secure an escape route. Ha Hu Moon responded, understood. Near Falling Mountain Manor, on the mountain path, Kang informed Woon, the Guizhou family sent us a letter last night. Woon inquired, what does it say? Kang relayed, that is, they want to congratulate you on your appointment as the vice squad leader of the Heavenly Elemental Squad, and they are asking for additional troops to be sent to Xinjiang. Woon pondered, additional troops. Does that mean the subjugation of the Manchurians isn't going as planned? We have to hurry. Kang thought, Elder Seok, that wicked old man, to think he would ask us for reinforcements. That cheap bastard. Woon instructed, please tell him that we will do so. Kang, seeking clarification, asked pardon. Woon instructed, please inform Zhou Kuang, Zhong Yongs, and Quan Hiem to quickly prepare, and have them go to Xinjiang first. Kang inquired, all three of them, and by first, you mean? Woon clarified, after we arrive at the Heavenly Elemental Squad through this route, we will also gather our forces and go to Xinjiang. Gyung-yoon questioned, we are also going to Xinjiang? Kang asked, are you saying that you will go in person? Young master, Woon affirmed, of course, I have to help my brother. Kang, expressing concern, stated, that's not what I mean. Kang thought, given the third young master's skills, they should have subdued the Manchurians a long time ago. There is no way young master wouldn't know that, but the fact that he is going in person, his thoughts were interrupted. When Woon urged, now that we're done talking, let's hurry. Kang agreed, yes. Kang continued with his thoughts. Does this mean there are some variables in Xinjiang? A few hours later, at the Heavenly Elemental Squad HQ, Zhuge Minjung questioned, why did they tell us together? Quack Jun expressed, I know, right. It's not like they're here to train us. Zhuge Minjung added, I heard there will be a big fight on Mount Bayway this time. Quack Jun asked, they're not going to make us stand at the front line again, are they? How long are you going to make us meet shields? Zhuge Minjung remarked, since it's a big fight, small fries like us won't be able to help at all. Quack Jun added, great. I'm tired of burying my subordinates too. Zhuge Minjung commented, hey, you were able to bury them because you could collect their corpses, but I... Their discussion was interrupted when Seo Jin, the leader of the first squad of the Heavenly Elemental, struck the desk. Seo Jin said, to think there would be some damn mosquito in the middle of winter. Both Quack Jun and Zhuge Minjung were startled by the sudden sound. Seo Jin thought, great, my ass. Are you really thinking of settling down on this land? I am not. I will definitely go back to the Central Plains. I have to go back. Entering the room, the leader of the Heavenly Elemental Squad, Go Chang Jun, announced, the squad leader is coming. When met with silence, in return, Chang Jun shouted, Heavenly Elemental Squad, assemble. Zhuge Minjung questioned, only us group leaders are here. What's with the assemble part? Chang Jun asked, what are you saying? Aren't you part of the Heavenly Elemental Squad as well? The vacant position of Vice Squad Leader of our Heavenly Elemental Squad has finally been filled. Entering the room, Woon greeted. Nice to meet you. My name is Myung-woon. Kwak Jun remarked. They even sent us this brat now. Juj Min-jong added, seriously. Hey, if I was successful in my first love, I would have a son as big as you. Kwak Jun retorted. If you don't want me to be the vice squad leader, just say so. Seo-jin commented. Your joke is going too far, squad leader. Chang Jun questioned. Have you gone insane because you miss your hometown? This person is the cult leader's youngest son, the seventh young master. The three of them kneel in front of Woon and said, We've committed a grave sin. Please forgive us. Woon replied, No, please stand up. Seo-jin asked, But may I ask why you are here? The Heavenly Elemental Squad consists of people who came from the Murim Alliance and have either been taken prisoners or surrendered on the battlefield. So I don't understand why you are here, young master. Woon responded. So what? Seo-jin questioned. Aren't our positions different? We just want to go to the battlefield as soon as possible and make a contribution. Chang Jun interjected. First group leader, Seo-jin, are you not going to shut up? Seo-jin explained. Although everyone here is people who used to have a name for themselves in the past, let alone providing proper support, it's hard to even call them reinforcements. If a war breaks out, they can only serve as meat shields. It's not because we're lacking in martial arts skills. Although we train and sharpen our swords every day, we aren't even given the chance to show our skills. Woon inquired. Does that mean you want to make a contribution? Seo-jin responded. No matter where we come from, we are all martial artists. As martial artists, why wouldn't we want to go to the battlefield and fight against powerful masters? Woon asked. Did you say you are the first group leader? How long will it take you to get ready to go? All of them were surprised by Woon's remark. A while later, Woon expressed, I'm glad I was able to watch the morning training since I arrived at the Heavenly Elemental Squad earlier than expected. Although the size is not large, with a total of 3 groups of 12 people per group, what I saw wasn't a bunch of poor deserters but clearly an elite unit. I could see more than 10 people close to being first-rate martial artists. Well, maybe that's a given, since most of you are elite warriors who were selected by the Murim Alliance to win against us. That's why, if the squad leader allows it, I would like to form a group of 20 people from the Heavenly Elemental Squad and go on an expedition. Chang Jun said, Isn't this a matter that our Lord has permitted himself? How could I dare to question it? Woon instructed, Peng Hien-chung, you will assist the first group leader in preparing for departure. Peng Hien-chung replied, At your order. Woon stated, During my absence, you two will help with the Heavenly Elemental Squad's matters here. Kang responded, At your order. Seo-jin inquired, At any rate, will our force be made up of a single group from the Heavenly Elemental Squad? Woon was about to explain, but his words were interrupted when a servant shouted, Squad leader, outside, the left guardian is here. Yong Dechung greeted, Heavenly Elemental Squad. It's been a while since I've been back. Chang Jun greeted him and asked, What brings you here, left guardian? Yong Dechung replied, I was passing by this place and decided to visit. At ease, at ease. Yong Dechung continued, It's been a while, seventh young master. Woon said, It must have been hard on you coming this far, left guardian. Yong Dechung asked, Isn't it my job to manage our cult's troops? It's also because of the Violet Light group leaders. Nagging. In preparation for the conquest of Mount Daewei, it is difficult to provide large-scale support. The supply will be handled by the Seok family, and your force will be made up of 1 group from the Heavenly Elemental Squad, 2 groups from the Violet Light group, and 1 more group who will join you in the middle. Are you confident? Woon affirmed, Of course.
At Daning Palace's northern gate, the leader of the Heavenly Elemental Squad's first group, Seo-jin announced that all preparations for departure had been completed. Two individuals approached Woon and introduced themselves. One said he was A.K. John, the left unit leader from the Violet Light group who would be joining their expedition. The second person introduced himself as Ma Jin-gu, the right unit leader, and expressed his excitement to work with Woon. Woon responded saying he also looked forward to working with them. A.K. John mentioned that they had accompanied the group leader on her last visit to the West Quarters and could help Woon understand the geography and terrain. Woon thinks that she had given away her cherished subordinates. Jin-gu informed him that the third young master's punitive forces were currently in a confrontation with the Manchurians near Shihizi. Woon inquired how long it would take to reach Shihizi from their current location. A.K. John replied that it would take at least 20 days. Woon then inquired about their travel route. A.K. John explained that after meeting with the Guizhou family's supply squad at Galmud City, they would proceed to Turpan via Kaidam Basin and Tongnyang. He also handed Woon a letter. Woon inquired about the contents of the letter. A.K. John informed him that the group leader had instructed him to deliver it to Woon. It contained a summary of the battle situation sent from the punitive army. Woon expressing gratitude towards the group leader, and then stated, "Let us depart." Seo Jin announced, "Let's move." Kong thinks this is the young master's first time going into battle. The real thing starts now. Woon wonder about the heavenly demonic cult, which is located on the 100,000s mountains, has long established its branches in various places. During father's reign he pushed out the Kunlun sect and settled in the south of Qinghai, bordering Sichuan and Gansu. It was a long-cherished desire of the heavenly demonic cult to advance to the Central Plains. In the past, father defeated a large army of the 9 great sects, one great clan which mainly comprised the forces of Manhwa sect, Qingqing sect and Zhongnan sect in Mount Dashue, and later became the young cult leader after killing the Zhongnan sect leader Taoist master Jin Shan. Afterwards he became the leader. However, father was also unable to advance to the Central Plains in the end because although he was never seriously defeated in battle, he did not achieve any significant victory. On the contrary, after the young master's fight for the young leader's position hit the cult's finances, our cult was also defeated by the Kunlun sect and was on the verge of being pushed out of Qinghai. Then one morning father quietly passed. In the present, A.K. John announced that they would soon arrive at Galmud City. Galmud City served as a transportation hub connecting Sichuan and Kaidam Basin and also served as a gateway to Xinjiang and Tibet. Woon believed that Xinjiang and Tibet mostly consisted of highlands, wilderness, and deserts with harsh climates. However, he also acknowledged that the Tian Shan of Xinjiang and Tibet's Horse Road were important trade routes that connected the western region with the Central Plains. Suddenly they were stopped by the head of the supply squad. He introduced himself as Soaring Full Sword Shizhou and greeted the vice squad leader. Woon thinks that their cult's influence was pushed westward, but they held an advantage in controlling the trade routes with the western region. This allowed them to secure valuable items faster and sell them back to the Central Plains at a brokerage fee as long as they could secure the market. Woon instructed Jin-gu to position the supply squad at the rear, ensuring their protection alongside Soaring Full Sword and A.K. John. Jin-gu acknowledged the order. Woon then suggested that they continue their journey. He believed that if they wanted to enter the Central Plains, their expansion of power should be directed westward, rather than towards the crowded Central Plains. A week after setting off near Kaidam Basin, Seo Jin, the first group leader, approached Woon's tent. He introduced himself and thanked Woon for allowing him to join the expedition. Woon invited Seo Jin inside and asked if something had happened. Seo Jin expressed his gratitude, and Woon offered him some tea. Woon sensed that Seo Jin had something to say. Woon thinks that Seo Jin came from Qingqing sect, which was one of the 9 great sects and a traditional Taoist sect located on Mount Qingqing, one of the birthplaces of Taoism. Their Azure Sky Scarlet Dawn sword technique and Willow Glide movement technique are so excellent that they aren't inferior to any other martial arts. Seo Jin must have been the representative disciple of his generation. Normally someone like him would choose death rather than surrender when captured. Seo Jin inquired if he could ask for a favor. He stated that if he made a significant contribution during the expedition, could he please send him to the Central Plains someday? Main camp near Shihizi. The third young master Myungwon thinks if it was some kind of snake venom. He was pushing it out little by little, but it wasn't easy at all. He never thought there would be an arrow carrying with that much inner chi, and he saw it clearly. That person wasn't a Manchurian. He couldn't find any silver dragon grass there. His thoughts were interrupted as Chai Ju inquired if he could come in. Myungwon told him to come in. Chai Ju inquired if he was truly alright. Myung-won replied that he was fine and asked if the preparations for departure were completed. Chai-ju confirmed that they were completed but mentioned that there were definitely people who had learned the Murim type of martial arts among the Manchurians. Myung-won believed they must have been the ones who were kicked out of the Murim alliance. He asked what was so strange about that. Myung-won thinks that they couldn't retreat now. If word got out that they lost to the Manchurians, it would be all over, especially since the eldest brother was leaving to conquer Mount Baowei. He vowed to cut off the tribal chief's head this time. Chai-ju stated he had one more thing to tell him. Myung-won asked what it was. Chai-ju informed him that it was said that the 7th young master was coming with reinforcements. He suggested that Myung-won take some more rest. Back in Woon's tent, Woon inquired why Seo-jin wanted to go to the Central Plains. Seo-jin replied that he was not taken prisoner by their cult but came on his own. Woon thinks that a Taoist disciple came to their cult on his own? Seo-jin continued saying that after the Qingqing sect Taoist Master Yahello framed him, he placed a wanted poster on him throughout Sichuan. It was because he knew the evil deeds committed by his son. His eldest son Bian Jun was a brute who rejected even the Taoist title. In the end he even raped my junior sister, leading her to commit suicide out of shame. When he requested his punishment, Taoist Master Yahello actually blamed him for the crime. Instead, Woon wondered why Taoist Master Yahello spared the life of the first group leader. He questioned if it was due to mercy or a sense of conscience. His thoughts aligned with Seo-jin's statement as he thought about how he had survived by risking his own life to escape. He believed that he had to become stronger than his enemies, even if it meant running away and bearing shame. Afterward he immediately began his seclusion training, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't overcome his inner demons. He had come close to losing his life multiple times and had even contemplated suicide. However, he managed to survive and joined their cult to plan for his future. Since then he had been diligently practicing martial arts without taking a single day off. Nevertheless, he felt immense guilt towards his junior sister and couldn't continue living this way. That's why he pleaded to be sent to Mount Qingqing. Woon pondered if Seo-jin's words were true and considered the possibility of using a small opening to cause significant destruction. 10 days after their departure, A.K. John exclaimed, "We've finally arrived in Tangniao." Peng Hyunchong observed and stated that he can see the White Tiger Squad's flags everywhere here. Chia Lang inquired, are they requesting reinforcements for the punitive force? Who is leading them? Xian Wu replied he is the vice squad leader of the Heavenly Elemental Squad. Chia Lang inquired, where can we find the Heavenly Elemental Squad? Xian Wu replied he is not sure since they don't always disclose everything to them. Chia Lang respectfully greets vice squad leader. Woon stated it has been a while. Group leader Chia Lang wondered what does he mean by it's been a while. Isn't he just a kid? A.K. John stated not only is the second group familiar with this area's geography, they also know a lot of the Manchurians, so they will definitely be of help to him. Chia Lang still thinks about what does he mean by it's been a while. Xian Wu whispered, group leader, he's that little kid from back then? The one who sealed your pressure points. Chia Lang whispered back, shut up. He remember him now. Xian Wu whispered, group leader, let's pretend not to know. Chia Lang replied, shut up. He will take what happened back then to his grave. 15 days after departure near Turpan, Woon stated we will finally arrive at Turpan tomorrow. Have the scouts of the White Tiger Squad sent from Tangniang returned? Chia Lang answered, yes, young master. It is said that the third young master's punitive forces, which are currently stationed in Shihizi, and the Manchurian forces in the north are confronting each other. It's also said that the third young master's forces number approximately 1,000. Woon asked, 1,000? Chia Lang confirmed. That's what it looks like. Soaring full sword Shizhou thinks in addition to the third young master's guards, there are at least 5 masters who are currently supporting him. Who would have thought they would have such a hard time? Woon inquired, how long does it take from Turpan to Shihizi? A.K. John replied, it will take 2 more days, young master. Woon suggested, what if we don't stop by Turpan tomorrow and take a detour to the north? A.K. John responded, to the north? Then it would take a total of 4 days. Woon decided then it would be better to take a detour. A.K. John stated, then we will be late in joining the punitive force. Woon declared, we won't be joining them because they're going to pass Turpan and attack the rear of the Manchurian forces. 5 days later at the Shihizi Manchurians' camp, Woon considered the killings to be pointless, as they only spread the smell of blood. As expected, the main forces of the Manchurians were concentrated at the front, while the rear forces were sloppy. Woon believed that after neutralizing their forces all the way to the center they must quickly find Mu. Reflecting back to 5 days ago, when Woon had stated that they would not be joining them, as he planned to pass Turpan and attack the rear of the Manchurian forces. Seo Jin had expressed concern about the enemy numbers being over 1,000 while they only had 100 soldiers. Woon had confidently stated that they would launch a night raid, as there was no solution as effective as that when outnumbered. Seo Jin had argued that it would only be possible if they had the upper hand considering their previous failed night raid. Shizhou had added that they had received reports of Central Plain people among the Manchurian soldiers, and they couldn't take them lightly. Seo Jin had suggested that they reorganize the battle lines and discuss strategies after joining the punitive force. Woon had countered by stating that the fight would only be prolonged during winter and inquired if they didn't want to end it quickly. Except for Woon, all of them thinks to themselves that he wasn't wrong. Furthermore, they had been pushing themselves for the last 10 days, and despite his lack of combat experience, they couldn't help but consider his desire to launch a night raid in this situation. Their thoughts were interrupted as Woon declared that it was said that one couldn't stand without faith and asked them to trust him. He stated that the Heavenly Elemental Squad would be the vanguard and he would be standing in front of them. Seo Jin couldn't help but think to himself, the Heavenly Elemental Squad will be the vanguard. Is he telling us to become meat shields again? In the present, Woon approached the enemy chief tent and thinks there it is. Could it be that they have no guards? Or perhaps they are currently in a situation where it's not okay to have guards. Mu inquired, may he ask what that is? The person in blue outfit named Guk Chung replied, it's a gift from the Lord. Mu questioned, aren't these the valuable night pearls? They have been on a winning streak thanks to them. If they keep giving him things like this. Guk Chung interrupted, saying his lord considers Sir Khan to be the lord of the grasslands. Mu responded, is that so? To think the second young master would think so highly of him. Guk Chung scolded, stop. He definitely told him to keep quiet about his lord. Mu admitted that was his mistake. According to the information, the punitive forces plan to attack again tomorrow. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by the sound of Woon forcefully entering the tent and quickly positioning his blade in front of Guk Chung. Woon questioned, is his lord is Myung-gak? If he don't answer him, he will kill him. Suddenly a thin arrow was launched towards Woon, but he easily blocked it with his sword. Mu tried to escape, but Woon struck him from behind, causing him to crash to the ground. Taking advantage of the distraction, Guk Chung used his movement art to quickly escape the tent. Meanwhile, the archer prepared another arrow to shoot at Woon. Seeing the situation unfold, Woon used his psychic power to grab a nearby one night pearl and threw it towards fleeing Guk Chung. At the same time, the archer shot an arrow directed at Woon. The night pearl hit the running Guk Chung, sealing his yamen point and preventing him from screaming. Woon used his sword skill to redirect the incoming arrows towards the archer, hitting him in the leg. Then archer realized there no way out and used the forbidden seal. Seeing this, Woon thinks, does he perhaps know something that cannot be disclosed? He already hit him on the leg on purpose though, and it seems like he has learned demonic art. At the enemy camp, the soldiers alerted their fellow soldiers by shouting. The first soldier exclaimed, it's a night raid. The second soldier asked in confusion, what? The front has been so quiet though. The first soldier replied, not the front but the rear. Meanwhile, hidden members of Heavenly Elemental Squad and Seo Jin used a thunder bomb, causing chaos among the enemy. Seo Jin thinks he never thought he would use a thunder bomb here. He recalled his discussion with Woon 5 days ago. Woon had stated as the first group leader, our Heavenly Elemental Squad's main mission is to study the methods to neutralize the 9 great sects and 1 great clan's martial arts. Seo Jin replied, yes sir. Woon continued, although the Qingqing sect's swordsmanship and movement arts are excellent, they are widely known for their hidden weapons. He added, that's why will he be able to prepare the thunder bomb? Seo Jin confidently replied, of course. In his thoughts, Seo Jin wondered how did he know about the Qingqing sect's hidden weapons. Woon instructed then, in preparation for the night raid, please have the thunder bombs ready. It would be a good idea to pick those who are good at using hidden weapons. Seo Jin questioned, the thunder bombs will cause quite an explosion. Will that be alright? Isn't it too much to use them during a night raid? Woon reassured it should be fine in certain circumstances. In the present, the enemy soldiers exclaimed in confusion, what kind of ghostly item is this? Woon thinks after the thunder bombs they will use blowing darts to kill the enemy. He believed that if the Heavenly Elemental Squad succeeded in infiltrating and confusing the enemies with thunder bombs and blowing darts, the White Tiger Squad would quickly approach and eliminate those who were confused. Then the Violet Light group would join to deal with the Manchurian forces who had gathered together and buy time for Woon to capture the tribe leader. Woon concluded although the Manchurians are good at fighting close-ranged battles, they aren't organized. If we capture their central camp quickly, we can easily take care of the surrounding area. Seo Jin inquired, but is there a need to capture their tribal chieftain? Woon replied, only by doing that can they end the fight quickly. He explained the thunder bomb can produce a flashing light and thundering noise. It is a perfect weapon to confuse the Manchurians who are unfamiliar with the Central Plains martial arts. And perhaps the Manchurians didn't think they would use the same tactic again. They didn't prepare for our night raid at all. Seo Jin thinks they were only given 1 hour to fully understand the enemy's camp after arriving here. Yet he was able to come up with such a perfect strategy. Looks like he underestimated Sir Vice squad leader. Found it. The tribal chieftain's tent. That person is Yumu, but isn't he dead already? In that case, where did Sir Vice squad leader go? Meanwhile, Woon pondered a forbidden seal in the demonic arts and the movement of the guy who was talking with Yumu. That was definitely our cult's movement art. Could it be that the second younger brother he mentioned is involved? Does this imply that Myung-gak has been assisting the Manchurians? Near Shahizi, Chilin squad leader Guk Chung asked how many of their troops had escaped. A Chilin squad vice leader responded saying that less than one group had made it out, with more than half of them being killed. Guk Chung wondering who would have expected their reinforcements to attack immediately without joining the main force. He blamed Yumu for letting his guard down. Guk Chung turned to a nearby person and asked about their side. The member of the Heaven Destruction Palace replied saying that they were in the same situation. Guk Chung made a decision stating that they should prepare to retreat immediately. Their initial mission was to delay the enemy forces and there was no need for the remaining people to die unnecessarily. He also emphasized the importance of not exposing their identities any further. Guk Chung reflected on their second mission, which was to secretly assassinate the third young master. However, in order to accomplish that, they needed the help of those bastards. He expressed his reluctance towards that plan and questioned the young master's decision to join forces with the leader of the Heaven Destruction Palace. The member of the Heaven Destruction Palace responded, accepting Guk Chung's authority, but warning that it would be their group, not theirs, who would face a miserable fate. He mocked Guk Chung for wanting to run away out of fear of death. Guk Chung thinks that he could only say such things because they hadn't encountered the person he was referring to. He believed that person was undoubtedly a realm above the four great guardians. The member of the Heaven Destruction Palace mentioned that they were the ones who had killed Yumu, expressing concern about him potentially confessing under torture. Guk Chung acknowledged their statement, and the Heaven Destruction Palace member added that Yumu was lying on the floor after they sealed his pressure points. Guk Chung stated then they will be the ones who cut them down, since he'll be in trouble if he say anything he want with that loose mouth. He ordered his squad leave no one behind and bury them all here. Meanwhile, at the Manchurians' camp, AK John stated they are almost done clearing the battlefield. Peng Hyunchuang exclaimed it's an overwhelming victory. Shizhou added it's truly amazing that they were able to subjugate the enemy force that was 10 times greater than them in one go. Seo Jin stated however they couldn't capture the enemy commander. He were a step too late. AK John reassured it's still considered a success since they were able to keep the damage to their troops to a minimum. Shizhou inquired still who on earth killed the enemy's commander? Seo Jin replied he don't know. He was already dead when he arrived. Shizhou pondered anyway in this battle their heavenly elemental squad contributed the most. Seo Jin acknowledged it's all thanks to the vice squad leader. Shizhou inquired by the way where did Sir Vice squad leader go? Seo Jin explained that when they won and were celebrating, but the vice squad leader said he needed to go somewhere for a bit. Myung-won approached and exclaimed what in the world is this? They greeted the third young master. Myung-won questioned could it be that instead of joining the main force, they went to fight against Manchurians? Seo Jin confirmed yes young master. Shizhou thinks, since the seventh young master distinguished himself in battle the moment he arrived, it's a given that the third young master is angry. Myung-won started laughing and inquired so where is Woon? Seo Jin was about to explain but at that moment Woon approached and asked brother you are here? Woon apologized for the late greetings. He thinks that his inner chi was now at rock bottom after using the body lightning art. He recalled what had happened earlier when he followed the Guk Chung. Woon believed that he could sense movement, and guessed that there were 5 people. He had to find the guy who ran away because he had no doubt that Myung-gak was planning something. Woon quickly moved and blocked their path, but he thinks damn it isn't him. But these aren't good guys either. Person asked him who is he? Woon laughed and replied he was just passing by and he suddenly got a little thirsty. Can he spare him some water? The person agreed and said sure, the people from Alxin don't turn people in need away. However, the person then launched arrows towards Woon which he easily dodged. Woon thinks these arrows are too slow. This isn't the Central Plains martial arts. Judging from their appearance, are these guys from the western regions? This faint energy, there's someone else inside. As Woon lifted the curtain, he wondered, has she been poisoned? Or drugged? In the present, Woon explained he found her while chasing the remnants of the Manchurians. He thinks about just leaving her behind, but judging by her attire, he believes she's a member of royalty from a nearby small country and she's been poisoned as well. According to the battle report he heard, you were also poisoned, third brother. Myung-won inquired in disbelief. He even wrote that down in the battle report? Chai-ju replied he write it as was. Woon stated he is going to figure out what kind of poison this woman is suffering from and see if it's the same kind of poison as the poison on the thin arrow. At any rate, there were definitely Central Plains people among the Manchurian soldiers. He think we need to investigate it in detail. Myung-won replied they can figure that out by torturing the prisoners and order the division leader to be in charge of the interrogation. When he is done, kill them all. Shurzo responded at his command. Woon inquired, kill them all? No matter how much he plucked the grass in the field, it will grow again. Myung-won replied he sound like a hypocrite. Woon stated they can't come this far every time. There's a problem. This fight started because the Manchurians invaded our trade route. If they incur unnecessary resentment, our trade route will be put in jeopardy once more. It would be better in the long run if they elect the next tribal chieftain and take his child as a hostage and then entrust the management of this area to him and make him offer tributes. Our tax revenue will increase, so father will probably compliment him. AK John thinks just like what he heard from the squad leader, he's really smart. Myung-won stated do what he want. He will be in charge of the interrogation too. When they return triumphant, he can tell father himself. Woon stated no, he belonged to the reinforcement force. This is your victory, third brother, and he'll probably return later since he have something else to attend to. Myung-won thinks his victory? Is he trying to mock him? Woon thinks please do not worry. He is not going to take his credit away from this mere achievement. A while later, Woon inquired is it true that they joined forces with the Central Plains people but he don't know their identities. Manchurian chieftain Zion replied it was something the tribal chieftain decided on himself. He didn't even tell them anything. Woon stated he'll die if he lied to him. Zion stated what's there to hide when they are already lost? Besides, most of them didn't welcome them. Woon inquired why they hadn't welcomed them. Zion explained this grassland is their land. Their pride does not allow them to protect it with the help of the Central Plains people. They would rather be trampled upon like wild grass. Woon stated fine, and let me ask him one more question. Do he know about Alxin? Zion replied Alxin? Those individuals are demons. They engage in any activity solely for monetary gain. Although our interaction with them is limited, the smaller countries near Mount Tian Shan pay tribute and are under the rule of Alxin. Curious, Woon inquired then do he know who she is? Zion, taken aback, exclaimed that woman is the pearl of Mount Tian Shan Yi Xian. Inquisitive, Zion inquired why is that woman here? Woon thought to himself, pondering about Mount Tianshan's pearl. He recalled the events that had transpired earlier that day when he had successfully immobilized the people from Alxin by blocking their pressure point. The leader of the group, still unable to move, wondered what had happened to them. Woon inquired about the woman inside the carriage, suspecting that she had been poisoned and questioning if the person was responsible. The person hesitated, refusing to disclose any information, fearing humiliation. Woon calmly accepted his decision and acknowledging his wish to die. However, the person finally revealed that the woman was an ordinary citizen of the domination and their encounter had been a mere misunderstanding. Woon accused them of kidnapping her while internally reflecting on the fact that the domination was where Gamin, whom he had encountered in Daeguan village, hailed from. He also remembered how she had expressed gratitude and gifted him horses. Woon then questioned the person about the type of poison used on the woman, to which he claimed ignorance, stating that only the prophet knew. Intrigued by this mention of a leader, Woon pressed further, prompting the person to explain that the prophet was their leader, and only he possessed the ability to use poison. Woon realized that only the prophet had access to such a lethal substance. Determined to help the woman, Woon decided to take her with him, but not before instructing the person to inform the prophet of his impending visit. In the present moment, Woon contemplated the measures he have take to prevent the poison from spreading further, ensuring the woman's safety. Realizing that there was no antidote available, he saw an opportunity to establish a strong relationship with the Daman nation's royal family if the woman truly belonged to it. Despite feeling exhausted from the night raid and pursuit, Woon resolved to use his inner chi to gather the poison within her body and expel it. Burning off the poison with inner chi would be the easiest option, but given this woman's current state, it would be hard for her to endure that. A little later, Woon finished expelling the poison and thinks he can finally get some rest now. 4 hours later, Woon returns to girl tent, and he inquired if she was awake. She replied she heard he was the one who saved her. She is Xian from Daman Nation. Thank him for saving her. Woon introduced himself as well. He is Woon from the heavenly demonic cult. Please have a seat. Curious, Xian inquired could he be the young master who helped her older sister many years ago in Qinghai. Woon inquired who is her older sister. She revealed her older sister name is Go Min. Woon thought to himself, if she is Go Min's younger sister, she must be the Daman nation's princess. Aloud he stated although what he did wasn't that big of a deal, he thinks so. She simply replied with okay. He then stated they will escort her back to the Daman nation as soon as she recover. Grateful, she expressed keep getting indebted to him. He suggested maybe she will be able to help him with something someday, like a deal, or something. She assured him just tell her, and she will help him no matter what. Curious, Woon inquired by the way why did those Alxin do this? He heard that her nation is already paying them tribute. The relationship between them two shouldn't be that bad. She explained it's an embarrassing story, but since he is his benefactor, she will tell him. Their Daman nation has been doing business with the Northwest Merchant Group of the heavenly demonic cult for over a dozen years. Then one day a group of Alxin suddenly said they would act as brokers for our transactions. After receiving horses from them, they said that the heavenly demonic cult does not pay for them. Afterwards, her older sister visited the heavenly demonic cult herself and reported this fact. She continued later the Violet Light Group leader visited them in person and helped them subdue all the nearby bandits and re-established our transactions. But as the number of bandits decreased, so did the amount of tribute the Alxin collected. They claimed that they had disrupted the order here by borrowing the power of the Central Plains and demanded an exorbitant amount of tribute. When they refused, stating that they couldn't give it to them, they kidnapped her. He asked Xian if she is saying that the Violet Light Group leader didn't subdue the Alxin, and that she wasn't the type to leave those kinds of bastards alone. She responded by saying that they never told her about the existence of Alxin because no matter how much they subdue them, those people are bound to appear again. They found it convenient to just offer tribute, since the Alxin had gathered nearby bandits. Woon then realized that the Daman nation only wanted to receive money for the horses, not for bandit subjugation. She regretted that if her sister had endured at that time, their relationship with the Alxin may not have worsened as much as it does now. Woon disagreed, saying that the problem won't be solved if they don't face it. She was confused, and Woon clarified that no matter how weak they are, those who assert their power will eventually have no choice but to fight back. He told Xian to rest and that they would escort her to the Daman nation as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. He thinks that there are people in the world who want to fight and build strength but are unable to, just like his mother. At that moment, Xiao Jin approached Woon and informed him that he had been looking for him. Woon asked what was going on, and Xiao Jin stated that according to Zion, the poison on the thin arrow used on the third young master was snake poison that the Manchurians have been using for a long time. Woon requested Xiao Jin to check this poison as it seemed to be a different type from the poison he was given. Woon thinks that for now they can say that the Alxin is not related to Myeonggak. Meanwhile, the next morning at Daming Palace in front of the Northern Gate, Cult Left Master Yang Daichung discussed the deployment of the squads. He mentioned that the Dark Killer Squad, Demonic Soul Squad and Sword Soul Squad would serve as the vanguard, while all available troops from the 4 divine squads except the Black Tortoise Squad had been dispatched. Finally, the first young master was preparing to conquer Baowei Mountain. The others remained silent during his announcement. Sima Jin pondered the high stakes involved in this battle. The first young master Myung Cheon expressing his determination to succeed in conquering Mountain Baowei. Dark Killer Squad leader Lee Sungwon gave the order to depart. Near Shihizi at the Manchurians' camp, it was reported that Zhou Quan had safely escorted Princess Xian back to the Dominion Nation. Woon commended the successful mission. Xiao Jin informed Woon that they were ready to return, including the third young master's troops. Woon, as the vice squad leader, instructed the first group leader to take care of the Heavenly Elemental Squad until his return, as they would have more tasks to accomplish soon. Co Jin acknowledged the order. Woon bid Zae farewell, expressing his belief that Zae was a great warrior of Manchuria. He appointed Zion as the next Manchurian chieftain and promised proper rewards if Zion could ensure the safety of their trade routes. In return, Zae was expected to keep his promises. Zion assured Woon that he would never forget it. Woon looked at Jong Moon and stated, "Looks like they have to say their goodbyes." Jong Moon replied, "Hope to see him again soon, young master." The third young master approached and stated by now the conquest of Baowei Mountain would have begun. "He don't know where you're heading, but they are at an important juncture, so don't take too long." Woon replied he will keep that in mind. The third young master thanks him for his help in this mission. He thinks he will regret helping him this time. Woon responded, "Isn't it natural for brothers to help one another?" Woon thinks his apologies, but he can't help but regard his gratitude as half sincere. Woon inquired Zhou Kuang, "Are they ready?" Zhou Kuang answered, "Yes, young master." Woon declared, "Then shall they go and destroy the Alxin." A while later at the Alxin stronghold, one of the guards inquired to other guard, "Did he hear something just now?" The other guard, seated on the ground with support from the wall, replied he did not hear anything. As the guard moved away, insisting that he had indeed heard something, the seated guards speculated perhaps some mountain goats came down in search of food. Kwan Hyum swiftly approached and struck both guards on their faces, stating, "There is no need to draw our swords." John Youngs proposed they should use one of them as a guide. Kwan Hyum noticed the guard was biting on something. John Youngs queried, "What is this smell?" Woon pondered, was he carrying the bone evaporating powder in his mouth? To think that even a mere guard would possess such a deadly poison. Are the people in Mount Tianshan truly this vicious? Meanwhile, a girl with a sword watching them from the wall. Woon commanded his guards, "Let us proceed inside," realizing that they were being observed. As they entered, Kwan Hyum questioned, "Why are there so many doors?" John Youngs remarked, "For a mere group of bandits, they have utilized numerous expensive night pearls." Woon noted, "It appears that they have installed trap mechanisms right from the entrance." In that moment, John Youngs unknowingly stepped onto a trap, triggering a barrage of arrows towards him. John Youngs, Kwan Hyum, and Zhou Kuang swiftly drew their weapons and intercepted the arrows, with Kwan Hyum advising, "Pay close attention to where you step, you imbecile." Shortly after blocking the arrows, Kwan Hyum declared, "Know that he owe his life to them." Zhou Kuang added, "Young master, it seems that the front is obstructed by a stone wall." Woon pondered. He had heard rumors of a secret entrance that only these individuals could access, but it seemed like it would be too time-consuming to locate. Kwan Hyum inquired, "Why not attempt to open all of these doors?" "But how does one go about doing so?" John Youngs exclaimed, "Do not lay a finger on anything." Kwan Hyum retorted he is different from him and proceeded to touch the rock on the door, causing it to swing open. Kwan Hyum commented that it was easier than anticipated, yet stone gates were scattered throughout the area. Zhou Kuang suggested he believed this place is a labyrinth. As the open door unexpectedly closed, surprising them all, Kwan Hyum declared he shall open one more. However, as he opened the second door, it triggered a trap. Woon swiftly turned around only to witness a larger ball hurtling towards them. They all hastily fled from the colossal ball, while Ha-Human urgently advised, "Young master, please evade it swiftly." John Youngs, carrying Kwan Hyum, scolded him. "Hey!" He explicitly instructed him not to touch anything. Then Woon inadvertently stepped onto another trap, which was instantaneously shattered by Woon, clearing the path for the others to follow. Peng Hyun-chung inadvertently activated another trap. Peng Hyun-chung then inquired, "But where should they proceed? The front is obstructed." Noticing this, Woon surged forward with remarkable speed and employed the Shadowless Sword 6 technique, Shadowless Heaven Revolving, to break through the front wall, with the others trailing behind, successfully evading the stone ball. John Youngs remarked he explicitly advised him to practice the art of lightening the body. Kwan Hyum retorted he could have escaped on his own accord. He should know that. Zhou Kuang added, "In any case, what an astonishing den of thieves to construct such an array of traps." Woon commented they must have much to conceal, considering the extent of their efforts. The person from before Amon stated as expected he knew it would be him. In the end he managed to come here. "Those outfits, are they from the demonic cult? They must have lost all fear after fighting against the Manchurians." Ha-Human and Peng Hyun-chung became alert at his remarks. Woon thinks judging from their presence there must be at least 30 of them. Woon questioned, "Where is the prophet?" Amon replied, since the demonic cult can't find their place in the Central Plains, it looks like they keep snooping around this place. Tell the demonic cult leader this when he go back, that this is no place for the demonic cult to set foot in. If he can go back alive, that is. Woon thinks, what extraordinary energy. Are these people also under forbidden spells? And he will ask him one last time, where is the prophet? Amon retorted, a brat like him isn't someone who can talk about him carelessly. He then thought, good, it's time for the drug to take effect. Then Amon shouted, now come on out. The Alks and Envas, those who do not know pain, send those who blaspheme the prophet to hell. Woon observed the surrounding. It looks like they have taken the soul mesmerizing drug. Zhou Kuang inquired, really? Amon ordered them kill them all, and the Alxin envoys rushed forward to attack. Zhou Kuang requested with Woon, please leave it to them. Then Zhang Yangs, Quan Hume, Zhou Kuang, Ha Homan, and Peng He and Chun used their sword skills to kill the incoming Alxin envoys, shocking Amon, who ordered them to kill. Zhou Kuang explained, those who do not know pain, they had no intention of allowing them to feel pain in the first place. Then the prophet appeared and questioning, what's with this ruckus? Amon turned around and stated, Sir Prophet, these are uninvited guests. Woon stated, so he is the prophet. Consider this his greetings, and launched an attack of sword chi towards the prophet, which was blocked by the red-haired girl. Ha Homan remarked to think she could parry young master's sword chi. Zhou Kuang inquired, does that mean that the western region's woman has learned some kind of cultivation technique? Woon thinks he intentionally added a bit of his inner chi, yet she was still able to block it. The prophet asked Amon what happened. He failed the mission, and this time he lost the envoys? Amon replied, if he give him one more chance. The prophet warned, this is his last chance. If he lose to these bastards again, his soul will be unredeemable. Woon thinks his energy has changed. Is it some sort of mind-controlling art? Unlike others, that guy has been free from forbidden art. That's why he survived even though he failed his mission. That means he was vicious enough to not need the forbidden art in the first place. Woon continued, he was wondering why only the prophet was allowed to use the poison. But now he have all the answers to his questions. He heard from Zion how the Alxins maintain their power. He said he secretly bought people with spare change, then drugged them and hypnotized them. Woon realized that's probably why those guys easily gave up their lives and ran amok. He hypnotized people of low status and made them kill themselves. Woon accused Prophet his ass. He don't even treat these people like humans. If they die, he can just find someone else and hypnotize them. The reason he don't allow his subordinates to use poison is to protect his meager power. The prophet countered, it seems like you want to waver our faith with his words, but it's no use. Poisons and drugs are simply meant to give discipline and courage to the weak. Alxin's strength comes from absolute faith, and that faith becomes stronger under a strong system and clear rewards. He commanded them in the name of the prophet. Kill them all, Woon said to Zhou Kuang. He will leave this place to him. Zhou Kuang replied at his order. Woon then used his sword technique to kill Amon. As Woon followed the prophet, the red-haired girl blocked Woon's path and rushed to attack. Woon remarked, as expected, it's her. It looks like she weren't drugged or hypnotized. Why is she following the prophet? These aren't movements from a specific martial art. Did she learn how to use the dagger on her own? Woon thinks this is innate true chi. Did she have a lucky encounter without even realizing it? Woon continued, does she know that using innate true chi shortens her lifespan? He guessed she don't even know how to use it. The girl replied sharply, shut up. Woon persisted, the prophet will abandon her and run away. All he has to do is go somewhere else and gather more believers. The girl retorted, it doesn't matter. Woon questioned, isn't it a waste to throw away her life like this? The girl explained he was the only one who took her in, who was abandoned in the gutter. Woon countered, that's why what he does is right, and then used his sword technique to break her armor. Woon thinks, as expected, she's still young, maybe about 15? Woon then stated the drug probably wouldn't work because she activated her innate true chi. The hypnosis too. He will go up now and cut down the prophet. If she want to have a fresh start, leave here before he return. Don't forget, if she don't do it now, she will never get this chance again. On the other hand, Zhang Yangs thinks, damn it, since he's using a spear, instead of taking him on, he should have asked Ha Human to take care of it. Why is this bastard so damn strong? Even though he already cut off the muscles in his arms and legs, his strength and speed do not decrease. He heard the western regions have many drugs to awaken physical abilities. Zhang Yangs said, hey you bastard. He almost broke his back. Zhang Yangs thinks now he's using a hidden weapon? He's pulling all sorts of tricks, using hidden weapons despite that big size? As he jumped to attack, Zhang Yangs continued, he also know how to throw a knife, you know. That dagger was just a feint, you dumbass. What about Zhou Kuang, as expected of the Peak realm? A little later Hahuman stated he is done here. Peng Hianchung added us too. Zhou Kuang stated let's go up. Meanwhile Woon thought is this the final floor? The prophet activated the trap, causing Woon to be surrounded by poison. The prophet stated he can't resist that poison unless he reached the impervious to 10,000 poisons level. After 15 minutes there won't even be a trace of him left. His insides will melt immediately if he breathed it in, so it would be better not to move recklessly. Woon used sound transmission to ask what if he reached that level? The prophet laughed and replied, is this what he calls sound transmission? He is bragging even though he can't even open his mouth. He will leave through the secret passageway and blow up the entire fortress. As for the envoys, he can find them anywhere. Woon stated if there is a devil in the west it must be someone like him. The prophet questioned do he know what kind of people the envoys are? They are bastards who used to be petty thieves in nearby small countries. They were miserable people who were powerless and had no money, so they were trampled upon but couldn't even fight back. He gave those guys strength. Courage. With that they could dream of tomorrow. Woon replied anyone can have a miserable time. But the important thing is to live according to their own will. The prophet retorted enough of his hypocrisy. How dare he discuss good and evil in front of him? Weren't he the ones who cut down all those who were barely living with hope? Woon stated he will cut him down, because he is not a hypocrite. It's their fault that they decided to come under him in the first place. If they had decided to take up the swords, they shouldn't have any complaints when there is a knife stuck to their throats. Woon recalled a past memory when he said to his mother, is it their doing again? How can this happen? What on earth is father doing while those women are doing this? Mother, he will become the young leader. His mother replied, should they just run away and live somewhere else? Run away and live for a long time, you and I. Just the two of them. In the present, Woon thinks today is his first murder in this life. The blood of those who died in the grassland will also eventually be on his hands. But mother, now that he have picked up the sword, he have no complaints whatsoever. As Woon returned, he asked why hasn't she left yet. He definitely told her to leave if she want to have a fresh start through. He replied she wants to ask him something, and she inquired what's this innate true chi he mentioned before. Woon replied the energy she get the moment she is born. He don't know what kind of luck encounter she had, but if she use up her true chi, she will die. Then the scene shift to pass when he was a baby and her mother is running away for the two persons. One of them are shouting, catch her, that woman is running away, she can be sold for good money, so don't let her get away. Her mother's sole concern is ensuring the safety of her child, even if it means placing her in a bucket, gently lowering her into the well, and tearfully apologizing as she does so. At present she said lucky encounter and true chi, she don't know what he is talking about, and she thinks I just wanted to live, and she asked can someone like her really have a fresh start? A few days later at Domination, the king of Domination stated not only did he save his daughter, he even eliminated the Alxons. He really don't know how to repay you for this favor. Woon replied by saying thank you for his hospitality. The king stated it's a given that the people of their domination and the neighboring countries must show their gratitude, young master. Woon exclaimed what's important is what he will do next. As Her Highness Yisian said, another group like the Alxon will appear soon. If you don't want to repeat his mistakes, all the small countries should talk and create an union and develop their strength. And he asked if it's alright with you. He did like to let Peng Hong Chung stay here for a while. He can help them raise warriors and solidify their defenses. The king responded they would be grateful if he do that. Woon thinks Peng Hong Chung was once the leader of the White Tiger Squad. If he could no longer grow in Shanghai, it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to wait for his opportunity in a different environment. Zayan of Manchuria will also try to establish good relations with the Domination. He will also tell our cult White Tiger Squad's second group to pay attention to their defense. But his talk was interrupted by King asking what that woman doing here. Woon explained her name is Yi, who used to be Alxon's best assassin. However, as she is determined to have a fresh start, he have been teaching her inner chi cultivation technique over the past few days, since she would die if he didn't do that. And he suggested so, what do you think about putting the past behind and keep her as the Domination's bodyguard? King started to think about the Woon request. But Yisian moved forward and accepted Woon request and stated there must be a good reason why young master says that. Let us do it, father. King remarked alright, he will do as she say. He noted for the safety of Domination, this lowly one will put her life on the line. Woon remarked then they must now prepare to return to their cult. Etienne stated the small nations of the western region will always believe in and follow him, young master. Somewhere in Mount Boway, the old person white hair and beard is one of elder of beggar clan name. Oh, remarked this alcohol tastes great. Come have some to Elder Kwan. In response Elder Kwan remarked seriously, this isn't the time for that. Their beggar clan's guardians and branch leaders are down there fighting, those demonic cult bastards, yet he want to have a drink right now. Elder, remained silent, instead commented on the delicious flavor of the meat. Elder Kwan stated because the Murim Alliance told us to bide our time without sending in any reinforcements whatsoever. We had no choice but to keep giving up our strongholds. Elder O replied by saying it will be fine. Elder Kwan inquired what do he mean. Elder O exclaimed, aren't they the best when it comes to intelligence networks? Just think of this as taking a step back in order to take 2 steps forward. Since the Murim Alliance leader Nagong rose to his position with little effort. Asked have he heard any news? Elder O stated he went to visit the Jinshan clan in Kaifeng. Does that mean there are traitors within the demonic cult? Elder O remarked it seems that one of the demonic cult's young masters has joined hands with the Jinshan clan and is giving them information. Elder Kwan warned but they can't guarantee their victory with just that. Elder O stated of course, it is said that the main forces of the 5 great families and the 9 great sects are secretly gathering in Shishan. Elder Kwan was shocked by that, and Elder O continued by saying if they can take Shishan, they will be able to protect the trade route while putting pressure on the demonic cult. Elder Kwan stated now that the demonic cult is on a complete offensive. Shishan will be no different from an ownerless mountain. Elder O noted Myung Cheon is so focused on the fight for the young leader position that he has no interest in the actual benefits he will gain from the fight. Elder Kwan questioned, can they really just wait for the reinforcements to come like this? Elder O informed that the Murim Alliance leader will abandon this Malfong. However, if the sect successor can defeat Myung Cheon, things will be completely different. They can't just be the Murim Alliance's foot soldiers forever. It's a given that the new generations will overtake the old generations. Just you wait. Their beggar clan's prestige will change in the next generation, since their clan successor is a martial genius blessed by heaven. Meanwhile, White Hidden Ghost is fighting with the beggar clan successor, who is easily deflecting his attacks. White Hidden Ghost is struggling against him in head-on fight. He decides to sneak attack him, but Beggar notices him and used Divine Dragon Tail whipping technique to smash him to ground and then kicked him away, saying didn't he call himself a member of the elite squad of the demonic cult? Looks like you are just a bunch of weaklings. Myung Cheon stated they should have reached the last outer gate. If they had gone past this place, yet an obnoxious beggar just appeared all of a sudden. Demonic Soul Group leader, Yang Wiching, thinks the move he used just now was the dragon subduing 18 palms. And looking at his 8 knots, he believed that person is the beggar clan leader's successor. Then Dark Killer Squad leader, Lee someone unsheathed his sword and stated please leave him to me. As he moved close to him for a fight, he asked what's your name? But the beggar successor remarked what is he going to do if he know his name? Lee someone rushed forward to attack while exclaiming do the beggars of the beggar clan have no name? But beggar's successor easily blocked his attack one after another and stated he is too noisy. Lee someone exclaimed while swinging his sword more forcefully and said he dare insult him? But he again avoided his attack and used hidden dragon time biting technique at Lee someone, causing him to crash to in a distance. See his palm technique. Yang Wiching became nervous and thinks his move just now was the 5th technique of the dragon subduing 18 palms. He heard that the beggar clan has produced a once-in-a-100-year martial genius. So it wasn't a lie. Beggar's successor stated where is his next opponent. Myung Cheon noted there's no helping it. Looks like he has to deal with the person himself. Beggar's successor replied by saying instead of making his subordinates get injured for nothing, he should have come out earlier. Myung Cheon remarked he will let him have the first move. Beggar's successor exclaimed really, then he will take him up on that offer. Then he started to launch attacks on Myung Cheon one after another, which are all blocked by Myung Cheon. See that he channeled more of his chi into his palms and used subduing dragon remorse palm technique to attack Myung Cheon. In response, Myung Cheon used heaven destroying palm technique. As both palm technique clashed against each other, a big explosion of chi happened. Yang Wiching thinks a worst case. But as the dust settles down, they both looked unharmed, but after few seconds beggar's successor cough up blood and fall to ground. Myung Cheon, while unsheathing his sword, remarked what a fool. He was thinking of leading the future generations with just this much power. At the moment an explosion happened where the Dark Killer Squad members are. Hearing that, Myung Cheon turned around and inquired about them, only to find out that they are thunder explosions, before he can know about the attacker. Elder Kwan approaches him and asked can he walk? He replied by saying he didn't think he can. Elder Kwan. Before Myung Cheon can notice him, Elder Kwan carry his student and try to escape. Seeing that, Myung Cheon exclaimed he won't let them escape. He rushed towards Elder Kwan to block them, but a thunder bomb is thrown in front of Myung Cheon, causing an explosion. In worry, Yang Wiching shouted, "Young master, please quickly get away from there." Myung Cheon ordered they will retreat today and come back again tomorrow. Seeing them retreated from Mao Feng, in anger Elder O stated, "Just you wait. They will definitely pay them back for what happened today, you demonic cult bastards." Back at the headquarters, Yang Wiching reported to Myung Cheon that Mao Feng is now empty, and he explained further the reconnaissance squad and he confirmed it themselves. There was not even a single rat left. Myung Cheon asked what do he mean? Yang Wiching exclaimed, "Perhaps they fell for their trap, young master." Hearing that, Myung Cheon became shocked. Yang Wiching continued by explaining, so far, except for the Beggar clan and Manhwa sect, their main forces have not appeared. Except for the Beggar clan's successor, there was no one who could be called an expert. It seems like the Murim Alliance had no intention of fighting against them from the beginning. Someone asked, but why on earth would the Murim Alliance abandon Mount Baowei? Yang Wiching stated, doesn't throwing one away mean that they will take another, better one? They don't know where the Murim Alliance are heading to. They must hurry and inform the left envoy about this. Myung Cheon stood from his seat and struck the desk in anger, saying, "Shut up." And he asked from Yang Wiching what on earth did the reconnaissance squad do that they couldn't even detect such a thing. Yang Wiching think he has been consistently filing reports, expressing concern that the Murim Alliance seems to be deliberately avoiding a full-scale war. He believes it's crucial to investigate further. However, you completely disregarded his warnings, instead labeling him a coward and boasting about the successful attack on 2 of their outer gates. Myung Cheon then interrupted his thoughts, issuing an order to assemble all squads immediately and send scouts to track the Murim Alliance's movements. 2 days later, Daming Palace Supreme Harmony Hall, Myung Jung asked what did he just say? Divine Cult Left Master, Yang Daichung repeated the first young master succeeded in seizing Mao Feng in Mount Baowei, but Shishan was taken away, my lord. Myung Jung asked did he hear that wrong, or is he joking with him? Yang Daichung stated, my lord, he have failed to fulfill his responsibilities, and he tried to take his life. Myung Jung restrained him with his chi and asked how dare he do that in front of him? Yang Daichung apologized for that. Myung Jung ordered him to sit and asked about the current situation. Yang Daichung reported Mount Baowei is guarded by the Dark Killer Squad and the Sword Soul Squad. As for the rest of their forces, on their way back to their cult, they encountered an ambush by the Murim Alliance vice leader, Juejin, and the members of his Taishan sect, and lost more than half of their troops, so the vice cult leader had to come out himself to provide support. Divine Cult Right Master, Gong Bak Jin thinks a crushing defeat. They can't be this far behind in information warfare. There is definitely a traitor among us. The first young master made a huge blunder, no matter how overconfident he was. How could he leave Shishan empty, which is like their front yard, and launch a total attack like that? Things will be dangerous if this continues. He have to defend the first young master. And Bak Jin exclaimed, since they still managed to occupy Mount Baowei, it can be considered that their intended goal was achieved. What's more, since the first young master defeated the Beggar clan's next leader, it can't be said that he didn't make any achievements. More importantly, it's certainly odd that they are losing this bad in information warfare. This means there must be a traitor within their cult. That's why he think it's best that they weed out the traitor as soon as possible, reorganize the battle line and give the first young master a chance to recover Shishan. Myung Jung asked, traitor he say, who do he think the traitor is, right envoy? The second son? The third son? Or the youngest? Enduring the chi pressure of Myung Jung, despite the struggle to breathe, Bak Jin persisted and commented, the world is filled with betrayal, conspiracies, and challenges. Myung Jung stated no matter how confused he is, how could he forget the definition of their cult? Bak Jin exclaimed this lowly subordinate was blinded for a moment. Myung Jung stated a loss is a loss. He can't accept any excuses, since the fate of the young masters was already predicted. Do he think he pushed them into this successor fight without that level of determination? Only those who survive this fight will lead our cult. Hunan's Kaifeng Murim Alliance's HQ, Penghyangak, Hebei Ping, family patriarch stated the capture of Shishan this time is truly a great achievement. The alliance leader's plan was truly exquisite. Nagong Min, the leader of Murim Alliance and the patriarch of Great Nangong family, stated he flatter him. This was only possible because the beggar clan provided them with precious information just in time. Elder O stated they only carried out their responsibility as foot soldiers. Nangong Min asked how can he say such a hurtful thing. Elder O exclaimed if they aren't foot soldiers, what else can they be? Leaving the Taishan sect, Hengshan sect, Songshan sect that advanced into Shishan aside, excluding the Manhwa sect, what have the other 9 great sects done this time? Not to mention the 5 great families. Didn't all of this happen because the Murim Alliance leader was chosen from the 5 great families, not the 9 great sects? Penghyangak intervened and stated for someone who came here to represent the beggar clan leader, he is going too far with his words. Elder O stated look at today, he attended on behalf of the beggar clan. But what are the Zhongnan sect, Amei sect, Kongtong sect, Hengshan sect, Hainan sect doing? How bad the authority of the Murim Alliance must be falling. For there are rumors that the Vice Alliance leader Juejin is creating a new Murim Alliance, centered on the 9 great sects, 1 great clan and the 5 mountain sword sects to spread. Nagong Min explained the clan leader also approved of this operation. The Amei sect leader is sick and the rest had work to do, that's why he called for the corresponding representatives. Everything was done for the sake of the Murim Alliance, so please calm his anger. Venerable Huiming the Shaolin sect leader remarks he understand how he feel, but please calm down. Xuanjin, the Wudong sect leader added, he understand that he is upset because our promising talent suffered a serious injury, but we need to stop the rumors about the Murim Alliance. While grinding his teeth, Elder O thinks he have no choice but to calm down when 2 of the Murim Alliance's strongest elders are speaking. Shujiming, the Manhwa sect leader, thinks however, they cannot rule out the possibility that the rumors that Elder O mentioned are true. Since Nangong Min of the Great Nangong family, one of the 5 great families, was appointed as the Murim Alliance leader, and Juejin of the Taishan sect, one of the 5 mountain sword sects, was appointed as the Vice Alliance leader, the 3 great forces were able to live in harmony to some extent. The world knows that the Vice Alliance leader and the elders and the Murim Alliance leader aren't on good terms. The more this happens, the more the Murim Alliance leader treats the elders with courtesy and solidifies his power. But if this harmony is broken, there will be great chaos. Elder O stated still, even though the Jinshan clan is the demonic cult's subordinate sect, it's still quite far from Qinghai. So how did you obtain such advanced information? Penghyangak exclaimed, isn't it all thanks to another son of the demonic cult leader who wants to keep Myung-Cheon in check? For brothers to fight one another. Elder O remarks it's not like that only happens in the demonic cult. A few years ago, in Hebei, it was said that a child from a prestigious family was aiming for the patriarch position, got kicked out for fighting with his brother and stealing the secret manual. Penghyangak noticed the fury in Nangong Min's chi and urged the elder to put an end to the situation. At the moment, servant nervously called alliance leader name. Nangong Min questioned what happened. He stated an urgent message has arrived from Zhejiang. It is said that 32 masters of the Hainan sect near Zhejiang were massacred. Nangong Min inquired who would do such a heinous thing. The servant said it said that the Jinshan clan, led by the demonic cult's second young master, Myungak, was the one behind it. Nangong Min was shocked by all this. Near Turpan roadside, Quan Hume stated now that Peng Hong Chung isn't here, it feels a little empty. Ha Homan agreed with that. Wun remarked he won't be gone for long. Zhou Quan questioned at any rate. Princess Yi Xian looked quite serious before they left. Is there some problem, young master? Wun replied she told him to be careful because he might meet someone near Hunfei Nation on the way. Zhou Quan said pardon? Wun said she said that a master from the Central Plains is coming to Hunfei Nation. Zhang Yangs inquired aren't they pretty close to Hunfei Nation? Zhou Quan added if it's a master from the Central Plains, could he be from the Murim Alliance? Wun stated he don't know. But someone appears in front of them asking them to stop. Wun continued by saying, speaking of the devil, why don't we exchange greetings first? My name is Myung Wun from the heavenly demonic cult. The person introduced himself as Nangong Jun, and he came here to cut down the son of the demonic cult leader. Wun asked you will cut him down? May he inquire about the reason behind it? Nangong Jun responded by questioning if there was a need for any other justification to harm the son of the leader of the demonic cult. Wun asked is he the heavenly sword? Nangong Jun stated he abandoned that nickname a long time ago. He should draw his sword. Woon think Heavenly Sword Nangong Jun, someone who was once called a martial genius from heaven, the third son of the current alliance leader, Nangong Min. However, due to his arrogant personality, he was in conflict with his inflexible father, Nangong Min. Finally, when he lost the race for succession, he put his brothers in a conspiracy. In the end, he committed the crime of stealing secret arts that were only accessible to the family patriarch and was excommunicated and exiled from the family. He remembered him because he was also famous in his past life. To think a person like that shows up ready to cut him down. Does he want to gain his father's forgiveness by cutting down the young master of the demonic cult? Nangong Jun gets into fighting stance and rush forward to attack Woon. However, Woon think it would have been difficult to deal with him in the past. But it's different now, as Woon defeat him in a single move, and he think the problem is whether he should spare his life or not. However, at Hunan's Kaifeng, in the Murim Alliance's HQ, servant rush in while calling bad news, and he report Alliance leader. It is said that 32 masters of the Hainan sect near Zhejiang were massacred. Nangong Min, leader of the Murim Alliance, demanded, "Who in the world is responsible for this crime?" The person continued by saying it said that that's not all. Centering on Zhejiang province and Fujian province, within a week, more than 20 sects surrendered to the demonic cult and 3 sects were destroyed. Xuanjun, the leader of Wudong sect, asked what is the size of their forces. If it was that bad, they must have moved on a large scale. Does that mean, besides the forces they put into Mount Bowei, they still had more to dispatch? The person answered that the size of their forces is estimated to be around 50 people. Zihu, the leader of Qingqing sect, in surprise asked only 50 people? With Myung-gak's diversionary operation, Nangong Min think an unknown expert, but his thoughts were interrupted by Peng Hyundai, as he stated what a disgrace. They ended up playing a part in their competition for succession. Elder O, remark how long are they going to let those bastards run wild in the Central Plains? Jiming, the leader of Manhwa sect, added alliance leader, they can't ignore the second young master Myung-gak. In terms of ability alone, he may be above Myung-cheon. Hearing all this, Nangong Min stated looks like they have to make their move this time. And ask is there anyone who would like to step forward? And Nangong Min think the Murim Alliance is an organization that came together out of necessity in the first place. No one is hastily taking the lead. Maybe it's only natural. Since Murim is the world of the strong, as soon as their strength runs out, they will be eaten. But if that's all, what is the difference between them and the unorthodox sects? Is there any more justice and righteousness left in this place? At the moment, Peng Hyung-gak stand up from his seat and remark he will go to Zhejiang and he will also ask for help from the Zhuge family. Ziha notes since one of the Murim Alliance's 10 great masters, Sir Blade King, is stepping forward along with the great Zhuge family's support, they won't have to worry about anything. Peng Hyung-gak think this is an opportunity to increase their 5 great families' influence in the Murim Alliance. Meanwhile, Nangong Min think he understand what he is trying to do, but for some reason, he doesn't have a good feeling about this. Elder O remarked they will also ask the clan leader to send reinforcements. Peng Hyung-gak turned around while asking so he didn't hate our 5 great families. Elder O, note he was just saying this because he was worried about the Murim Alliance. Plus, their beggar clan is not that narrow-minded, he should know that. Peng Hyung-gak stated that great. He guessed they have to show those demonic cults bastards the true power of the Hebei Peng family and the beggar clan. Meanwhile, at Tian Clan's heaven-destroying palace, Wind King, one of Tian Clan's 4 great kings, asked, "Have you been well, my lord?" Tian He, the leader of heavenly destroying palace, replied, "Don't he have the Holy Lord by his side? It must have been hard on him this time." As he poured him some liquor, and Tian He stated, "Enjoy. This is the alcohol he brewed himself." And asked about the trip? Wind King reported according to Jin Bexing, Myung-cheon lost more than half of his troops and he barely escaped with his life. Tian He asked what about Zhejiang? Wind King remarked more than 20 Murim Alliance sects have already fallen into the hands of the false cult. Accordingly, it is said that Peng Hyung-gak of the Hebei Peng family departed for Zhejiang. Tian He stated, Peng Hyung-gak, they're trying to fight a tiger with cat. Wind King think is it just him? He can really feel the energy of a tiger somewhere. And ask when he say tiger, does he mean the Water King? Tian He stated he is right. He is as good as Myung-gak. Meanwhile, a tiger appears from behind and Water King think there's really a tiger. And he asked, it's obvious that this lowly subordinate can't fully understand your intention, my lord. He can't understand why he listened to Myung-gak's request. He is different from Jin Baiching. He may become a thorn in our side one day. Tian, he asked, do he think that he is doing this just to destroy the Myung clan? Even though they are the true descendants of the Holy Lord, it has been 200 years since the Myung clan pretended to be them. In the meantime, let alone turning the world demonic, the Myung family was busy pretending to be a nobleman. Myung-gak will be a useful stepping stone for them to advance to the Central Plains. Now that he and the Bright King have reached the unrestrained realm, they will convert this world into a demonic one. Of course, destroying the Myung family comes first. What about other young masters from the Myung clan? Wind King remarked. Jin Baiching requested them to deal with the third young master. Tian, he asked about the request? Wind King explained. He said that the attempted assassination of the third young master in Xinjiang had failed and requested his elimination. Tian, he stated, how stupid. Why would he throw away a card that could be used to keep Myung-gak in check? Wind King continued. The fourth young master Myung-jun is actually in exile in Manchuria, and the fifth young master Myung-jong led the Red Wind Squad on an expedition to the Kunlun sect. He about to report about 6 young master, but Tian, he said that's enough, and asked him to explain the condition. About the 5th young master who went to Kunlun. Wind King note, he has been defeated by the Kunlun sect and he doesn't have much manpower left. It seems like he is struggling to gain Myung-jung's attention. Tian, he ordered then he can take this chance and get rid of the 5th young master, while giving him a cup of liquor with his chi. Wind King think not a single drop splashed out, and ask, are they finally starting to punish the false cult? He will depart immediately after finishing this, my lord. At Supreme Harmony Hall Bright Chamber, Woon remarked, your youngest son has returned from the western regions. Myung-jung said he heard you two joined forces to subdue the Manchurians. Woon stated no. The subjugation of the Manchurians is entirely the third brother's doing. Myung-jung asked, that's why you didn't return together? Woon explained, actually, he ventured to see the world after leaving the Daming Palace for the first time. Father, Myung-jung stated, see the world, he said. The third young master think he is not even taking the credit for the Manchurians' subjugation? But his humility isn't what father likes. Myung-jung stated, good. In consideration of their achievements in subjugating the Manchurians this time, he appoint the third son to be the Dark Killer Squad leader, and the seventh to be the Heavenly Elemental Squad leader. Third young master think the Dark Killer Squad originally belonged to Myung-cheon. The first brother failure to conquer Mount Baowei has turned into poison. Woon think in his past life, the Dark Killer Squad leader was Lee Sunwon's position for a long time. On the last day of his past life, he was the one who brought him the bottle of poisonous wine. History is changing. Then Myung-jung asked, did they hear about their second brother? Third young master asked, isn't he in Yunnan, father? Myung-jung remarked, he thought he was drinking in Yunnan, but he destroyed the Hainan sect's masters in Zhejiang, and cut off the head of Peng Hyangak, the Hebei family patriarch. Woon think cutting off the head of one of Murim Alliance's 10 great masters. So if the Murim Alliance is focusing their attention on Zhejiang, the defenses of Sichuan, on the other side, will be relatively weak. Should he thank Myung-gak? He will go to Mount Qingqing tomorrow, to cut off the head of Taoist Master Zihu, the Qingqing sect leader? A few days ago near Mizan, Zhejiang, Peng Hyangak, the patriarch of Hebei Peng family, running away from demonic cult, who are following him. One of demonic cult soldiers stated, you beggar, if you don't have the money, at least leave his head behind. Elder Quan stated, this arrogant young bastard, an unruly dog, needs to be hit, and immediately turned around and rushed towards him and strike him down. Simultaneously, the Water King, one of the 4 great kings of the Tian clan, surged forward and swiftly beheaded him. The Water King declared, apologies, but he don't resemble those scoundrels of the false cult. As Peng Hyangak dispatched 2 more soldiers of the demonic cult, he pondered, is the power of the demonic cult truly this formidable? Furthermore, who is that mysterious figure? However, his moment of contemplation was abruptly interrupted when Myung-gak launched an attack, narrowly missing him and slicing through the rock behind him, leaving him astonished by Myung-gak's martial prowess. Peng Hyangak think, damn, this bastard is the second son of the demonic cult leader. He have lived as the Blade King for 17 years. Even if he have to lose an arm here, he will kill this bastard no matter what. And he used Fire Dragon Blade technique, Soul Snatching Blade, to attack Myung-gak. In response, Gak swiftly severed both of his arms, and he exclaimed, Blade King my ass, and then delivered a blade strike to his head, resulting in decapitation. Water King remark amazing. To think he was able to cut down Penghayangak. Myungak stated he will cut down whoever blocks his path. Water King remark his spirit is commendable. However, it would be best not to cross the line. At any rate, he have switched the boat. Meanwhile, at Violet Light Group reception room, Sima Jean note he is back, young master, and ask what's with the flower pot. Woon stated this is the Neo-Phoenicia grown in the west quarters. Originally, its flowers only bloomed around July. But it already bloomed, thanks to General Manager Kang's careful management. This is his gift to her, group leader. She notes so it was a success, and she even think it bloomed early. The scent is still the same. He stated it's all thanks to the group leader for giving them valuable subordinates and information. She thinks she heard it from Ikjian and Ma Jingyu. The victory was actually achieved by the 7th young master, not the 3rd young master, and she pour him some liquor and remarks so enjoy this from defeating the Manchurians, and also to suppressing the Alxans. She think the domination actually hid the Alxans' existence from her. Yet the 7th young master built up his power in the western region with a single expedition, at the age of 17, no less. Woon stated then he met a man named Nangong Jun. She asked Nangong Jun, is he saying that the Nangong family's heavenly sword was in the western region? He exclaimed yes, he said he would cut his head off and return to the Central Plains, but he spared him. Although their relationship as father and son was severed, there is no need to become the Murim Alliance leader's enemy right away. Well, that too may change in the future. She think the heavenly sword is an expert beyond the transcendent realm. In a life and death battle, he is by no means an easy opponent. Well, he guess it's only natural. Given young master's current martial skills, he have to be the Shaolin's abbot and Wudong's sect master to be able to compete with him. Even though she witnessed it herself, she still can't believe it. Woon asked she must have heard of the second brother's news, right? Sima Jean replied yes, it is said that he cut off Hebei Ping family's Penghayangak's head. He remarked that's why he is planning to go to Qingqing. He planned to go and cut off the head of Qingqing sect master. She became shocked and asked what? And she think no matter how incredible young master's martial skills are, jumping into the middle of Sichuan is a completely different matter. And she asked is he planning to go without the cult leader's permission? Woon stated that's why he came to find her, group leader. Please help him leave tomorrow. She note he must not look down on the Murim Alliance and Cyclian's Heaven and Earth net. He stated if he had looked down on it, he wouldn't have come here to look for her. He would like to ask her a few favors. Could she help him? Sima Jean think this is no different from an order. The next day at dawn, at the outskirts of Daming Palace, Woon remarked dressing like this makes them look like a real merchant group, especially with that beard. Khan note he looked like a proper porter too, young master. With Violet Light Group leader and the Northwest Merchant Group's help, of course their disguise must be perfect. But going to Sichuan is no different from entering the snake's mouth, no matter how they approach it. As soon as something happens to the Qingqing sect, a heaven and earth net will be spread across Sichuan. Woon remark, that's why he brought them all with him. Yesterday evening, at West Quarters, Khan note he is back. Woon asked did anything happen while he was gone? Khan replied no sir. He heard that he went to the Supreme Harmony Hall and the Violet Light Group right after he came back. Woon remarked their lord gave him the title of Heavenly Elemental Squad Leader. Kang stated considering his achievements in Xinjiang, it's only natural, young master. But what about the existing leader Go? Woon stated he was appointed as the vice commander of the White Tiger Squad. He loves it. Seojin became the vice leader of the Heavenly Elemental Squad. Khan note he understands. Woon think had General Manager Khan only focused on martial arts, he would have reached a higher realm. The same goes with Jiang-un, but he made her work as a general manager as his disciple. Jiang-un remarked he has come a long way. Shouldn't he get some rest, young master? Woon stated no, this isn't the time to rest. His second brother beheaded Penghayangak in Zhujiang. Jiang-un asked isn't Penghayangak of Hebei Peng family one of Murim Alliance's 10 great masters? Kang added what's more, how could the second young master do that when he was said to be in Yunnan? Woon stated he don't know the details, but the second brother he know could do even more than that. That's why he need their help. Will they help him? Both of them replied if it's an opportunity to do something for him, they will do anything. Back to present, Woon remarked anyway, he never thought that the Shi family would suddenly send Zhang Mun as a reinforcement. Khan notes surprisingly, when team leader Zhang said he wanted to go, Elder Shi willingly sent him. Woon think he probably sent him here to monitor him at the same time. It does not matter. This life can't be the same as the previous life anyway. There is no guarantee that Zhongmun will reach a high realm like in his previous life, because the flow of power will be different from his previous life. Seojin remarked they will soon reach Baiyu County. As expected, he can see many disciples of the beggar clan. Woon said, "Alright, please stop the carriage. As planned, they will separately enter from here. Please stay safe, everyone." Kang replied, "Yes, young master." Woon think while the merchant group draws attention. They disguise themselves as porters and move to Qingqing as quickly as possible. For now, their priority is to get through the gates safely. Beggar clan disciples notice them and move toward them to check. Seojin whispers to Woon, "There are too many beggar clan's disciples, they have no choice but to confront them." But at the moment, Khan shouted from behind, saying, "Out of the way, you dirty beggars, aren't you going to get lost immediately? The merchant group leader is coming down." The person said, "What beggars?" and order other guy to just beat that bastard up. At the moment, Jiang-un opened the door and came out, and she ordered, "Please, stop, and ask how can he be so rude to these poor people. Please quench their thirst with this," as she handed them some money. The person replied, "Thank you so much, princess." He means, merchant group leader. Woon think he definitely left the general manager's position to the right person. A week later, at the inn in Sichuan, Jiang-un, general manager Kang, and group leader Zhuge were all shouting excitedly while drinking. "Now, to celebrate their sold out today and let's all become wealthy, to their merchant group's great success." Khan then called out to waiter, and him bring them another bottle of their finest alcohol, and more food too. The waiter promptly replied right away, "Sir." Khan remarked, "Group leader, as expected, there's truly something special about the big cities." John Yang's utilized sound transmission, stated that's his point exactly. It's already been 4 days. He knows they are putting on an act. How could someone like him have lived such an ascetic life? Ha Homan also employed sound transmission, remarking, "Who would have thought General Manager Jian would speak like that when she's drunk?" John Yangs noted that Zhou Kuang and Guan Hume, who remained in Shanghai, would probably be jealous if they had witnessed this. He added if their goal was to attract attention, he think they definitely succeeded. Yes, everyone is just looking at them. Rumors have probably already spread. Last night, he even started a fight with the beggar clan's disciple. Zhang Mun noted drinking and causing a commotion in the middle of the city with just this many people. This is no longer bold but reckless. He continued, at any rate, putting group leader Zhuge aside, it seems like those two general managers are willing to sacrifice their lives for the young master. John Yangs and Ha Human remarked that's a given of them though, as Ha Human poured him some more liquor. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a person who forcefully swung the inn door open, shouted, "Which of you bastards belongs to the merchant group from the western regions?" He demanded to know, how dare they hit the branch leader's younger brother? In response, Kang shouted back, "How dare a beggar step into this inn?" They both moved towards each other aggressively, and the newcomer stated, "This goat-like bastard, is he done talking?" Kang retorted, "Get lost, you bastard." John Yangs remarked he think he's really drunk. In a state of worry, Ha Homan shouted, "What are you doing? Stop them." But before they could intervene, Jiang-un stepped forward and kicked the person in his private parts. A while later, Kang remarked, "Who would have thought those beggars would come flocking like savage dogs like that?" Group leader Zhuge stated, "Now that they have the branch leader's attention, they will definitely pick fights with them starting tomorrow." But even amid all this commotion, seeing that there's no movement in Amei or Qingqing, there's no doubt that the Murim Alliance is focusing all of their attention on the other side at Zhejiang. Khan replied they are truly fortunate to have someone knowledgeable about the Central Plains like him by their side. Jiang-un asked, "At any rate, the young master should be safe, right?" Khan remarked, "Since there hasn't been any news after they split up in Jinchuan County. In case they spread the heaven and earth net, they should also get away quickly, since that means the young master succeeded." John Yans asked, "But what if they get caught?" Shugen noted, "They can't let our guard down, but please don't worry too much. The Violet Light group leader must have established a relationship with the Sichuan branch. By the way, her kick technique was truly incredible." General Manager Jian. He couldn't even count how many disciples of the beggar clan got taken down by her kick. Meanwhile, Jiang-un started to vomit again, and Kang said she has drunk too much. On the other hand, Woon said they will reach Mount Qingqing tomorrow. Seojin remarked, "Since it's getting dark, he think they should look for an inn first. They slept in the open yesterday, and now his body is itching." Woon replied, "Choose one that is as old and shabby as possible." At that moment, two beggar clan disciples stopped them. Seojin asked. What's going on? One of the disciples remarked. They haven't seen their faces around here before and asked, who are you bastards? Seojin stated they are porters from the western regions. They are going to Mount Qingqing to make a delivery. The disciple asked, are they going to the Qingqing sect? Seojin replied, yes, that's correct. Is there a problem? The disciple stated, are they asking because they don't know? The entire Central Plains is on high alert right now, so how can they be going to the Qingqing sect? He then asked, what is in that bag? Seojin responded, he can't tell them that, since they are requested to. The disciple remarked, they are the beggar clan's disciples, and asked him to open it. Seojin asked, can they make do with this instead? The disciple inquired, who does he take them for? Open it right now. Seojin then turned around and signaled Woon to open the bag. As they opened it, the disciple shouted, these are such big mushrooms. Seojin explained it also has a nice scent, as it is harvested from the deep foot of Malint Kunlun. The other disciple insisted, open it more. There is something inside. As he opened, one disciple identified these are fleece flower roots. The other remarked they aren't that high grade. Seojin replied they are actually a transporting agency that earns money under the Kunlun sect. Since those demonic cult bastards keep attacking, it's so hard for them to make a living. They are thinking of moving to Sichuan, that's why they are trying to earn some favor from the Qingqing sect. Woon commented, since they are disciples of the beggar clan, their martial arts must be incredible. In surprise, both disciples asked, what is he doing? Woon replied, although they aren't 100 years old, wouldn't it be helpful in improving their inner chi, sirs? Please eat this and quickly defeat those demonic bastards. Seojin handed them the money, saying he took this out of his own pocket, so please use this to quench their thirst at least. As both of them walked away, one disciple said, they say Kunlun isn't what it used to be these days. They are only letting them off because they need to make a living. Seojin breathed out a sigh of relief and asked, isn't that the letter exchange between the beggar clan's disciples? Did he pickpocket him during that time? Woon stated, it is said that Taoist Master Zihu, who went to Kaifeng for the Murim Alliance meeting, is returning tonight. Seojin said he means, there's no need to drag things out, right? They will do it tomorrow night. The next day, at Mount Qingqing, Seojin explained this is the place in front of the great shrine on North Mountain. It's not that. He doubted him, but will he really show up? Woon asked, isn't Qingqing a place where their sense of justice is as clear as the sky? If he read the letter he left behind earlier, he will surely come out, to hide his dirty past. Woon noticed a presence, and immediately informed Seojin, who instantly goes into hiding in the back as planned. At that moment, Zihu's eldest son, Fan Zun, approached him and asked, is he the porter from Kunlun? Woon replied, that's correct. Fan Zun stated, it looks like even the porters are learning stealth these days. How dare he sneak into his room and leave a letter behind? Woon replied he was just following orders. Fan Zun think just one glance and he can tell that Brad isn't nervous at all, and ask orders he say. There is no way the dying Kunlun would know him and Qingqing's secrets, and asked who ordered him. Woon quickly disappeared from his sight, and Seojin rushed from behind to attack him, but his attack was blocked. Fan Zun asked, is he Seojin? And Seojin replied, it's been a while since he saw that dirty face. Fan Zun stated it hasn't been long since he betrayed Qingqing and ran away. How dare he come back here? Seojin asked, he betrayed Qingqing? And stated, isn't he the one who disgraced junior sister? Fan Zun stated that is something only they know about. She was so loud in bed that he thought she was a prostitute or something. Seojin rushed forward, saying he will tear off that dirty mouth. But his attack was again blocked, and Fan Zun remarked, looks like he hasn't been playing around. Seojin asked, how can he do that? He spent thousands of nights waiting for this day, and used the Azure Sky Scarlet Dawn sword technique to attack him. Seeing that, Fan Zun stated he dare attack the next Qingqing sect leader. Seojin didn't stop and cut one of Fan Zun's arms, saying to him, it no longer exists. As Fan Zun shouted in pain, Seojin launched another attack, saying go to the other world and apologize to junior sister. But at that moment, Blue Sword Chi was launched towards him, breaking his sword and causing him some damage as well. The sword Chi was launched by Zihu, the leader of the Qingqing sect, as he rushed closer to finish Seojin, but his attack was blocked by Woon. Zihu stated he should have killed him back then. Seojin. Woon remarked, he is finally here. Fan Zun asked, how you get here, father? At the moment rain started to fall down. Zihu. Note, if he ran away to survive, he should have never come back. Why did he back? Seojin remarked he is still protecting that bastard as his son? Even after knowing the crime he committed. Is this really the Qingqing they learned about? Zihu asked what do he think Qingqing is? Seojin replied Qingqing is where justice is as clear as the sky. Zihu asked further what would he do when his precious son has committed a mistake? Is he going to abandon him? Or is he going to simply remove that mistake? Seojin rushed forward to attack while saying please stop insulting his junior sister. Zihu easily blocked his attack. Zihu noted he heard that he joined the demonic cult for revenge, and he rushed forward to attack while saying to think he would dare to tarnish Qingqing's name. If he has lived as a dead person, he should have stayed that way. However, his attack was thwarted as Woon infused raindrops with inner chi, which he then blocked. He will now be his opponent. Zihu stated for a young brat, the amount of demonic chi he possesses is quite commendable. Is he one of the demonic cult leader's sons? State his identity. Woon remarked he is someone who will cut down his delusion. How can someone who is deluded by a false name be a leader of the Taoist sect? Zihu shouted this arrogant bastard. Once more, Woon unleashed raindrops towards him, declaring here he come. He suggests him fight to him with all his strength. Zihu stated he think he can fight against him with this mere trick. To his astonishment, Woon closed the distance between them in an instant, and inflicted a wound upon Zihu. And then he remarked this rat-like bastard. His foot technique isn't bad, as he rushed forward while saying he will show him how fearsome the Qingqing best sword is. But Woon dodged his sword strike and note the sword of Qingqing is ever-changing like the wind. Mix his attacks with feints too. Since Qingqing's sword shines in a series of attacks, Zihu exclaimed he dare discuss Qingqing's sword with him. And he think his level is quite high but he hasn't matured physically yet. What's more, when it comes to the depth of chi, he have an absolute upper hand. Let's overwhelm him like this. Woon remarked although his strength isn't lacking, he is foolish and stubborn. That's exactly why Qingqing lost its standing in the Central Plains. Zihu shouted this bastard. He will tear off his mouth and rip out his intestines. But Woon dodge all his strike and think he's definitely better than Nan Gongjun and Sima Jin. As Woon jumps into the air to avoid the strike, Zihu remarks stupid brat, to float in the air in front of him. He won't be able to dodge this, and used clear light sword technique to attack him. Woon continued with his thoughts what's the point of inflating the stem if the roots are rotten? Qingqing's sword must be a clear breeze. Subsequently, Woon employed his technique to create numerous swords of chi, catching Zihu off guard. However, it was too late for Zihu as Woon launched them all towards him, instantly ending his life. And Woon think this is the end of those who are blinded by power and forget their true nature. In that instant, Fan Zun rushed towards him, shouting you bastard, how dare he kill his father? But his heart was pierced by Seojin, and he collapsed to the ground and crying out that it was over. 2 days later, at Kaifeng, Nan Gongmin, the Murim Alliance leader in shock asked what Taoist Master Zihu is dead? The servant explained except for the culprits were 2 people, there is no information yet. It is said that Taoist Master Zixien, Qingqing's temporary sect leader, is chasing after them. Nan Gongmin think Qingqing's sect leader was killed by just 2 people, and on Mount Qingqing, no less? It was unbelievable enough that the Blade King was defeated in Zhujiang. Even Taoist Master Zihu on the other side. The Murim Alliance just lost 2 of its great masters in vain. After all they lost, Shishan to them. Nan Gongmin think the enemy close to Sichuan ended up being the demonic cult in Qinghai. However, the demonic cult is now under a succession race. It is extremely unlikely that the cult leader will move in person. If it weren't Myung Chion or Myung Gak, could it be that another expert of that level has appeared in the demonic cult? And he asked what is the culprit's escape route? Are they going towards Qinghai? The servant replied it said that they are heading to Chongqing. That's the strange part. If they are members of the demonic cult, they should be heading to Qinghai or Gansu, but they are going in the opposite direction. Nan Gongmin think Chongqing. Damn it, don't tell me? His thoughts were interrupted by beggar clans, dragon head leaders saying the 18 pirate strongholds along Yangtze River. Judging from his expression, it seems that he is thinking the same thing as him, alliance leader. Nan Gongmin said he has heard the news. Dragon head leader stated the Yangtze River is the only place in the Central Plains that the heaven and earth's net cannot reach. It's because of those damned bandits from the 18 pirate strongholds. If he take a boat from Chongqing, he can go anywhere along the Yangtze River. The same goes for Qinghai, the stronghold of the demonic cult. If the demonic cult bastards collude with the Yangtze's 18 pirate strongholds, it won't be easy to pursue them. Nagongmin asked, is there any way? Dragon Head Leader remarked he would like to go to Chongqing himself and command the heaven and earth's net. Nagongmin stated he is in his debt. If the clan leader comes forward himself, what more can he ask for? This will definitely be the first step in eradicating the demonic cult. They will spare no effort in providing all the support they can. Near Chongqing's port, Woon remarked the Yangtze River in May. Seojin used sound transmission and said it may be presumptuous to say this, but he really seemed like the son of a famous family. Woon remarked after he shaved, he looked like a proper Central Plains martial artist now. Vice Squad Leader, well, he were originally a martial artist from the Central Plains. Seojin used sound transmission again and asked, at any rate, will this really be alright? Qingqing and Amei are hot on their tails. Woon stated, don't rush. No matter how much they are being chased, isn't it good to stay like this sometimes? And escort Zhang, he is now Jingzuhan, the second son of the Reihajing family. Unless necessary, sound transmission is also prohibited. Seojin then apologized to him. And he thinks since their land route was completely blocked by the heaven and earth's net, his idea of going to the opposite side and using the waterway makes sense. But the 18 pirate strongholds are on the Yangtze River. Along with the Green Forest Gang, they represent Jianghu's group of bandits. Not only is their scale beyond imagination, but they also travel by boat along the Yangtze River. Even the Murim Alliance failed to annihilate them every time. In the end, they have no other choice but to coexist. Is going down the waterway really the right choice? At the moment, Skipper note he will stop by the port for a moment and pick up some guests. As they approach the shore, the guard exclaimed, "My lady, the boat is here." The girl stated she finally got to ride a boat on the Yangtze River. Zixian, the temporary leader of Qingqing sect, asked, "You have put up everything right?" The person replied, "Yes, sir." Zixian said, "Good thing there was an eyewitness." He thinks was it Seojin. The last news he heard about him was that he had joined the demonic cult. It was definitely our fault then. Senior brother, you reap what you have sown. At any rate, to think someone who is not even 20 could beat the Qingqing best sword. Perhaps an unprecedented crisis has come to the Qingqing sect. At the moment, Dragon Head Leader approached and asked, "Is he Qingqing's Taoist master Zixian?" Zixian and his servant bowed down, and Zixian said, "He heard you were coming, Sir Dragon Head Leader. He is Zixian from Qingqing." Dragon Head Leader remarked he must have worked hard. "But he don't think they've gone this way." Zixian exclaimed, "Excuse me? What is he referring to?" Dragon Head Leader said the culprits will use the water route. He will explain later, so please start by searching the nearby ferry port. On the other hand, guard said, "Lady, the wind is cold. Please head inside." The girl remarked, "How could she stay inside with this beautiful view? The sun will set, and soon they won't be able to see anything." Seojin used sound transmission and said, "Squad leader, judging from their movements, they seem to have mastered the martial arts of the royal family." Woon replied, "It seems so." Seojin asked while using sound transmission, "Why did the daughter of the royal family come all the way here? And also with only 2 bodyguards?" Woon thinks she may have deliberately dressed in ordinary clothes, but her energy is not ordinary. Most importantly, that hair color. At that moment, an arrow directed at the girl that Woon noticed and quickly blocked it with his chi. Guard immediately draw their sword. One asked, "Young lady, is she alright?" Other guards stated, "Which bastards dared to attack the young lady?" But the pirate warned, "Stop the boat. They are the Water Thunder clan under the command of the Yangtze River's 18 pirate strongholds. If they don't stop the boat right away, they will burn it all down." The captain of boat said, "It's the Water Thunder clan. He can't go any further, so please get off the boat right now." Guard remarked, "He can't do that. Don't stop and keep going, please. They have to go to Wishan to take a boat to Hubei." But the captain replied, "That's their business. He can't die because of them." Woon think the Water Thunder clan has appeared, yet they still want to push forward with their journey. They must be in a desperate situation. Then Woon asked, "Can he leave it to him? Escort Zhang?" Seojin, fake name Zhang, replied, "Of course, young master." He utilized hidden weapons to illustrate the contrast in their power to the pirate, and he stated, "Tell their stronghold leader, let's meet at Wushan." The pirate wondered to think that there would be a master who uses both hidden weapons and sword chi, and he shouted, "How dare they mess with their Yangtze River's 18 pirate strongholds? They will definitely regret this." They are retreating for now, and boat started to move away. Woon said, "Great job, escort Jang," and he replied, "Thank you, master." The boat captain asked, "Is he crazy? The Water Thunder clan is working for the Yangtze River's 18 pirate strongholds." But Woon remarked, "Now that things have turned out like this, let's just go to Wishan." The captain asked, "Is he deaf? If the stronghold leader appears, they are all dead." Woon said, "Take this. If he take them to Wishan, he will make sure that he returns safely." The captain immediately grabbed it. The girl think, "Who on earth are they? Are they martial artists?" At the mountain path outside Sichuan, a Maisek disciple stopped the carriage. Jiangun asked, "What's going on?" "They are a merchant group who sells goods in Chengdu, and they are on their way back to Tibet." The disciple introduced, "They are disciples of the Ame sect. They are conducting an investigation related to what recently happened in Sichuan, and she asked them to please cooperate." Jiangun noticed the drawing on the paper and she thinks that is the young master's face. The disciple asked, "Can they take a look inside the carriage?" Jiangun remarked, "As they can see, there's nothing inside." The disciple stated, "How odd. There are merchant groups who come to Chengdu and return empty-handed." Jiangun about to explain, but his talk was interrupted Kong saying it's all his fault. He is blinded by the idea of making a fortune. So, he lost all the money through gambling. Don't they say old habits die hard? It's all because of alcohol. When he drink alcohol, he become a dog. He can't quit drinking even if he die, so please kill him instead. He think it would be more comfortable that way. The disciple said, "Please let go of her," and order other disciples to let's go. There are all sorts of strange people, seriously. As the disciples leaves, Zhang Yangs, Ha Human and Zhang Moon all bowed down and said he has worked hard. Khan note they've finally passed the final hurdle. It's truly hard to make a living. Just one more day and they will reach Qinghai. And he think, "Young master, please stay safe." And Woon remarked, "Don't mention it." The girl asked, "Is he from Jianghu?" Woon said, "His name is Jingzhu Hun of the Ruihejing family, and this person is his escort, Jang Pilsum." She thinks Ruihejing family. This is his first time hearing about it. Woon asked, by the way, seeing how she pressed ahead with her journey even after seeing a group of thieves, "Is she being chased like him?" The girl continued with his thoughts, "Looks like this person also has a story." Woon remarked, seeing her up close, he is sure of it now. She must have been born with the heavenly true Yin Chi. Hearing that, both guards immediately tried to draw their sword, but the girl stopped them, and she asked he could tell just by looking at her. Woon said because Yin Chi this thick is quite rare, and he think the heavenly true Yin Chi is different from the cold true Yin Chi built up in his body. It's literally a constitution of Yin given by heaven. And Woon added, plus, that hair color of her. It may not be something she was born with, but something that gradually changed. And he think it would have been better if she had practiced ice arts. At this rate, she will probably die after a few months. It would be fine if he could treat her, but they have no time for that now. Woon said when they arrive at Wishan, the Yangtze River's 18 pirate strongholds will be waiting for them. Since it can be dangerous, just get off the boat somewhere nearby and take shelter. But the girl remarked, "No, let's go together." She think it would be fun, but guards said no, things can get dangerous, so he think they should get off the boat. Woon interrupted the guard talk and said if she say so would she like to hear his story? 2 hours later, at Wishan's ferry port, the captain shouted, "Yangtze River's 18 pirate strongholds. He doesn't care anymore. Take care of yourself." And he jumped into the water. The guard remarked, "Even though it's May, the water must be cold." Damp Gang, the 6th stronghold leader, nickname Water Dragon, asked which bastard dares to fearlessly challenge the Yangtze River's 18 pirate strongholds. The person next him was Damp Tian, the 17th stronghold leader, nickname Poison Dragon. Woon moving towards them on water while saying Yangtze River's 18 pirate strongholds. He has only heard their names, but now he is finally meeting them, and he think this should be enough to let them pass. Both were taken aback and exclaim, "Is he walking on water? Ice forms wherever he steps. What in the world is happening?" They commanded others to attack him by fire arrows, but to their astonishment, Woon had already reached their ship, stating he just want to have a little chat with them. Seeing Woon, the other pirates started running away while saying it's a ghost. The poison dragon demanded, "Identify yourself, you scoundrel. Who are you?" Woon said he came from the heavenly demonic cult. He was the one who killed Taoist Master Zihu. The water dragon said, "Heavenly demonic cult. He killed Qingqing Sect's Taoist Master Zihu?" Woon said, "Turn their bow around right now. They will take them to Hubei." However, as others trying to get in a ship, the poison dragon charged at Woon, scoffing, "This insolent child. Do he really think he will fall for that?" but the water dragon tried to stop Poison Dragon, saying that person is a master. Meanwhile, Beggar Clan leader shouted, "The culprit from the demonic cult, come forward and take on the Beggar Clan's dog-hitting staff. He is the Beggar Clan's Dragon Head Clan leader. If he surrender obediently, he will spare his life." Woon think the Dragon Head Clan leader came in person? At that instant, another person that are in full plated armor stated, "Everyone stop. He is Qingxiu, the embroidered uniform captain of the Jinxing royal family. In the name of the royal family, he will not let anyone who attacks that boat off." Dragon Head leader think the royal family. Woon think it's a desperate situation. Young lady, now that they have come this far, do she want to take a step further? Both Poison and Water Dragon ask what on earth is going on. From the heavenly demonic cult to the Murim alliance, now even the royal family is involved. The girl shouted. Her name is Xu Jialing, the commandery princess of Jinxing Mansion, and his father is Jinxing Prince Zhu Xianwen. Does the Beggar Clan have any business on this boat? The Dragon Head leader think that is the golden token of the royal family. And that man on the boat, who appears to have barely reached the age of 20, the one who is giving off a powerful demonic chi, is clearly the culprit of the demonic cult. Then he stated he is the Dragon Head Clan leader of the Beggar Clan. It seems like the culprit of the demonic cult is aboard that ship. Xu Jialing note, even if his father is not the crown prince. The fact that he is pointing his blade at a member of the royal family, is he trying to confront the emperor of this country? The Dragon Head leader think the Murim and the royal family definitely signed a non-aggression pact with each other. If something goes wrong and the Murim alliance leader's position is shaken, the balance that the Murim alliance has maintained with great difficulty will collapse. His thoughts were interrupted by guards saying, "Embroidered uniform guard Captain Qingxiu greets Her Highness. Has she been well? His Highness is waiting. Please go back to Beijing with him." Zhu Jialing remark, "Embroidered uniform guard captain. He probably know her current condition better than anyone else. Please go back and tell his father, until this life ends, she will not come back." Woon think if it's Jinxing Prince Zhu Xianwen, he must be the younger brother of the current emperor. He knew she came from the royal family, but who would have thought she was the daughter of Jinxing Prince? If it was like his previous life, Jinxing Prince should currently being pushed out by his brothers. But about 8 years later, when the emperor, the child emperor, and the crown prince suddenly died one after another, he automatically ascends to the throne. As such, the commandery princess is not just a member of the royal family, but a woman who will become the emperor's daughter. If she's still alive by then, of course. He recalled what he said 2 hours ago. Woon remarked she said she is going all the way to Hubei. He has a plan to outrun their pursuers. Before that, is she a member of the royal family? Woon thinks she planned to return to Qinghai after passing through Hunan, Guizhou, and Yunnan. How should he put this? Even though he is in the heart of the Central Plains, he is far from being afraid. He actually wants to continue this adventure. Then Woon asked, why don't they decide now whether they will turn their back on the Murim alliance or turn their back on the royal family? Water Dragon stated, turn the boat. They are going to Hubei. No matter what, they can't turn their backs on the royal family. Zixian said, the clan leader, those guys have turned their boat. Dragon Head leader replied, there are too many eyes watching now. For now, let's go to Hubei. And he think there's no other way but to get rid of them without the embroidered uniform guards knowing. Seijin report, for now, there doesn't seem to be any sign of them following. Woon notes, still, please don't let his guard down. There will be movement soon. Seijin replied, at his order, young master. Zhu Jialing said, as expected, he wasn't a descendant of the Ruihe Jing family. Woon remarked, please forgive his rudeness. He is Myung Woon from the heavenly demon cult. One guard think this person is really the heavenly demonic cult's young master? Other guard think, does that mean Her Highness is now on the same boat as the son of the demonic cult leader? Woon asked, at any rate, how did she end up here? And he think, judging from what she said earlier, he can roughly guess her situation. She said, as he know, she was born with the heavenly true Yin Chi's constitution. From a young age, she suffered from cold chi whenever she had a seizure, even in the middle of summer, and she could never leave her room during the winter. For a while, physicians and even Murim experts would visit every day, but they all left shaking their heads after taking his pulse. To melt the heavenly true Yin Chi, a great expert would have to use more than 60 years' worth of inner chi. When father failed to be appointed as the crown prince, they stopped coming altogether. Then, a few months ago, the physicians said that she didn't have much time left to live. She is 16, even if only for a few months, she wanted to see the wider world. So, on the last night of the month, she asked the two of them to secretly take her out of the palace. Woon think wasn't that how it was in his past life, struggling in one place until the day he died, bound by fate? And he asked was she not afraid when she left the palace? She asked is there anything more fearful than death? The Emperor, the Murim Alliance, the heavenly demonic cult. She is not afraid at all. Then he said please excuse him for a moment, and he think what unbelievable cold chi. It is not a lie to say that at least 60 years worth of inner chi is needed to solve her problem. However, with the strong yang energy flowing from the 5 sacred mountains, and he said he will cure her illness. Seojin said young master, you cannot do that. But Woon continued by, saying however, there's a condition. Simultaneously, at Mount Kunlun, within the ancestral hall of the Kunlun sect, a battle rages between the demonic cult and the people of Kunlun. Myeongjong, the 5th son of demonic cult leader, stated how could the martial arts skills of the sect leader be this bad? As he killed Kunlun sect leader, Hishwandi, he continued by saying as of today, the Kunlun sect is no more, and he think although it was already in a state of ruin, it was still one of the 9 great sects, one great clan. Although he received help from his mother's family and Red Wind Squad, he have to do this at least to be able to catch up to his brothers. But at the moment, he was beheaded by Wind King, one of 4 kings of Tian clan. And he ordered his disciples, it doesn't matter who they are, kill them all, since this king has arrived. The next day, Supreme Harmony Halls inside Bright Chamber, Suk Bai Yun, the Grand Flower Palace's head maid, reported it turned out that the news of the assassination of the Qingqing sect Taoist master Zihu was true. Myung-jung asked who did it, she said about that. She think it was the 7th young master. It is said that the Violet Light group leader assisted him in his infiltration. Myung-jung note he is sure she know about the state where she can completely hide her inner chi. She replied isn't that the unrestrained realm? However, she heard that you cannot hide your chi from another unrestrained master. He stated who would believe that Woon has already reached the unrestrained realm. She think not the transcendent realm but the unrestrained realm? And she remark isn't it a good thing to see that a master of the unrestrained realm other than him has appeared in their cult? He remark he found out when he asked him for silver that year. That child's inner chi was like an abyss that even he couldn't see the end of. Now that he think about it, he don't know if that kid is really Woon that he know. She think don't tell me, the 7th young master has reached a realm outside my lord's domain? At the moment, Gong Bak Jin, the divine cult right master entered the room, and said he is sorry for coming to see him this late. Myung-jung asked what's going on. Bak Jin remark about that, the 5th young master was murdered. Myung-jung asked was he at Kunlun? Bak Jin report according to the scouts, all of their troops, including the remnants of Kunlun and the Red Wind Squad, were annihilated. Myung-jung asked where are Cheon and Gak now? Yan Daichung, the divine cult left master entered the room and exclaimed the 1st young master is in the Sun Hall, and the 2nd young master is still in Jujang. The 5th young master was not murdered by other young masters. He have caught the spy. He think the heaven-destroying palace is making their move. Meanwhile one guard shout they will reach Hubei soon. What should they do now? As Seojin read the letter that was left behind by the princess, she will go to Mount Hua with the young master. Don't worry too much. And even if this choice is wrong, she has no regrets. He think he must have judged that it is impossible to go to Shanxi together. Squad leader. He will survive and see him at Mount Hua. She think young master is being chased, but he still says he'll go to Mount Hua for her. She should have refused him if she knew any shame, but she could not. He told her to remember him. Is that really the only condition for him to cure her? Please tell her. Since she is a member of the royal family, is there anything else he want? Woon remark he is a member of the heavenly demonic cult. They follow their lord, not the emperor. He don't want anything else. However, even though the heaven and earth net is narrowing down, just like her, he also have nothing to fear. He feels more comfortable now than when he was in Qinghai. When he think about his subordinates, he know he should not leave his position for too long, but just like how there are those who want to defy fate, and there are those who want to surrender to fate. He just thought wouldn't it be alright if he does this too? Red Moon fortunately, they made it in time, and stated this is Mount Hua. Yang Daichun continued with his talk. The 5th young master was not murdered by other young masters. He has caught the spy. He was originally a messenger that frequented visits, the Daming Palace, and the 8 families. But it is said he was caught after leaving Daming Palace 2 hours and went somewhere without reporting to his superiors. When he arrived, he already committed suicide. But this fell out of his body. Gong Bak Jin said that is undoubtedly the heaven-destroying palace's token. Does that mean that one of the young masters is secretly colluding with the heaven-destroying palace? Yang Daiqing note they can't rule out that possibility, for the young masters being left behind in the competition for successor is tantamount to death. The heaven-destroying palace leader must have aimed for that point and approached them. Myung Jung think heaven-destroying palace leader. Is he planning to cause great bloodshed in this land again? Gong Bak Jin thinks to himself as well, the reason why they went out of their way to target the fifth young master, who was left behind in the successor competition. Is it to keep the first young master, Myung Cheon, in check, whom the fifth young master supported? In that case, the one which colluded with the heaven-destroying palace is most likely the second young master or the third young master. But its thoughts were interrupted by Myung Jung saying it doesn't matter who came into contact with the heaven-destroying palace. Left Envoy summoned the 3 groups and 4 divine squads immediately, and Right Envoy set out for Mount Kunlun together with the 4 great guardians and observed their movements. They will prepare for battle against the heaven-destroying palace. They replied in response by saying as he ordered. Third day after arriving at Mount Hua, Woon thinks who would have thought it would take this long. As they arrived at Mount Hua, she asked, is it really possible to cure her heavenly true Yin Chi here? Woon replied yes, and explained the red moon just happened to rise too. The world is made up of the harmony of yin and yang. On the day when the red moon with enormous yin energy rises, the ground emits corresponding yang qi. With the strong yang qi from Mount Hua, he will be able to overcome the heavenly true yin qi. She asked what if Mount Hua's disciples suddenly attack them. Woon noted he should be able to detect them with his qi sense. Honestly, if they really attack them, there's nothing they can do. Back to present, Woon thinks he has been collecting the maximum amount of yang qi that Mount Hua could emit, purified it in his dantian, and poured it into the princess' body. But her heavenly true yin qi is stronger than expected. He can't penetrate it like this. Now there is only one option left. After drawing in all the yang qi flowing through Mount Hua's earth veins and opening all his acupuncture points at the same time, he will pour it into her without purifying it. If he fail, it won't end with just qi deviation. All of his blood vessels, including the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, can burst. But there's no other way. A little later, the explosion happened that caused the bird to fly away. Inside the cave, Woon remarked it was a success. Both of them then fell onto the ground in extreme exhaustion. A little later, as Woon regained consciousness, he thinks, what's this warm energy? It may be spring or plum blossom. Is this a new type of qi deviation? However, he then realized that it didn't appear as he had thought earlier. Both his meridians and pressure points are normal. Even his inner qi has increased, and the turbid qi has decreased. At the moment, someone said he seemed to have come to his senses. Woon immediately stand up and ask, who is it? The old person sitting on the ground replied that's something he want to ask. A person who is not a member of Mount Hua sect came to Mount Hua and touched the earth veins. Woon turned around while asking what about the princess. The person replied, don't worry, since Mount Hua is different from Qingqing. Woon thinks Mount Hua is different from Qingqing? That means he knows everything that happened at Qingqing? The person stands up from the ground saying his back hurt. Woon thinks that pattern is clearly Mount Hua's plum blossom, and he thanked him for his help. The person responded by saying it's only right to save someone who has passed out. Anyway, to think he has already reached this level. It seems like he is a young man who caused a lot of commotions at Qingqing. Why did he do that? Woon replied because he was someone who harmonized with Taoism. The person asked in what way? Woon explained Qingqing was supposed to be as clear as the sky, but he was not. The person stated what a brilliant young man. Then, he has one more question. It's not like he used transfiguration art or body reconstruction. And, ask why on earth does the foundation of a youngster who has not even reached 20 yet give the impression of a man who is close to being 40? Woon thinks, did he see through his lucky encounter? If he possesses this much qi. And he asked, could it be that he is the sword sage? The person replied, that's just a false name that people make up at will. He is just an old man waiting to die. Woon quickly. Mount Hua sword sage, Zhang Tian. Today could be the last day of his life, and he exclaimed his junior wishes to learn from his senior. Sword Sage asked, he hasn't answered his question yet. Woon stated, let's move to another location. Sword Sage agreed. Shortly after, both of them prepared for combat. Jin Xian, worried, shouted, great martial uncle. Jin Ming asked that young man is taking on Great Martial Uncle's sword? Sword Sage asked both of them to don't interfere. Jin Ming questioned what do he mean Great Martial Uncle? The man is the one who killed Taoist Master Zihu. Sword Sage remarked please, he will giving his all to this fight. Please don't disturb them, and no matter what the outcome of this match is, they will have to accept it. And turned to Woon and said let me ask you a favor too. If you win, let. Woon agreed. Jin Ming stated don't worry, there's no way Great Martial Uncle would lose. Woon remarked of course. Then Sword Sage rushed forward while exclaiming now, let's verify it. How there are 2 lives within you. Woon think he couldn't even see him draw his sword while dodging the attack that hit the mountain wall causing it to break apart, as he think this is Purple Cloud divine art. Compared to the opponents he has fought with so far, he's on a completely different level. Sword Sage blocks the attack of Woon while saying honestly, he has no interest in Mirim anymore. So it doesn't matter whether he is the culprit or not. Woon think there are no sword collusion explosions or chi wave. Is he in the peak level of the unrestrained realm? And he asked maybe he is at profound realm? Sword Sage remarked no, he hasn't reached that level yet. When he reach his age, it's actually not difficult to see it. The only thing he is curious about is the truth of the invisible world. Because he is afraid of death. Woon asked really? Sword Sage stated he has a few questions for him. Woon said please go ahead. Sword Sage asked what changes and what does not change. Woon replied what changes is the body, and what does not change is the mind. Sword Sage asked will, or time? Woon replied where there is a will there is a time, and where there is a time there is a will. Then Sage asked what is life, and what is death? Woon replied it's what he thought was there, but it isn't, and what he thought wasn't is actually there. Sage asked can he tell him what he saw? Woon replied even though it only lasted for a short while. Death was as cold as ice and as still as the moon. Sword Sage remarked as expected of a martial genius, to think he is absorbing everything. Woon asked so did he find the answers he was looking for? Sword Sage replied he thinks so. And inquired since when did he go easy on him? Woon stated it's been about 2 hours. Then he will take his leave. Sword Sage remarked go and see the wide world that he has not seen. Jin Ming and Jin Xian both worryingly exclaimed Great Martial Uncle, is he alright? While moving toward him, Sword Sage stated a moment of birth, a moment of death. Yesterday is regret, tomorrow is fear. Every moment is now, so there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Then he closed his eyes with a smile and both of them stated Great Martial Uncle has ascended. Meanwhile Woon think it is said that stars appear small because they are far away. But in reality they are very large. Just as he cannot confirm the birth and death of stars, the stars won't be able to look into his yesterday, today, and tomorrow. That's why, if the life of stars is nothing but a moment their lives will be like that too. A moment of birth, a moment of death. He won't forget it. Woon recall what he said to Sword Sage when he asked him to tell him what he saw. Woon answer even though it only lasted for a short while. Death was as cold as ice and as still as the moon. That's why, if the life of stars is nothing but a moment. The spar with the Sword Sage has provided him with new insight. A while later, the guards and Seojin met up with Woon and Zhu Jialing at canyon near Manhwa. The guards asked Your Highness, has she been well? She remarked she is glad everyone is safe. Guard replied her complexion has improved a lot, Your Highness. Seojin think did he really treat the heavenly true yin chi, something that many physicians and experts were helpless against. Then Woon stated then it's best if they part ways here. She asked right here? But why? Woon stated now that the 9 great sects 1 great clan have lost the Sword Sage, they will now dispatch their full force. Any more than this could be dangerous for them, Your Highness. It would be better for them to join the embroidered uniform squad and return to Beijing. Meanwhile Seojin thinks Sword Sage? Is he perhaps talking about the Sword Sage of Manhwa? She asked where is he planning to go now, and she thinks she want to hold on to him. Woon note he has to go back to where he came from. There's a lot to do. The dragon head leader interrupted his speech by angrily calling him a bastard. Where do he think he is going? Even the commandery princess will not be able to stop him today. Embroidered uniform squad captain shouted Your Highness, this humbled Xingxiu has come. She asked could it be that the embroidered uniform squad would not be of help to him, but she can contact the royal family right now. Woon replied no, this is between the Mirim Alliance and their divine cult. Please go back. Dragon Head leader stated they finally met. They have been chasing him for 3 days and 3 nights. Zixian reported he sent scouts to Manhwa. There will be no way for him to escape. Woon stated no, Manhwa will not chase after him, because that's what the Sword Sage promised him. Dragon Head leader thinks Sword Sage? Isn't he in seclusion training right now? Woon continued by saying let him make a suggestion. If you win against him in a one-on-one fight, please release the heaven and earth's net. Then, he will spare the disciples, who came with him. Zixian became angry and shouted arrogant bastard. Now that he is cornered like a rat, he want to resort to trickery. Dragon Head leader stopped him by saying he is not a match for him, and he stated he is making quite a bold suggestion. Dragon Head leader asked what if he refuse. Woon replied at that time, no one here will return alive. Dragon Head leader remarked alright, he also don't intend to pay off his successor's debt by borrowing other people's help. In order to discipline a misbehaved dog, it's a must to hit it in the head. Woon think is he planning on blocking his vision? The Dragon Head leader employed the dog beating staff technique against Woon. However, his staff only struck Woon's after image. Clan leader tried to back away but Woon seized the staff from his grasp. Dragon Head leader attempted to reclaim the staff using the Mastiff Gnaw staff retrieval technique. To his astonishment, Woon swiftly maneuvered behind him, and caught off guard struck him with the staff. Then Woon asked is he looking for this? It is light and strong, so it would be perfect to use as a mop handle. Dragon Head leader stated he dare insult the divine item of their beggar clan, the dog-hitting staff. He shouted he won't let him off, as he rushed forward to attack Woon, who skillfully dodged the assault. He stated this is an attack that contains his life's chi. Woon think a moment of birth, a moment of death. In a moment, countless lives are born and die. If he can split a second and comprehend it as an eternity, if only he could find freedom in time. And he defeat the Dragon Head leader. The next day, at Kaifeng's Wuqian, the Vice Alliance leader and the leader of Mount Tai sect shouted how can this happen, to think Manhwa sect would say they didn't know about the presence of the culprit in Manhwa. And while the beggar clan drove him into a corner, they still let him go. Aren't they ashamed of the name Heaven and Earth's Net? Jin Ming think they can't disobey Great Martial Uncle's words. Elder O stated it is said that the Dragon Head clan leader made an agreement with the culprit. He is sorry. Wuqian asked but it's not, like the Dragon Head clan leader died, so why did the beggar clan do that? Elder O asked is he not going to shut up right now? Xuanjun, the leader Wudong's sect stated please stop, and asked then what on earth did he do while the culprit was passing through Shishan, Vice Alliance leader? Wuqian asked is he siding with Manhwa and the beggar clan because he is one of the 9 great sects. One great clan? Where on earth has the authority of the Murim Alliance gone? Isn't this all happening because the alliance leader was only favoring the 9 great sects, one great clan? Jin Ming exclaimed if he had seen that person, he wouldn't be able to say this. His skills were beyond that of his great martial uncle. Zixian added they also lost their sect leader. The culprit's martial realm was beyond imagination. Wuqian questioned does that mean they are scared of the demonic cult leader's son? In that case, he don't think they can use the words Heaven and Earth's Net any longer. Alliance leader, is he going to keep watching like that? Shouldn't they immediately dispatch all the forces of the Murim Alliance and start eradicating the demonic cult? Nan Gongmin, the leader of Murim Alliance replied now is the time to measure the demonic cult's power. He already sent some scouts. Wuqian asked measure their strength. Does that mean he is scared of them too? Nan Gongmin replied he is rather afraid that then he will end up eradicating places other than the demonic cult. As Wuqian move away while saying please contact them when they have made the decision to eradicate the demonic cult. Until then, Mao Tai will not attend the general meeting. A week later, Sima Jin think for his lordship to suddenly look for him. What is going on? The 7th young master will return soon though. Entering the room, she was taken aback and she think, what on earth is this situation? Except for the right envoy and the 4 great guardians. Everyone is here. She bowed down and exclaimed the Violet Light group leader, Sima Jin, greets his lord. Looks like she is late. Myung Jung stated not at all, have a seat. Jin, she probably already knew about Woon's true realm. She answered in the affirmative. Myung Jung continued by saying it is said that Woon won against Taoist Master Zihu, Dragon Head clan leader, and even the Sword Sage. Do she think that's possible? She replied it is true that she confirmed 7th young master's potential with her own eyes. Myung-jung note even if an ordinary person trains his whole life, he cannot become even a second-rate warrior, let alone a master. Also, although he reached the peak realm early on, he might not be able to cross the gate of transcendence until the day he dies. That's what enlightenment is. Some people talk about various methodologies, but is it really that simple? At the moment, gate guards announce the 7th young master has arrived. As Woon enters, he greets his father. As he has something to check, Woon asked how can he draw his sword in the presence of his father. Myung-jung asked is he going to disobey his order? Woon replied then he will follow it and draw his sword. Then Myung-jung gathered his chi in his palm and launched an attack at Woon, who taken aback by all of this. But Woon blocked the attack in time, and think why is he suddenly acting like this? Meanwhile Myung-jung rushed forward and attacked Woon again that he blocked with his sword. Yang Daiching stated that's the heavenly demonic divine art. The person think the 7th young master just took on their lord's attack head-on. As Myung-jung moved backward, Woon think the dark sword couldn't withstand the power of the heavenly demonic divine art. Myung-jung stated he ordered the 7th young master. From now on, he will be the vice cult leader. That shocked all of them that are gathered. Myung-jung continued by saying they saw it too, although they don't know what happened thus far. The 7th young master has clearly reached the unrestrained realm. Their cult is the epitome of honest strength. No matter what has happened, what is important is loyalty and the strength itself. Yang Daiching note the other young masters will definitely oppose this, my lord. Myung-jung replied he appointed him as the vice cult leader, not young leader. And what happens next is all up to the new vice cult leader to handle on his own. At Rising Palace, inside Supreme Harmony Hall, Myung-cheon asked what? Father appointed the youngest brother as the vice cult leader? Does that mean the rumor that the youngest was causing trouble in the Central Plains was actually true? The person reported. It said that the Lord tested him in front of everyone, and the 7th young master took on his attack with his sword. White hidden ghosts think he took on Lord's heavenly demonic divine art. He wasn't wrong then. How could this happen? Myung-cheon stated it's all over now. Who would have thought he would be defeated by the youngest, not the 2nd or 3rd? Yan Wiching, the demonic soul group leader note it's not over yet. Although the 7th young master is having the advantage, isn't he just a vice cult leader? It is the young cult leader who inherits the position of the cult leader. Please join hands with the 2nd young master. Myung-cheon inquire he want him to join hands with Gak? Wiching stated now is not the time to be picky, young master. White Hidden Ghost added what the demonic soul group leader said is correct. Please join hands with the other young masters, not just the 2nd young master. It is said that the inauguration ceremony of the vice cult leader will be held as soon as the 5th young master's funeral is over. There's no time to be considering options now. Then Myung-cheon order contact his brothers immediately. Meanwhile, at West Quarters, all of them exclaim they greet the vice cult leader of the great heavenly demonic cult. Woon thanked them and stated but this is just the beginning. As all of them bowed down before Woon and they think he has finally become the vice cult leader. They had no doubt that he could do it. Young master, Kong asked however, he heard that his sword was broken. Woon replied yes. It's such a precious sword you made yourself. Kong note it's alright. Peng Hong Chung and the Daman Nation just happened to send them a precious piece of dark iron, saying it was a gift from the king. He think they can ask Jean to make a sword with it. Woon stated alright, he will leave it to him, and please send a gift to the Daman Nation as well. Jong Moon asked now that he is the vice cult leader, shouldn't there be an inauguration ceremony? Woon replied he heard that the right envoy has gone to Tibet to retrieve the 5th brother's body. That's why the inauguration ceremony will be held immediately after the funeral of his 5th brother. Then Kong note he must be careful. Other young masters will not remain still. Woon replied he no. That's why he has brought reliable supporters. Then the person greet Woon saying Yangzhou Qian family patriarch Qian Jushu greets the new vice cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult. The person behind him also greet Woon saying wise sage group leader Qian Juchi greets the new vice cult leader. Woon think the Yangzhou Qian family is a family with the greatest power and wealth among the great Mountain 8 families. Since there was no need to take the initiative, they haven't chosen to support any young masters. Moreover, the patriarch's younger brother is Qianjuchi, the leader of Wise Sage Group, one of the 3 greatest groups. Qianjishu stated from now on, their Yangzhou Qian family, the Wise Sage Group and the Violet Light Group will be his strong supporters. Woon think if the existing Guizhou Shi family, Violet Light Group, Yangzhou Qian family, and Wise Sage Group are willing to help them, There is nothing more to ask for, and Woon remarked he looked forward to their cooperation. A week later, at Daming Palace, at the fifth young master's funeral, Woon note as he his brother body, "May you rest in peace, brother." A little later, outside the main hall all of them gathered. Woon looked around and think, as expected, Myung-gak didn't come. What on earth is he planning? Then Myung-jung stated it's been a long time since they gathered together like this. They have gathered today to comfort his fifth son, and at the same time to announce the inauguration of the new vice cult leader. Vice cult leader, come forward and take a drink from me. Both the eldest and third brothers harbor disdain towards Woon, branding him as a bastard. Do he think he would simply allow this to happen? As Woon drink what his father pour for him. At the moment, outside some people are prepared to attack Woon. However, Woon asked his father, may he share a drink with his brothers? His father agreed on that. Then Woon utilized his chi to distribute the drink to all his present brothers, stunning them all. Then he stated, please enjoy. These are the drinks he, the vice cult leader, want to offer to the young masters. As Woon's chi radiated with balance and intensity, Yang Daiching observed keenly, nodding to himself. As expected, he murmured, he's mastered both yin and yang energy. A true rarity. Nearby, the previous vice cult leader stood motionless, a look of disbelief crossing his face. To think, he can wield telekinesis with such ease, he thought, struggling to hide his astonishment. At the same time, Cheon, Woon's eldest brother, clenched his jaw tightly. His eyes narrowed with resentment as he used his own telekinesis to grab the cup Woon had just served. He took a sip, the anger in his expression barely contained. Woon, you insolent brat, he thought bitterly. Do you think this humiliation will go unanswered? Do you really believe we'll just retreat in silence? With so many people here, even father won't be able to track every move with his chi sense. Once father and his guards leave, I'll rally my troops and wipe you out in one decisive strike. While Cheon brooded, the rest of the guests raised their cups, offered by Woon, and drank without suspicion. Soon, their father, Myung-jung, the heavenly demon divine cult leader, stood to leave alongside Yang Daichun and Yu Chong. I'll leave the rest in your hands, vice cult leader, Jung said calmly. Daichun, let's play a game of Go. Yes, my lord, Daichun responded with a respectful bow. Woon bowed as well, standing tall in his role as the newly appointed vice cult leader, watching them exit with a composed expression. But just as they were about to leave, two figures stormed into the Supreme Harmony Hall's bright chamber. Their swords were still wet with blood. Wise Sage Group Leader, Jianjuchi, one of them said firmly. Though it's late, I still offer my congratulations on your inauguration, Vice Cult Leader. The other, with a wry smile, added, Violet Light Group Leader, Sima Jean. Apologies for the delay. Lately, I've been developing a bad habit of showing up late. There was a bit of chaos outside. We had to clean it up before joining you. Cheon turned to glance at the newcomers, internally puzzled. Sima Jean is expected, but Jianjuchi? Why is he here? Before he could dwell on it, two more individuals entered. The first, dressed in blue, bowed deeply. Qian Jushu of the Yangzhou Qian family greets his lordship and the newly appointed vice cult leader. The second, in a red robe, followed suit. Yuan Shaho of the Fuzhou Yuan family. Congratulations on your inauguration, vice cult leader. Cheon's thoughts churned. The Qian family from Yangzhou, and even the Yuan family, who previously supported the fifth brother? Yuan Shengho explained. We were delayed by the ruckus outside. We aided the Violet Light and Wise Sage group leaders in handling the situation. Outside the hall, corpses of the would-be attackers littered the ground. Among them lay Chai Ju, clinging to life by a thread. Young master, my apologies, he whispered with his last breath. Surveying the scene grimly, Jung muttered. Such commotion, on a day that should have been peaceful. This incident must be thoroughly investigated, and the mastermind punished. Hearing that, all of Woon's brothers visibly stiffened. Tension crackled in the air. Jung turned to Woon with final words before departing. I leave the investigation to the new vice cult leader. Handle it personally, seventh young master. Woon bowed again. At your command, father. Then, releasing a measured wave of inner chi that washed over the hall, Woon addressed his brothers with chilling calm. Brothers, today will be the last time I let you off. Far away, the scene shifted to Tibet. Myung-gak stood solemnly at the edge of a cliff, gazing into the mist-veiled mountains. The wind carried a quiet intensity. His subordinate, Jilin squad leader Min Guk-chung, approached from behind. The 5th young master's funeral and the 7th young master's inauguration ceremony have concluded, he reported. He reflected silently. To think the one I fought in Xinjiang was the 7th young master himself, and he's already reached the unrestrained realm? He continued aloud. It seems there was trouble at the ceremony too. There are even rumors the divine cult's right envoy is tracking this location. If we had attended. But his words were cut short by Gak, who stared into the distance. You wanted to go, didn't you, squad leader? You wanted to be there, where I would bow my head and applaud my youngest brother. Gak quickly dropped to his knees. This subordinate has committed a grave offense. Please forgive me. But Gak's thoughts were elsewhere. Unrestrained realm. I must reach it as well. If I don't rise higher, I'll be killed. Whether it's the divine cult or the heaven-destroying palace, they're all the same. If I must survive, I must grow stronger, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a figure in black stepped forward from the shadows. It's been a while since I visited this place, he said with a sardonic grin. And there's a face I haven't seen before. You're that fool from the false cult, aren't you? My own Gak? Did you come here begging cult leader Tian for help? Gak stiffened. I didn't even sense his presence. And this killing intent, he's far beyond me. The man smirked. What's with that scared look? Want to run back to Daddy? Gak replied firmly. Not a chance. The man in black said. Good. I don't like what cult leader Tian's doing either. And there are 2 kinds of people I despise, traitors and cowards. A blade of chi began to form along his right arm. Gak thought. If I show fear now, it's over. With resolve, he unsheathed his sword and swung at the man. But the man vanished. Brat, I'm over here, he said, appearing behind Gak and striking. Gak twisted in time to block the blow. A rapid exchange followed, 3 strikes deflected, but the 4th sent Gak crashing into the earth. I like the look in your eyes, the stranger said mockingly. But how do you plan to conquer the martial world with that pitiful strength? Blood dripping from his mouth, Gak staggered to his feet using his sword as a crutch. You're the Light King, he said weakly, falling to his knees. Please. What must I do? I'll follow whatever path you set. The Light King sneered. A fool who's reached the transcendent realm, begging for guidance instead of seeking understanding? You want me to teach you? Gak answered. If it makes me stronger, I'd sell my soul. The Light King grinned. Now that's more like it. At least you're better than those so-called 4 great kings. Back at a mountain peak near the Daming Palace, Zheng and Yang Daiqing sat over a go board, their game unfolding slowly. It's been a long time since we last played, my lord, said Daiqing. Indeed, Zheng replied. Daiqing moved a piece. A 17-year-old in the unrestrained realm. He may truly be the future of our cult. Zheng nodded, his eyes fixed on the board. Not just our cult. At that age, he defeated 3 masters of the Central Plains and broke through the heaven and earth net. Orthodox or unorthodox, how many have done that? He paused, recalling a moment from their past duel. That day, I gave it everything I had, tried to peer into Woon's abyss. But I saw nothing. I've always climbed through sheer effort. No shortcuts. No miracle pills. No fate-blessed treasures. But Woon, he's built different. Makes me feel like I've reached my limit. Lucky encounters are never predictable. Daiqing offered. True. I'm not diminishing him. On the contrary, I'm placing my faith in him. That's always been our way with martial arts. It seems I've won this match, too? Daiqing asked. Is that why you let him go to Tibet? Even with his level, it's still dangerous. Zheng replied. You understand why I made him vice cult leader instead of young cult leader, don't you? Daiqing looked thoughtful. Because of the heavenly demonic divine art? Zheng remembered asking Woon once. You've become the vice leader. Is there anything you want? Woon's thought then. Only one thing, the heavenly demonic divine art. But there's a reason he didn't make me young cult leader. He responded aloud. I believe the heaven-destroying palace was behind my 5th brother's death. I want to go to Tibet and destroy them, together with the right envoy. Back in the present, Zheng said quietly. People think the heavenly demonic divine art grants ultimate power. But it's not the art itself, it's the will to reshape it that makes someone great. The art doesn't create heavenly demons. It's meant for one who already is. I want to see where Woon's path leads, even if it's dangerous. If he reaches the next realm, he won't just be our future. He'll be Murim's. Elsewhere, in a rugged mountain range, Woon trekked steadily forward. Behind him followed Sima Jin and Qianjuqi. Qianjuqi grumbled. I'm only here because you ordered it, vice cult leader. But seriously, why Tibet? Sima Jin chuckled. You followed him without even knowing that? Of course I didn't. Shouldn't I know the reason so I can prepare? Sima Jin shrugged. Honestly, I don't know either. Woon spoke calmly. His lordship told me, as vice cult leader, I must prove myself. Sima Jin raised an eyebrow. We're not seriously attacking the heaven-destroying palace with just the three of us, are we? Woon said nothing. Shuqi's voice shook slightly. We don't even know their location. Not even the right envoy could find them. Woon finally smiled. To catch fish, you need bait. I intend to be that bait, and reel in the heaven-destroying palace leader. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the grand halls of the heaven-destroying palace. Within the towering structure, its leader, Tian, gathered with his three most trusted subordinates. His voice echoed with disdain as he relayed startling news. That bastard Myung Woon has set out to meet the Arab demon of the esoteric sect? Tian scoffed, his brows furrowed. And he's only bringing 2 attendants? The first to speak was the Fire King, his eyes burning with fervor. We must seize this chance to strike. If he's walking toward death, it would be our duty to grant it. Let's cut off his head. Beside him, the Ice King gave a cold nod of agreement. Indeed. This is no coincidence. This is heaven granting us an opportunity. Tian turned his attention to the last of the 3, the Beast King, who had remained silent until now. What about you? Tian asked. Beast King, what's your view? The Beast King's expression remained stern and calculating. This reeks of a ploy by the false cult. They're likely attempting to form an alliance with the esoteric sect. If we can stop it now, we must. Even if this is a trap, the geography works in our favor. If it comes to a fight in Tibet, with its treacherous mountain paths and rugged terrain, they won't be able to leverage their numbers. On the contrary, if they attempt an ambush, they'd be doing us a favor. Our martial prowess surpasses theirs, especially on this kind of terrain. With a few elites, we can hold back many. There won't be a better opportunity than this. Hearing the consensus, Tian gave a pleased nod. So, you all think the same as I do? He turned again to the Ice King. Ice King? Yes, my lord. The Ice King responded with reverence. Tian's eyes narrowed. Assassinate the vice cult leader of the false cult. Elsewhere, Qianjuqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, what do you mean by bait? Woon met his gaze calmly. Why so surprised? I've already spread word that the vice cult leader of the divine cult is heading to meet the esoteric sect, with only a few attendants. Qianjuqi's face paled, and he began to tremble. Isn't that the same as announcing your own death? Everyone will be hunting us. Woon simply smiled. Exactly. That's the point. That's why I said I'd be the bait. Sima Jin, always cautious, interjected. Still, traveling with only a handful of people, it might come across as a trap. Woon nodded. Let them think that. Trust me, they'll bite. Look to the south, between those peaks. Even if we prepare an ambush, there's not much we can do. But the heaven-destroying palace, they're arrogant and skilled. If they believe in their abilities, they'll march straight in. In terrain like that, a few can hold back the many. That's our strength here. Sima Jin glanced southward, thoughtful. He's accounted for even the heaven-destroying palace's strengths in this plan. Then, Woon said, tightening his belt, let's go fishing. Night fell over the mountains. From a nearby peak cloaked in shadows, Janoke, the Ice King's disciple, crouched with her subordinate, watching Woon's small party from afar. The cold night wind stirred her crimson robes as a pair of scouts returned from their rounds. Any signs of an ambush? She asked, her voice low but sharp. One of the scouts shook his head. We searched all directions within a 5-kilometer radius. Not a single ant. Janoke's lips curled. All right. Prepared to attack. But in her mind she couldn't help but sneer. That reckless bastard Myung Woon, he's truly lost all fear. Those people with him aren't even close to our level. Woon's party walked. He exclaimed, it would be best to camp here tonight. They were taking down their things while secretly communicating through sound transmission. Sima Jin informed. There are people on the cliff. Woon replied. I knew it. They've finally taken the bait. Qianjuqi gave him an idea. We should wait for them to come to us. That way, we can dig up information. Woon agreed. Of course. Let's treat it as a play and act it out. After discussing, he smiled brightly and said, Okay, everyone must be hungry. Hurry up and eat this. At the same time, he was secretly evaluating his surroundings. There were 2 people on the rock, one in front and one behind on the path, and 2 across the valley. So 6 in total? They surrounded me perfectly, but they didn't know they were my prey. Very quickly on the cliff, several black shadows passed by at extremely fast speed. This group of people was led by John. The others hiding in ambush on all sides also rushed out at the same time, aiming at Woon's group, but he stood there fearlessly, waiting and smiling. They came to die here. Very quickly, the crowd swung their swords and slashed toward the boy to kill him. The 2 men had just rushed to the back when Woon immediately gathered his energy. Before they could do anything, they were sent flying backward. Only then did they realize in horror, this was a trap. John saw her subordinates being defeated, but still charged forward, shouting loudly, Don't be afraid! Everyone, charge and attack them! She swung her sword to attack Woon but was quickly stopped by Qianjuqi with his sword. He looked at her and smiled coldly. It seems that I alone am enough to deal with you. She was angered by his words and raised her sword. Don't look down on me! But she couldn't do anything to him. Instead, she was forced to retreat. Even so, she still shouted threats. How dare you, bastard! On the other side, the woman in red was also drawing her sword, thinking to herself, if I can kill the vice leader of the false sect, then I'll have accomplished a great feat. It has to end in one blow. But before she could even hit Woon, Sima Jin rushed over and stopped her. Don't even think about touching the vice leader. On this side, several of the red woman's henchmen were simultaneously dealt with by Sima Jin's sword. With just a few moves, Sima Jin was able to control the woman in red. She pointed her sword straight at the opponent's face and asked, Are you guys from the heaven-destroying palace? You're weaker than I thought. The woman kneeled there, her heart filled with helplessness. She is not someone I can deal with. Will I die here? At this moment, Woon came over to remind her. If possible, capture her alive. Sima Jin felt confused. She transmitted a message and asked again. Capture her alive? What's the reason? The woman took out another knife from her sleeve. They were not humans, they were demons. If they were to be captured alive here, then I would rather let them die. But before she could commit suicide, a rock was thrown at her, and the knife flew out of her hand. The one who made the move was none other than Woon. At the same time, Sima Jin also waved her hand. The woman didn't have time to react and was hit several times by her. The other party just fainted. Sima Jin immediately turned to look at Woon and questioned. Don't you believe me? Woon shook his head. I have something to ask the prisoner. He then glanced toward the battlefield where Qianjuqi was, who seemed to be fighting John. To be able to resist the wise sage group leader to this extent, it seemed that her martial arts were quite good. However, John's face was also filled with tension as she looked toward them. Looks like everyone was fooled. I didn't expect them to be so strong. Qianjuqi suddenly erupted with a fierce aura and pushed her back. Surrender, and I will spare your life. She was not weak at all and coldly snorted. Do you think this is the end? She stepped back and held her footing to maintain balance, then waved her hand and performed the 10,000 flowers dance. Sword shadows, like rain, immediately rushed forward. Seeing this, Qianjuqi's face couldn't help but tense up. He didn't dodge but stood there and swung his sword to block. While blocking, he cursed the other party for being stupid. Just then, John was hit in the back by something and was startled. She was knocked down by Woon. He calmly said, Let's talk for a bit. He thought she would faint. But just as she was about to collapse, she waved her hand and continuously struck her pressure point, where Woon had hit her. This action surprised Woon. Did she release her own acupoints? Her ability is higher than I thought. She had just finished releasing the acupoints when she once again launched her attack move. You bastards! I will never be a prisoner of the false sect! Woon exclaimed in panic. No! But it was too late. John chose to stab herself in the neck and end her life. Woon looked at her corpse in front of him. Inside, he didn't expect her to commit suicide without hesitation. The heaven-destroying palace is truly cruel. Scene changes to the rising palace. Myeong-jong turned to the person opposite him and said, Brother, Woon is crazy. Myeong-cheon was suspicious. You said he went to Tibet only with his servants? Zhang confirmed. Yes. I can't understand why he is so confident. Qion sighed. Zhang, you can't see the whole picture. There are only 3 people present, but there are definitely hundreds of hidden warriors waiting to attack. Woon is our vice cult leader. This is a trap to attack the enemy. Zhang was shocked when he heard that and opened his mouth wide. If he didn't listen to his brother and acted on his own, then he would be in big trouble. Actually, I was planning to send an assassin to Woon. Isn't that arrogant bastard above me now? If I had the chance, I would have made a move, right? Qion raised his tea and took a sip, cursing silently. Talking about grand plans with this guy was really stupid. Scene shifts back to Woon's group. Sima Jin questioned the prisoner. Where is the heaven-destroying palace, and how many people are there? She had to be charmed to be honest and answered. It's 10 days south, with a total of about 500 men and women. Woon secretly rejoiced in his heart. He didn't expect Sima Jin to practice the soul capture technique. Things might be better than expected. The soul capture technique is a technique that allows the caster to control the enemy at will. This magic is truly terrifying. Sima Jin continued questioning. Now I will ask you a very important question. Is there a spy from the heaven-destroying palace in the heavenly demon cult? Woon watched intently, thinking to himself, was she in a high enough position to know that? The woman quickly confessed. There must be a spy. The crowd was startled when they heard that. So there really was someone. Sima Jin continued. Can you tell me who that person is? Her words made Woon even more panicked. We have one of the young masters of the false sect frying spies for us. And that fried scallop is his third brother, Myungwan. Qian Juchi stroked his chin in thought. He didn't expect the third young master to join hands with the heaven-destroying palace. Woon was also sighing in his heart. He didn't expect the person he least suspected to be the culprit. Thinking of this, he sighed again. I feel like I heard something I shouldn't have, he said, and then asked the Violet Light Group leader, Sima Jin, please investigate further. Maybe we will find some important information. Sima Jin immediately asked, Is there any reason why you wear different clothes from others? She replied, My identity is different from others. Woon suddenly realized she has a high position even though she is not a commander. So this person can know important information. The girl suddenly fell down in a daze. Sima Jin explained, I think that's all she can take. I'm at my limit, I need a break. Woon secretly exclaimed in his heart. The soul capture technique required a lot of concentration. He smiled at her and praised her. You did well, Violet Light Group leader. Qian Juchi spoke up again. What should we do next? Woon replied to him. I think we need to split into 2 groups. You 2 go back to the Great Mountain and report to them about what we found. I will go verify the location of the heaven-destroying palace. Sima Jin worried. But doing so will put you in danger, Vice Cult Leader. Woon, with a serious face, said, No need to worry about me. This is not a request, but an order from the Vice Leader. The 2 of them saw him being so serious, and suddenly became tense. Woon clasped his hands and turned to leave. Commander of the Wise Sage Group, Violet Light Group Leader, please escort the prisoner to the Heavenly Demon Cult. The 2 of them had no choice but to bow and accept Woon's orders. Woon then immediately utilized his mobility arts and left. Qianjuchi said, To escort the prisoner, we must first find a carriage. We should hurry. Sima Jin also had no opinion, nodding in agreement. In her heart, she silently prayed that Woon would return safely. Woon ran like the wind, following the cliff. After a while, he exhaled. It seems I should rest here today. He immediately stopped. As soon as he did, he was startled. There was cold air. This was the cold air that naturally emitted in a place without light. He bent down to touch the ground, sighing. If only it were a dragon vein, how great would that be? Should I take this opportunity to hone my skills a little? While he was lost in thought, he suddenly startled and looked back, shouting, Who is it? The Ice Queen stepped out from inside the bushes. Woon, Vice Cult Leader of the False Sect, where are you going? Woon snapped. Calling our holy sect the False Sect? Are you from the heaven-destroying palace? The Ice Queen laughed. If it's false, then we just say it's false. Woon saw the other party clearly, and his heart couldn't help but tense up. An expert. Since she appeared alone, it meant she was confident in her martial arts. Thinking up to here, he asked, You are the Wind Emperor who killed my 5th brother? The Ice Queen smiled. Oh, hello. Why are you comparing me to that rude guy? I am the Ice Queen. Speaking of this, she immediately reached out to grab her banana sword. We have introduced ourselves. Now you only have one thing left to do, which is to die. You have gone to a place you should not have gone. Woon sneered and drew his sword without any fear. You are too confident. Immediately after, he slashed out a sword strike that caused the ground to split open, aiming it at the opponent. The Ice Queen was not the type to simply raise her sword and block easily. Woon did not stop there. He rushed forward. The two people officially clashed, sword to sword. Immediately after that, an extremely violent explosion broke out. The attack passed, and Woon was pushed back. You are stronger than expected, he admitted. But that alone is not interesting enough. The Ice Queen sneered sarcastically. Is that all you have? After saying that, she once again swung her sword and launched an attack. Ice essence rained down on Woon. He was not weak on this side. His face was stern and his internal energy surged strongly. Around him, several water dragons lurked. He swung his sword and slashed out. The corners of the Ice Queen's mouth raised, filled with deep meaning. She swooped down from above with her flying sword. Woon saw that her sword tip had already reached his chest and was frightened. Was the blizzard just a bait? A sword seemed to have pierced through Woon's body, but it didn't. At the crucial moment, he still managed to dodge. But the Ice Queen did not feel disappointed because of that. On the contrary, the corners of her mouth smiled even more happily. Woon struggled to retreat, dragging himself along the ground. It was not until he reached the edge of the abyss that he could stop. He looked back and exclaimed, "If I hadn't used the 1,000-weight caddies, I would have fallen off the cliff." He then immediately praised the other party. That impression. The Ice Queen charged forward again, wanting to win that praise, even in death. Immediately after that, she slashed out with her sword again. Woon raised his sword to block and exclaimed, "The killing intent is so strong!" This time, the Ice Queen had to grit her teeth and struggle. She couldn't help but wonder, not only was he able to block my ice sword, he was also able to push it back. Could it be that the martial arts of the Deputy Liege of the False Sect are on par with our four kings? Thinking of this, she immediately shouted in a harsh voice, "I will finish you off!" Woon observed the aura around her, secretly surprised. True aura? The power of the heaven-destroying palace is greater than our heavenly demon cult. But even so, it could not make him retreat. He raised his sword again and stood up straight. She surrounded her entire body down to her feet. A cold, bullet fragment sword was immediately slashed out by him. The Ice Queen, on the opposite side, witnessed this situation and couldn't help but be terrified. Enhanced sword technique, this is impossible. I can't stop it. A powerful blow landed directly on her body. The dust cleared, revealing the bloody and miserable figure of the Ice Queen. Once again, she stood there trembling, now realizing that her opponent was on another level. So this was the heavenly demon cult's vice leader. Woon walked up and pointed his sword straight at her face. You can take it. The Ice Queen bowed her head, accepting her fate. I lost, kill me. Woon said sternly. No. Kneel down and beg for mercy. The Ice Queen was startled and looked up at him. You want me to beg for my life? Woon calmly replied. Our religion and the heaven-destroying palace have the same origin. The common rule is that the strong are respected. It is very normal for us to bow down to the strong. The Ice Queen stuttered for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Woon continued. If you think that the palace master of the heaven-destroying palace is stronger than me, then go back. But if you don't think so, then bow your head before me. In his heart he thought the more fierce the war between the heaven-destroying palace and the cult, the more it will benefit the Murim alliance. So abducting the heaven-destroying palace would be better. The Ice Queen knelt on the ground and bowed her head. Right now, I can't give you a definite answer. From this humble one's perspective, the power of the palace master and I are equal. After verifying your ability, I will make a decision. Woon secretly estimated in his heart. So does that mean the master of the heaven-destroying palace has reached the ultimate realm? Thinking of this, he asked. So now you will return? She replied. I will show my sincerity to you with two truths. First, the betrayal of the three young masters is fake news. The people you defeated were the subordinates of the Water Emperor, one of the four kings of the heaven-destroying palace. The Water Emperor was a very meticulous person. To prevent her from failing, he used the soul capture technique on his subordinate to make her lie. Woon also did not get too agitated and calmly asked, "What level is his martial arts?" The Ice Queen honestly replied, "His martial arts are about half a level above mine." Woon secretly sighed in his heart. "Then it's not to the point where I can't subdue him." He nodded. "I'll remember." Ice Queen continued with a serious face. "The second piece of information is that the person who wants to attack your team is called Fire King. He is a man driven mad by bloodlust. If you want to save your comrades, then please hurry." Woon heard that and was shocked. If Fire King is as strong as her, then those two are definitely not opponents. Thinking of this, he turned around and prepared to leave. "If it isn't true, then before you return to the heaven-destroying palace, you will die by my hand," the Ice Queen calmly replied. "The heaven-destroying palace regards the holy things as life, so I have no reason to deceive you." Woon glanced at her coldly and snorted. "According to the holy commandment, I will also give you time." Ice Queen thanked him. She then stood up and watched him leave, thinking, he is indeed very strong. If he can defeat the master of the heaven-destroying palace, then I have no choice but to serve him. That is the respect the strong deserve. Woon used his mobility arts to fly over the cliff. The smell of blood has grown stronger, but I don't hear any fighting. Please, don't be too late. Just a little faster. He suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Not far away, Qianjuqi was sitting slumped against a rock, covered in blood and misery. Woon immediately landed in front of him. "Qian Squad Leader! Are you okay?" Receiving no reply, he raised a hand to Qianjuqi's nose. His breathing was very weak, as if it could stop at any moment. Woon immediately tapped several pressure points to stabilize him. Qianjuqi barely managed to whisper, "Is it Vice Leader?" Woon hurriedly said, "Squad Leader, use the demonic soul art." But before he could finish, Qianjuqi interrupted. "It's too late for that." He immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Still, he sat up and saluted. "Vice Leader, my time is running out." "But what about the Violet Light Group Leader?" Woon asked. "She might still be alive. Was she taken away by that so-called Fire King?" Qianjuqi nodded weakly. "It seems she's more like a toy than a prisoner. Please, go rescue her. Time is running out." Woon bowed his head in regret. "I'm sorry." Qianjuqi forced out his final words. "Fire King, to the east, please hurry." Woon stood up and clasped his hands toward him. "When I pass to the other world, I will apologize to Qian Squad Leader again. I'm sorry. I couldn't serve you until the end," Qianjuqi murmured. Woon quickly flew away. Qianjuqi lay back, his breathing weak. Everything in the world is truly unpredictable. I thought I'd pass away peacefully at home, surrounded by the tears of my loved ones. Having said that, he breathed his last. Not far away in the forest, someone had been watching. He immediately called for his men to retrieve the body. Qianjuqi's corpse was dragged away without delay. Scene change. On the other side, Sima Jin was being glared at. Nearby, Fire King was sharpening his knife and boiling soup. "It's been a long time since I had good ingredients," he muttered. "Should I peel off the head first, or do it myself?" Sima Jin thought helplessly, "It's over. I can't do anything but die." Fire King continued sharpening his knife, grinning as he stared at her. "The woman from the false sect seems well fed. Looks like she's got some meat. Should we boil it? Or grill it? Super spicy, I think. You can hear it even if you're blindfolded, right?" He licked his lips. "After I skin you, I'll slowly chop you up and make soup. But I'll make sure that beautiful head comes back in the end, so be grateful. And did you know? Your religion and the false sect split long ago. The false sect refused to fight the Murim alliance. That's why we left. What the false sect does, that's not real battle. A real fight is when one side bleeds to death. In my opinion, it's best to start from the feet." He walked in front of her and raised his knife. "I'll cook you well, so don't worry." Just then, clang! Something flew in and struck the knife, knocking it out of his hand. Fire King's expression froze as he turned to look. A lone figure stood there. Woon landed and stood in front of Sima Jin. Fire King immediately drew his sword and roared. "Who are you? Who dares to hinder my pleasure?" Woon didn't answer. He simply smiled, approached Sima Jin, and unsealed her acupoints. "I should have come sooner. I'm really sorry." Fire King's face twisted in rage. "How dare you ignore me? Arrogant bastard! He swung his sword furiously. Woon turned without hesitation and blocked the attack. Fire King's face was filled with shock. He blocked my sword chi, with one hand? Woon sneered. Is that all you've got? How boring. Pushed back, Fire King gritted his teeth and roared. Arrogant brat. He raised his sword, spinning it like a whirlwind. Then try blocking this. Be grateful to die in my arms. 4 powerful saber energies surged toward Woon. But the corners of Woon's mouth curled into a cold smile. He swung his sword. Several slashes of sword energy burst out. The sins you've committed, you'll pay for them with your life. Today you'll die here. Fire King trembled. What? My attack was broken? The void prison had vanished. How could a mere brat release this much power? Woon raised his sword and pointed it at him, his voice cold. Sin you have committed, use your life to pay for it. The Fire King roared angrily, making a huge ruckus. Our battle isn't over yet. Woon sneered sarcastically. I haven't even started yet. The Fire King raised his sword again and gathered his energy. You should know your place. In his heart, he secretly snorted coldly. If the void prison doesn't work, then I only have this left. His next move was a secret technique passed down from the previous Fire King, Flame Blade. Woon saw this move and still smiled leisurely. Flame Blade, huh? Seems quite useful. The Fire King swooped down quickly. You'll only laugh until here. Woon did not dodge but raised his sword to block. This is a technique that burns the user's internal energy to unleash its power. His eyes quickly widened in surprise. Because the Fire King's sword had already struck, Woon had to raise his sword again to block. This time, he was at a disadvantage and was pushed back. I couldn't completely block it. The power of his giant sword, it's really strong. The Fire King didn't stop. He continued to charge forward. Kill that bastard! Woon reached out to block his attack, surprised. Iron Head technique? He was pushed back again, dragged along the ground. Looking at his trembling hand made him confused. Did I use too much force? Meanwhile, the Fire King could not bear it any longer and collapsed, painfully spitting out blood. Woon saw him struggling and thought to himself, he really couldn't withstand the fire sword, which burns internal energy. And even in that state, he used the Iron Head technique. The Fire King was exhausted. He knelt there, unable to fight anymore. Kill me! He shouted. Woon raised his sword without hesitation. He didn't give the opponent a chance like the Ice Queen. With one clean strike, he decisively cut off his head. Now Qian's squad leader can rest in peace. We have to let the squad leader know this. Seeing that Sima Jean was about to fall, he immediately went to support her. Squad leader Sima Jean, how are your injuries? First, I'll treat your internal wounds and then apply medicine to the sword injury. He thought to himself while transmitting qi to help her. Her internal injuries are too severe. I need to collect the body of the Qian squad leader and go to the nearest branch. Even if I'm this strong, I still can't protect the two of them. The Wise Sage group leader is dead, and I almost lost Sima Jean. This battle won't be easy, but I must eliminate the heaven-destroying palace and take the leader position. But when they returned to where Qian Juqi had been lying earlier, they couldn't find his body. Woon felt extremely confused. This can't be possible. Qian Juqi's body disappeared? Sima Jean suggested. Could it be that the heaven-destroying palace did it? Woon nodded. Yes. It must be them. Sima Jean frowned. But why would they take the squad leader's body? Woon shook his head. I don't know yet. But it seems like they're plotting something. It may be impossible to recover Qian Juqi's body. His face turned solemn as he thought to himself, heaven-destroying palace. I will never forgive you. A moment later, he lit a fire and burned the Fire King's head along with Qian Juqi's shoes. I hope this brings some comfort to Qian Juqi's family. The two then clasped their hands and bowed, praying for their brother's peaceful reincarnation. Scene change, heaven-destroying palace. The Beast King reported. Ice Queen and Fire King have both been defeated. Palace leader Tian asked. Are they dead? The Beast King explained. Ice Queen is missing, and the Fire King is just a headless corpse. It's all my fault. It seems like this was a trap set by the false sect. At least our location wasn't exposed, and Sajin, the young miss, returned alive. Palace leader Tian, agitated, launched an attack toward him. The Beast King saw the attack coming and froze, terrified. Palace leader Tian warned, "This is the only time I will forgive you." The Beast King immediately clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, master." Tian continued, "From now on, my granddaughter Sajin will be removed from all duties. Find out everything through spies." Scene change. Heavenly Demon Cult, Anhwa Branch. Hyun Wichin, the chief of Anhwa Branch, bowed and said, "Sima Jin has been treated by the doctor and is resting." Woon nodded. "You've worked hard." Suddenly, the sound of a war drum echoed outside. Hyun Wichin immediately turned to leave. "Vice leader, I'll take my leave." Woon stood up and replied, "I'll stay here and observe everything." Outside, Hyun Wichin asked his subordinate, "What's going on?" The subordinate knelt down and reported, "There are many people coming from the north." Woon was surprised. From the north? They quickly climbed the wall to check. The crowd below clasped their hands and bowed. Divine Cult left Master Yang Daichun. "Vice leader, I apologize for arriving without permission." Unexpectedly, Woon was excited and waved. "Quickly, enter the city." After hearing Woon briefly explain what had happened, Daichun exclaimed, "So the Fire King of the Heaven-Destroying Palace killed Xianjuqi and seriously injured Sima Jin?" Woon sighed. "I underestimated the enemy. That caused this disaster." Daichun frowned. "Xianjuqi. If even he couldn't do it, it's fatal to your chances of becoming leader." Woon nodded. "We must send someone to spy." Daichun raised an eyebrow. "Spy? You intend to use the soul capture technique to find the Heaven-Destroying Palace's location?" Woon confirmed. "Yes." Daichun thought for a moment. "If we can find their location, it will make up for Xianjuqi's death." Woon ordered, "Hurry up. The sooner the better." Daichun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Coincidentally, I have capable personnel available." A moment later, the two stepped outside. Daichun addressed his subordinates. "The area you're searching will be within Heaven-Destroying Palace territory. Find their exact location and all surrounding details. You will begin 5 days south of here. Search in a 5-kilometer radius and continue southward." The crowd clasped their hands and bowed in acceptance. After they left, Daichun turned to Woon. "These are the elites of the Left Guardian Department. They've followed me for more than 10 years. They will find the Heaven-Destroying Palace." Then he added, "But if we find them, wouldn't it be better to attack immediately?" Woon shook his head. "That won't do. There are at least 2 masters at Ice Queen and Fire King's level in their ranks. And more importantly, it seems the palace leader of the Heaven-Destroying Palace has reached the ultimate realm." Daichun was stunned. "The palace leader has reached the ultimate realm?" Woon confirmed. "Yes. That's the situation." He looked into the distance and said firmly, "I don't believe we can win right now. But once we gather the information, we will defeat them, one by one." He then concluded, "Once we have the exact location of the Heaven-Destroying Palace, the war between them and the Heavenly Demon Cult will begin. With me at the center."
We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.